Bible, brother. So who are you going to believe?
No.
What about
Hold on, guys, please, can I please address that? Because basically, I'm saying that it would be, you're saying that we can't acknowledge a new category because only one category exists, right?
No, I'm not. Not at all. You can have as many categories as you want to make up.
So if our category is Earth rocks and our other category is not Earth rocks, and I'm able to demonstrate through whatever your preferred argumentation is that a specimen Z is not from the category of A, of Earth rocks, therefore it must not be a rock from Earth.
Right. Huh. I didn't know we'd test every single rock on the
No, we're talking about a specific rock that we're claiming is from space.
Right. Yeah, so when you test that, see what it's made of, and then if you can't find anything on Earth that's made of the same thing, even though you don't even know what the fuck this rock's made out of.
Well,
you're now going to say, hold on. You're now going to say, I know every rock and every rock's makeup so that I can compare this rock, supposedly from Mars, against it.
Well, isn't that what the
that wouldn't be the claim. That wouldn't be the claim. The claim would be that we have not found any rock like this on Earth. And
right, we haven't. Testing but we haven't tested everything on Earth, have we?
Yeah,
we haven't tested everything.
I'm looking forward to the day we do, man. I'm looking forward to the day we do, okay? And then we can make that truth claim. Are you saying that it couldn't happen, or that it won't happen in a timely manner?
It won't happen.
It won't happen.
It probably can happen.
Well,
we can't go everywhere on the Earth, dude.
No, hold on.
We can't go everywhere.
Not yet. We might be able to at a later point in time.
Ooh, yet. Okay, let's appeal to the future. Let's go ahead and let's just head down this rabbit hole. Dude, you're done. You're lost. It's over.
Oh, hold on. Don't get hostile with me, mate. No, because we're speaking inductively, and you're saying that this category cannot possibly exist. When in a Cartesian sense, we know that it must be possible for it to exist because we are able to conceive of it.
In a Cartesian sense. Kid, listen, do you not know Occam's razor? Keep it simple.
Yeah, I know Occam's razor. Occam's razor isn't actually an argument. It's a problem-solving tool. Occam's razor doesn't prove anything. It just simplifies arguments.
No, you're just someone who thinks he knows everything.
No, whoa.
Can I ask? Do we think that that meteorites are from Earth?
What is a meteorite?
A meteorite is a floating space rock smaller than a planet.
Nope, that's not an answer. What is a meteorite? Here on Earth.
Literally your
Where can I go? Where can I go to see a meteorite and test it and know that it's not from Earth?
Well, no. He just defined for you what the category is. So a better question from your position to ask would be, can you demonstrate to me a meteorite?
Oh, I'd love to see it. Yeah, please. Let's demonstrate to me a meteorite. Shit, show me one fallen. Yeah, and then just assume that it's this meteorite thing. Show me a rock, and I'll assume with you that it fell from the sky and from space.
Here's are you talking about the meteorite, the one that destroyed the dinosaurs on Earth? Is that the meteorites you're talking about?
Yeah, I guess. No, or is that an asteroid? I don't even know the difference anymore.
I don't know. Meteor shower, space.
Oh, yeah. I think you're right. On that one.
Well, like, what happens if a meteor were to hit the flat Earth? Like, if this massive rock...
Well, it hasn't happened yet, kids. So we don't know.
Have you ever seen a meteor?
We've observed it happening.
Okay,
I have not.
Have you ever seen a meteor hit the Earth?
Okay, here is a
When was it recorded? When was a meteorite recorded and hitting the Earth? When
was it recorded hitting the Earth? Do you want me to go searching through the fucking depths of Live Leak?
Look at the link. It's literally right there, front page.
We've recorded meteorites hitting the Earth.
Yes, we have. They're also in museums. We have.
Where?
Wait.
Where?
I don't see any footage of a meteorite hitting the Earth coming from space.
Never seen meteorite showers.
How about you click on videos on Google and it'll show it?
No, I'm not talking about. No,
hand, guys. Can those who are criticizing the meteorites demonstrate? Can you explain where these rocks came from for me?
Absolutely not, and neither can you.
Okay, so if you just want to go into radical skepticism, how are you going to make any affirmative claim then?
I don't have to. Meteorites are stupid to talk about.
Okay,
you guys are
flat Earth is stupid to talk about, and you can't prove it. Like I can just.
You brought it up, kid.
No, I didn't bring up meteorites. I'm just trying to make you. Your
camp brought up meteorites.
No, I don't have a camp. I don't have a camp. We had two very different positions.
Turned into meteorites somehow.
You guys brought up space.
Calm down, kid.
Coming from falling from fucking space.
No, listen. I want to clarify my position that I'm not a glober. I just was asking about meteorites.
Okay, well, meteorites, nobody knows what the fuck they are. How's that sound?
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, that's fine.
So, like, if you
so
guys
what standards do we use to obtain knowledge?
Well, first you got to prove that any of these rocks came from the sky. Any of these fucking rocks we're looking at in the links that you shared. How do we prove
I've shared no
came
links.
from? No, not okay. There's somebody sharing a bunch of shit in here.
Yeah. Like I said, we've got two different individuals talking about the capacity
No, I know, but
to have knowledge about space.
Sorry, I apologize. A flat earther is showing us stuff that doesn't help your case. But I clicked on, let's see, I did a search for meteorites on Earth. I can't find footage of any of them falling into the spot where they go and get it out of the ground, and then they go and test it, see what it is.
It's hot as fuck. You know, it just came through the atmosphere.
If it were something we could prove, listen, bro.
I'm fine with the skepticism. I'm okay. We can go, okay, there's no such thing as meteorites.
Are you sure?
I'm completely fine with that. I'm completely fine with that. But
thank you for telling us we can continue with this. I appreciate that.
Hold on. No. I never disagreed with your skepticism. But what my response was is that how can you make an affirmative claim for a flat Earth when I can apply that same degree of skepticism to your position?
We can make the claim because we observe the Earth flat, bro.
How can you prove that your observations are reliable?
Measure it.
When you look from left to right,
no.
When you look at the ocean from all directions, what do you see, bro?
Well, no, hold on. When your eyes perceive sensory data in the form of light, you're actually flipping the image. So how can you say that any light perceptions of the world are relatively accurate? See, this is the problem with skepticism.
No, you know what you got to do? You got to measure it, bro. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, just measure it. That's all you got to do.
What a fucking
Prove that your measurement's accurate, though. Prove that your measurement's accurate.
Oh, that's definitely provable.
This kid, bro.
You get.
He's not a kid. He's probably older than you guys. I'm not even gonna lie about that.
So you get known distances.
He's not 40.
A laser.
He's not.
He's not older than you guys.
I'm 26.
But he's not a kid.
26 going on 15.
Yeah.
No, I'm 26. I've been to uni. I've got my degrees. I've got a full-time job.
So why, when you talk, are you smiling ear to ear? That's a defense mechanism when you know that you're not right about something, but you're trying hard anyway.
No,
I'm not. Listen. This is my field. This is what I do for a job. So yeah.
Awesome.
Anyway.
Yeah. No.
Wait.
Yeah. I do this as a hobby. I'm having fun. I'm enjoying my.
It does sound like you're having fun, but do you have any evidence of the globe? That's what I'd like to know.
Oh, I'm equally skeptical of globe and flat. I'm a phenomenologist.
No
I think
shit.
ontology
You're
is
on
only
the fence,
understood
huh?
Yeah. I'm a phenomenologist. I'm a phenomenologist. I think we can only
Phenomenology. So you're a magician.
No, don't be cheeky. No. Phenomenology refers to our ability to only perceive things through our own subjective psychology, and that how we are able to interpret sensory data from that to then attempt to make knowledge claims about the world.
So you don't.
So you've never heard of objective reality? He hasn't heard of objective reality.
Was that what
yet.
I said? Was that what I said? Don't strawman me.
Huh? Crazy.
Have you read Hegel's Phenomenology of the Spirit?
Change your words.
I'm just not sure what that has to do with the shape of the Earth, partner.
Really? Because we're talking about metaphysics here, aren't we?
No, we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Well, how can you do epistemics without a metaphysic? How can you do epistemics before ontology?
What's the shape of the Earth? That has nothing to do with measuring curvature.
Isn't this your job?
Measure the curvature.
I'd say that you're being reductionist and without a sound onto. Well, I don't need to because I'm not making any affirmative claim.
So you're just coming here to argue?
No. I'm demonstrating. Guys, I just explained this guy. I just explained this to the guys in the verification that I don't make any affirmative claim for flat or globe. They were fine with that, and that I wanted to engage in and discuss specifically Karl Popper's logic of scientific discovery, as well as phenomenology. Most of my reading is grounded in metaphysics and ontology.
Yeah, we don't have a channel for that. This is
so you're unable to engage with me on these terms.
Hold up. This is the live stream dedicated for Flat Earth, right? I don't care what you want to discuss. You can move it down to the chill room or whatever. This is the room where we discuss flat Earth. So, do you have any measurements of curvature, validation of the radius?
Well, hold on. If you're only discussing measurements, what did airplanes and meteors have to do with the conversation?
If so, this not.
Is that a yes or a no, kid?
That was not.
No, I'm saying that the question's invalid. No, I'm saying the question's invalid.
Okay, so this is. I'm going to repeat myself for the last time. This is the live stream dedicated for discussion and conversation about the Earth, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Earth.
Okay, so do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is a ball or a flat level Earth?
No, but I exist on the Earth and I'm able to make observations of it.
Okay, so what is your observations telling you?
Well, I haven't observed it, and I am trying to find a compelling. Yeah.
So you haven't observed Earth?
No, I've observed some parts of Earth, but I have not observed the entirety of Earth.
What does these parts tell you? How do you experience the Earth?
Well, I experience it through subjectivity.
It's
like,
so.
I experience color and light. I experience like.
Yeah, let me be more specific for you. Do you experience the Earth as a globe or as a flat, non-rotating Earth?
Technically, neither.
Cypher, what's the curvature of the Earth?
Technically, neither.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say either of those are no, it's not sophistry.
Yeah,
it's a rejection of your presuppositions when you assume your conclusion. It's the same problem with Earth theory.
So what do you experience? Just describe the sensation.
Hold on. Let's take it one step at a time. Do you feel the Earth is rotating?
No, but I might have a tolerance to that rotation.
So
that is
a no.
It's a no.
So, hang on, can we not have a tolerance to sensory phenomena?
Hold on, hey, everybody, quiet. Elbow, go ahead.
Do you feel the Earth is a ball? Have you experienced this? All right.
But I've also felt the Earth not be flat.
Right, because it got topography or whatnot. That's fine. We don't deny topography. You have gas pressure in the Earth?
Maybe, probably.
Right. So you know what it takes to have gas pressure?
What does it take to have gas pressure?
A container.
Okay.
Now,
a container is a very broad category.
Yeah, it is supposed to be broad.
Yeah.
So, because we don't know what the container is, but a container is necessary for gas pressure.
Because we're in one.
Right. So, where on Earth, on a globe, is there a container?
Couldn't there not just be an adequate force that would function as a container, as opposed to like a solid material container?
That's not how physics works.
Just because for you to have gas pressure, it needs to bounce off the walls of the container. Without that, that's the definition of gas pressure.
But to assume all containers are solid is kind of...
Yeah.
Show me a container that is not solid.
So can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, no, can you show me?
No, you could have gas pressure without a solid container. Yeah, it could be a liquid.
What's
container,
the difference
maybe?
between a container and a solid container?
Well, you're presupposing a solid container, and you're saying that any
I'm just saying containment. I'm just saying containment. Yeah. That's what we're saying. Cool. That's what Elbo's saying.
So then why couldn't we have a non-solid container around a globe?
Dude, I don't know. We're just saying there's containment. You got to keep it simple.
Yeah, that's
go
cool.
ahead, Elbow. Go ahead.
You never have to keep an argument simple.
Hold on. Well, you will have to demonstrate a non-solid container for me.
Well, I'm not making an affirmative claim that we're on like any type of globe Earth. I'm just saying it's possible.
I'm telling you what a container is, right? And that the molecule of gas needs to bounce off of it to create gas pressure. That's the definition.
Why could it not bounce off another gas?
Not because gases doesn't have any bonds. They don't have inherent shape. And
what happens to cold and hot air?
That's gas 101, bud.
Yeah, but like I think cold and hot air is actually a pretty good example.
No, because gas doesn't have any. For you to have an area, you have to have some kind of, dimension, and otherwise, gas disperses to all.
So a container must be solid.
Well, it has to be.
So, like, what about dried ice when you put it in water?
What about
Is the Earth made of dried ice?
Where's the water in?
That's a red herring. He's making a criticism of his argument.
Well, I'm
Where's
just
the water in?
demonstrating how gas doesn't always just rise and keep.
Yeah, but call me.
Right.
Where's the water in?
Is carbon dioxide or monoxide, whatever it is that lighter or heavier than the gas that's around?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Was that directed to me?
There's also something called density, right? So the density of the air, the medium that's in, since it's not in a vacuum, it's not gonna disperse. It's gonna go to its density property, right? You understand that?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So that's why that dry ice, which is what, carbon dioxide or whatever, or carbon monoxide, not sure which one, is denser than the air, the gases that are around it. So it's not gonna rise up. If it was helium, what would happen to it?
Well, hang on. So why can't I just make the claim that I reject the property of gas pressure because I'm not able to observe it?
Because it's a natural law. Do you want to deny a natural law? That's okay, but it just doesn't look good for your argument.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Well, realistically, my position's coming from skepticism. Like,
not facts. No, we know. Yeah, we know that you're not talking about facts. You're talking about argument tactics, kid.
No.
So yeah, we'll go down the rabbit hole with you, man.
No, hold on. Logic isn't quote unquote argument tactics, and that'd be an ad hominem to say. Naughty.
A sidebar.
Yeah.
We have observable reality where we have natural law, which dictates that you need containment for gas pressure. Why are you denying this?
Well, I'd express the skepticism that any like deductive claim can only be made once it is deduced, and then it's temporally bound to that example of deduction.
That's what makes it a fact.
How can we know?
Yeah, but the second that time passes, that is no longer a fact. It was only a fact at that time. It is temporally bound.
Yeah, that is.
No, not at all.
Why not?
Just because someone doesn't remember it doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, no, you're going back to inducting from that point.
What the fuck are you talking about? Truth is truth regardless of if you want to know about it, kid.
I love that you're still calling me kid. That's great. Well, no.
Well,
the thing is,
you're acting like a child. I gotta do it. Shoot fits.
Again, ad hominem, adorable. I think I've been very cordial.
Not ad hominem, man. It's obvious. You're obviating it. There's a big word for you to learn. Write down obviating.
No, because you were making it sound as though I'm being immature.
So we are here to talk about globes.
Yep. And what I was saying before is once you make a deductive claim and test it, you can cite that exact time for when you demonstrate.
Man, that's cool. These are cool stories.
However,
so we're here to talk about the Earth. If you want to talk about argument tactics, that's fine. But I'm pretty sure the reason that you're obfuscating and trying to talk over me is because you're not here to do anything but muddy the waters.
No, you're not.
Unfortunately, I can't mute you or ban you, but I can turn your volume down so that I don't have to listen to this anymore. Does anybody else want to destroy this kid?
No. First off, please don't call him a kid. Actually, I can't tell you what to call him or not. I'm not going to tell you not to.
Jurek.
What?
Second off, he's just trying to talk. Why can't you let him talk?
We don't need your commentary, right? We don't need.
You don't need a white knight for anybody, buddy.
Well, sorry that I want to give my opinion.
We don't need that. Okay.
I don't need your commentary.
I thought you guys valued open discussion. That's what they told me in verification, is that you guys value open discussion.
Please stop. Jarek, I'm gonna warn you right now. This is inside the welcome. It says there's no what do you call that?
Concern trolling.
Insulting?
Yeah, concern trolling is not allowed here, so you will get muted if you do it again.
Am I trolling?
That's called concern trolling.
Called concern.
Concern, yeah. If you're concerned for somebody else's position or argument or whatever, and you start defending someone else, we're not going to do that here.
Fair enough. Trying to let the guy speak, but whatever.
You can speak. You can speak for yourself and whatever you want to defend, but don't speak for somebody else.
Yeah, so I don't see how expressing a rational argument that is skeptical of epistemology not valid to the conversation.
All right, but hold on. So basically, if I was listening to you, you were saying that basically your senses appear to be telling you that the Earth doesn't move, and maybe it's not really flat because of topography or whatever, but you can't really trust anything because, you know, it's only true for that specific second. It's not necessarily true for all time. And you're saying, well, because you view your world from your subjectivity, it just means that you're saying, well, the Earth could be flat, but from my subjective experience, and well, I can't really talk about it because I don't know if the next second is going to be true. So if you can't talk about so if you can't talk about it, shut up. People don't want to talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Why this is? May I present why this is relevant?
I failed to see how you could. I failed to see how you could. But go ahead.
Yeah, fantastic. So it is from the same like foundation of the argument that the flat earthers in this discussion have used to criticize other forms of evidence and other forms of scientific induction. Appeal and the other scientific rules that people have appealed to in this conversation. So when they are levying that criticism to other people, but unwilling to undertake that criticism of their own position, that renders their argument as either bad faith or unverifiable by their own standard of proof.
Can you give me an example?
So the skepticism I'm applying is not particularly different.
Not what you're applying. How, like, no? What an example of the thing you're accusing them?
The rejection of meteors. The rejection of meteors. The presupposition that the etymology of words has anything to do with their meaning or truth value. Those would be the two main ones that I heard.
About the second one, I have no idea what you just said. About the first one, I wasn't here the whole time, but I heard them saying, all right, there's a stone. Can you show me that this stone is falling from the sky? Right? They've told you numerous times, okay, bring us evidence that the stone fell from the sky.
Well, no, and then when evidence is presented to them, they engage in scientific skepticism, which is completely reasonable. I'm happy, and all I'm doing is applying that same scientific skepticism back on them. But they are just being preferential and selective with the evidence that they want to take in.
No, that's incorrect.
I mean, I do remember them saying, show me that the stone fell from the sky. You tried to show them that, well, because of a bunch of things that we can do and test, we can deduce that the stone is fell from the sky. But that's not what they ask you.
But see, the whole thing is he wants to apply our skepticism from saying that we don't know what they're saying meteors are to the
check test. Sorry, my internet cut out.
So he's trying to apply the same skepticism as we don't know what the meteors are or whatever they call so-called meteors are to the second law of thermodynamics, and which that's completely different.
But hold on, if we take away the law of of thermodynamics, like if he wishes, like if it is his choice in the argument to say, well, maybe the law of thermodynamics is not necessarily a law, it's not true all the time, then yeah, it means that if that's not true, right, then your entire heliocentric model collapses. If you take this out of your equation, Cypher.
Sorry, but he will have to.
Yeah, I'm fine with using that to disprove the globe Earth. Yes.
So he will have to demonstrate the second law of thermodynamics not being true, at least once.
I mean, even if he does, I'm saying fine. From my perspective, I would even consider it. Okay, say it's not true, but then it definitely means that the Earth is not. That we can't trust heliocentric model.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe the Earth is just a fucking pizza flying somewhere.
Maybe it's dinosaur shaped.
Yeah,
maybe
it's definitely not. But it's definitely not a heliocentric globe. It's definitely not a heliocentric globe. Yes.
It's probably not. Probably not. We can express a reasonable skepticism about it. That's fine.
Yeah,
great.
You still have to show me the second law of thermodynamics being broken.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not a scientist. I don't have that much experience in performative or experimental research. But I would say that for the purposes of my argument, and you're free to throw this away just as freely as I'm putting it out there, because we have the capacity to conceive of such a thing occurring, it is possible. So even though we haven't had an instantiation of it, it could occur.
I mean, shit, I could conceive Superman flying over the damn Empire State Building. Doesn't make it actually possible.
But it could be possible.
No kidding. Would that make Superman real?
Where the fuck is Superman?
Yeah, Superman could be real.
Wow, are you fucking serious?
Hey, dude, genetic modification's getting wild, man.
Fuck this guy. This dude saying Superman can't be real. What's your name?
That was what was that?
Cypher.
Star Wars.
You're being muted, bro.
No.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
the world is round.
Yeah, that's just fucking delusional.
That was weird.
But like the thing about Superman though, you don't know whether he exists or doesn't exist, so he could or he couldn't.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You, Jurek?
He's in both states. He's in both states of, or it.
Yeah.
So far, he's only imaginary.
Imaginary bullshit, bro.
This is where the takes you, bro.
What's going on about Superman?
That's what we're trying to tell them. That's what we're trying to talk about. That they're sitting there believing that Superman. They're gonna sit there and tell you that it could be real. No.
Well, here's what I thought was the best part. He said it's only a fact for right now. So it's like, just let some time go by and the Earth won't be flat anymore. That's what he was basically saying.
Yeah, let time go by and Superman will come.
Oh god, that was the best part right there.
Do you guys have do you believe in like multiple dimensions, or are you like a singular dimension kind of?
We don't talk about that here. We don't talk about beliefs. We like to do the empirical thing, evidence.
You don't think that it's ever possible to find like empirical evidence for like multiple dimensions?
I don't talk about that shit here.
Maybe we could talk about it in a different channel.
Give us the radius.
But just a question, and I'm digressing here. If we do open up to the possibility of multiple dimensions, would you have open to the possibility of, I don't know, spiritual dimensions where maybe angels exist and gods exist? Would you open up to that possibility?
So I'm actually a Hellenistic pagan, so I already believe that gods exist.
All right, cool. Good for you.
I'm glad we got that cleared up. Does anybody have any glove evidence? Please.
All right, just provide the curvature of the Earth, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to provide some input on some of what was previously said. So someone brought up asteroids and meteorites. So we can actually determine that they have come from outer space because they have a trace amount of the element called iridium, which is exceedingly rare on Earth, but is abundant in meteorites, which we have observed.
Okay. Hey, Paige, when did you confirm that personally?
No, what? I don't.
Yeah. So you don't actually know it. You're just believing a story you heard about it.
Sorry? I mean...
Where did you get your information? Paige, where did you get your information?
Also, Paige, another question.
I would happily provide a source. Give me a minute.
Paige, also another question. So they have found stones on the Earth containing iridium, which is rare, but you know what? These stones keep showing iridium and we call them meteorites. Can you prove that any of these stones, right, came from the sky?
Sure. I do have like video evidence of a meteorite falling from the sky. Hang on.
And then, going to the place where you see the meteorite supposedly falling at and then taking that stone? Like, do you have any of that?
I imagine that's many hours of stuff. You have the raw footage of all that stuff?
That raw footage.
Sorry, Paige, go ahead.
I mean, if you could find it even in form with cuts, like even if they edited and cut it, I would give it a look, right? But
yeah,
first, I want to
just
see
DM'd me
if
about
even
the Chelyabinsk media, which is what I was talking about.
the what?
Hubbard just DM'd me about the Chelyabinsk media, which is what I was talking about.
The what meteor? The Chelyabin? What are you saying?
She posted it in the
Chelyabinsk
live
is a
stream.
Russian city.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch this now. Hang on.
So yeah, you're begging the question that the Earth is a ball spinning in Narnia page. When did you ever validate the radius for you to make that claim that a rock from Narnia?
Okay, I'm seeing yes, this Russian meteor. I'm seeing this light in the sky line. Appears to be something burning up. I don't know. It could be burning with fire, heat, plasma. I don't know. Maybe it's even cold to the touch. I don't know. I'm not there to touch it. I see it making a line to the sky. Appears to be descending towards the Earth. Where is the point where they are going to the location where it supposedly struck the Earth and found a big stone that wasn't there before?
Wait, if you can actually observe it in a museum. Let me find it.
No, that doesn't prove anything but rock in museum.
There's, I don't know if you're interested, but there's videos of them pulling it out of the ground with ropes and whatnot after it landed. So,
I guess I could watch that, but I still don't. I mean,
okay,
yeah,
well, let's see.
Doesn't confirm anything for me.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure,
post it up. Let's see it.
I'll grab it.
A second. So is first-hand experience the only way you guys like comprehend like any existence?
Empirical evidence.
I mean, for now,
demonstratable, observable, repeatable, demonstratable, kind of validatable. You know, tangible.
It's like
we don't have much footage of meteors. I can also send you.
Gosh, that's weird. Then how do we know it came from space?
Weird.
We have this footage, but what?
Yeah, but okay, but I still want I fine. We all agree. I haven't seen it with my own eyes about this.
This is the exact
they
same
say to be
skepticism
meteorites.
that you muted Cypher
Wait, hold
for.
on. So I have seen it with my own eyes. This lines in the sky that happen that people tell me they are meteorites. Okay, I've seen them with my own eyes, and I see them in the video that you have linked that happened in Russia. I still want to see a video where they go to where it landed and they find a stone that wasn't there. If you could show that, that would be great.
And then the question
if I can find it.
Yeah, and then the question,
here's a video of them.
How do you know that stone wasn't there?
Just stop lying.
I mean,
stop lying.
Well, wait. She was saying she had a video. I want to hear what video she had.
Yeah. So this, I don't think you guys are going to deny this for sure. Here's a video of them. This was a chunk that had broken off and it had landed in a river. Most of the rest of it had burnt up in the atmosphere. But the shockwave of certain portions of it created such a massive displacement that it broke out the windows of a nearby town. It caused thousands of people to be injured. And it created such a big boom that it shattered the windows and burnt nearby people. And it's considered a disaster in Russia.
Okay, fine. That's a bunch of fluff. So we have a video from Russia of Russian people going to a lake in the area where they have the footage, from the car cams showing the meteor that we've seen going down from the sky. But now again, how can I be certain that this stone that they found at the bottom of a lake is the same alleged stone that was present in the meteor that we've seen falling from the sky?
Come on, man, you don't need that.
Skepticism that you muted Cypher for. I mean, if you're going to continue on the route of hardline skepticism, you should unmute Cypher.
You could just assume that that's what it is. I'll just go with the story. Come on, dude, you can't just go with the story.
I seen the largest monster in my bathtub.
There is so much video evidence.
I mean, maybe in the past, I would have gone with the story because it seems rather convincing. But now that I know more, like I've seen evidence that that maybe the Earth is not a globe. Maybe it is flat. I tend to be skeptical more towards things that allude to the heliocentric model. So I have higher criticism towards the evidence that are now being presented for the heliocentric model. So okay, fine. I accept your evidence. I have seen people recovering a stone from a lake. I have seen something going down from the sky. How can I know that this is the same, that the stone in the lake is the thing that we've seen going down from the sky?
Yeah. So, I mean, I suppose there's no amount of proof I could provide you that would make you believe. And obviously you're going to have implicit bias in favor of your model for sure. There's nothing wrong with that. So I'm not sure I'd be able to provide you with the evidence that you're looking for.
Can you?
Okay, fine. I agree. I agree. You had a fine analysis of my position, an honest one. Will you be honest to say that if we were to show you evidence for why we think the Earth is flat, it would say, oh, well, I don't know, maybe, and we could never really convince you because likewise, you also have a bias towards your model. Would that be a fair analysis? Okay, great.
Yeah, everyone has implicit bias towards their
I'm
beliefs.
glad we could agree.
What's the furthest distance
no, it's not beliefs, though. That's the only problem, Habit. You're making a habit out of sounding ridiculous because we don't talk about our beliefs here regarding this subject.
I haven't been condescending to you at any point in time. So I understand that this is your debate style, but I've been having an honest intellectual conversation. I've been trying to be as genuine as I possibly can. So if you'd like to be engaged, if you would like to engage in honest conversation with me, we can do that. But I'm not going to engage with you if you're going to be condescending.
Do you think I've been lying to you this whole time?
No, there's a difference between lying and being condescending. I can tell you the truth while being condescending.
So tell me some truth.
I don't know. My hair is short.
Okay, super. See, even I can't prove that, so how am I going to believe you?
Sure, because that's my subjective experience, right?
Yeah,
so
your
how am I
subjective
supposed to believe you?
And my objective experience is that I've never seen your hair.
Yep, and my objective experience is that I've never seen convincing evidence of a flat Earth. So,
you haven't measured it.
What would you take as evidence?
I don't know. What would you take as evidence?
Oh, you go outside.
That wasn't answer the question.
Hold on.
I would prefer one at a time conversation because this seems to happen often.
Yeah,
if it's dogpile, then I'm not sure.
You're not in control of the
you're kind of
conversation.
dogpiling on them. That isn't exactly fair in a debate.
So
this
I
isn't a
suppose
debate.
hang on. I suppose
This isn't a
Allow
debate.
them to speak, please.
I suppose I have to lay down my honest rules. Obviously, you are a group of grown individuals, so you should be capable of respecting me.
Wait, you have rules?
I'm not.
Sorry. Please calm down.
I'm not going to engage in a conversation with you if you're going to be condescending.
All right,
I'm not going to engage in a conversation with you if you're going to dogpile me.
I think dogpiling has been happening, and I apologize.
Yeah, I asked you a question. That was a simple question. What would you take as evidence? And your response was, what do I take as evidence?
Yeah. So evidence would be, sorry, I have a stutter. Evidence would be completely subjective to an individual, right? I am 100% convinced that the Earth is not flat.
It's not.
So there is almost no amount of evidence that there's no evidence that I could conceive of that would convince me. I'm not going to say I'm not 100% unconvincible, but I cannot think of a piece of evidence that would convince me of your position, just as you most likely cannot think of a piece of evidence.
Okay, do you know what's the radius of the Earth?
No.
Isn't it like 6,300 kilometers?
No. It's about.
It's about. You just gotta look it up on
39,959. 3959
miles.
Did you say
Did
you say radius or diameter?
I said radius.
Radius.
Yeah, 6,371 kilometers.
Yeah. Kilometers. 3,159 miles.
So okay, fine.
Same thing. So having that radius necessitates, a certain amount of drop, meaning because it's supposed to be curvature on the Earth, right? If it's a globe, right? And a certain amount of miles, it should be able to drop a certain amount of, let's say 10 miles is something 66 feet or something. or something like that. I can't call it the moment, but what about measurements of the Earth? A certain distance, right? So we could have, let's say, 20-mile, 24 or 14 miles worth of distance. It should be a certain amount of drop. Would you accept that measurement as evidence?
I haven't specifically been educated on that specific thing. I'm not necessarily educated in that topic, so I'm not sure.
Could I go on to explain it?
I would rather. Oh, sorry. I would rather me I would rather me self-educate on that topic before coming back to you.
Okay, that's not a
Being
problem.
able to concede to that.
For sure.
Could I explain it a little bit?
Yeah.
Say that according to what it says, right? There's a claim the Earth is a globe. If there's a globe, there is a radius. If there is a radius, then it means we can calculate the rate of curvature, meaning that at a certain distance, objects should be hidden below the curvature. Now, say that we give you a picture or evidence or video telling you or showing you there is an object that is so and so and so miles out from the point of observation. And by calculation of the globe, that object should be, 100 feet hidden behind 100 feet of curvature. But in the footage, you see it clearly. Would that evidence cause you to doubt the calculations for the globe?
Once again, I'm not fully educated, so I don't know if I would be able to make a statement on that.
That's fine.
Yeah, so I personally have debated flat Earth in the past. I genuinely do believe that you all have a very sound scientific knowledge. But one thing that I am skeptical about regarding your position is that often it feels like you're disregarding confounding factors, and are just like, when I've brought up some certain factors, it's just complete disregarding. Because of Habit and I's lack of scientific literacy, it would be ideal if we just stick to history and philosophy.
Well, since you brought it up, you're definitely going to have to rehash some of those. What did somebody say something that was wrong about maybe a comment you made, or did you have a piece of evidence that did they make a false representation of it? So you have to give us a description now, because I'd love to know if that ever happened. So please explain.
I couldn't provide any specific examples, but I would say probably the laser tests, which often disregard refraction, and the God rays, which also often disregard refraction.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, you just used a special word that I was waiting for. When did you learn about this refraction ideology?
Since the atmosphere existed.
Hold on. Excuse me, that's a lie. When did you, the person that just said refraction, when did you learn about this refraction idea?
I don't know where I learned about it. I learned about it in school.
Oh, really? They teach that in school? Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? When do they teach this in school about refraction? The refraction makes things that are balls look like they're flat. Did they teach that?
Yeah, in like 6th grade.
Wow.
We did an experiment on refraction of light.
And it made a ball look flat?
That, I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth. I'm talking about God rays.
Right. When I'm talking about
lasers.
No, the whole point. No, wait. So you completely missed the entire point of everybody's entire discussion for the past 45 minutes was about the shape of the Earth. So what you basically just did is you painted yourself into a corner with this rhetoric, this brainwashing thing that the atheists have developed in the last 6 years, telling people this word refraction because they can't trust their eyes. You didn't learn that from school. You learned some other refraction. You learned the way to use it now as far as accusing people of disregarding something when you don't have an example of it removing the ball and making it look flat, which is what you just claimed. So we're claiming it looks that way because we're seeing it. You're claiming there's a magical thing going on and we can't trust our eyes. That's where the religion comes into play. And that's why we have to call that out, because all we're telling you is that we trust our eyes. There's 1,000 Earth models. There's tortoise Earth, and there's the ball Earth, and there's triangle Earth. We don't believe in any of that. We're just talking about reality. So we don't have to come up with magical excuses to why we see things that are much farther than when we should be able to not be able to see them anymore, because we shouldn't be able to see past a certain curvature of the earth. And it's actually everything in history. That's why there's no evidence, and we don't need to have an excuse, you see. So you got to be careful when you use words like that, because that means you're just making stuff up. There's no such thing as a magical force that makes the earth turn into a flat surface when it's really a ball. That's some sort of religion. Sorry.
And when I was hold on.
Wait,
Hold on. No, wait. And when I was referring to habit, was that it was measurements, meaning via laser. It wasn't even the actual be able to see too far. Measurement with a laser,
right?
20 miles, 14 miles, definitely disproves the globe.
Well, it was turned into a train wreck. I mean, I'm just glad that he got to that point, but I got to be honest with you. Don't try to now explain to me why you use the word refraction, because all you're going to do is dig yourself a deeper hole. And what's going to happen is I'm going to end up making another example out of you. It'll get much worse. So listen, I'm not mad at you for making stuff up. It happens all the time, but there's no such thing. And I had to call you out. Thanks.
Right. So, what you went on about like our eyes making the Earth look flat, that is completely unrelated to what I said regarding God rays.
No. You're doing it again. You're trying to hide from the fact that you said people disregard refraction. So
yes, because I provided this specific example of God rays.
You're panicking. No, you're panicking. We're not talking about that. We're talking about lasers. You were first talking about lasers, so you implied
lasers
that
and God rays.
Yes. Okay. Stop. Listen. See, now you've dug yourself a deeper hole. So now I have to explain this further, unless somebody else wants to. Listen, kid, you got to stop lying. It's okay. I already tried to get you way out of this. You don't need to lie to me, because I'm just going to hurt your feelings. You already said that lasers this, but therefore you disregard refraction, meaning you're implying now. We're going to elaborate this. You were implying there's a magical force that causes flat lasers, straight line of sight lasers, to bend magically over a ball but make it still look flat. Okay, that's your claim now, even though you don't want it now because of how psychotic it is. You did this to yourself. You claimed lasers actually bend, therefore refraction, and stupid flat earthers don't believe it. That's the point, bro. You guys have to make up psychotic claims to have these arguments of a magical ball earth. That's the problem here. Listen, it's not even about evidence. It's about the fact that one side has to make up outlandish, insane, religious, psychotic claims about a magical world. We can't trust our eyes. Bro,
and by the way,
hold on. Hold on.
Okay, so again, you're dogpiling on me. Just finish what you were saying and I'll respond.
Excuse me. No. There's no dogpile here. Just stop trying to come back with an excuse to why because now it's turning into deceit. You don't know what you're talking about anyway. You're just using rhetoric that you heard other people, where the atheists use these terms, because the whole entire atheist movement is based on you not being able to believe reality, and you fell for this part of it. I don't know if you believe in evolution as well, but that's part of this scam where you can't trust reality and everything just magically happens over time. And by the way, you live on a ball, but because of refraction, it always looks flat. That's a psychotic religion, and it destroys your mind. I'm not interested in discussing about it. It's not a debate. You're destroying yourself by having such an idea to just knee-jerk. Nobody in reality
Can we,
on the street.
Can we let her get a sentence out?
I know. Yes, I understand. I'm not going to be here very long. If a moderator, are you a moderator?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you're gonna have to give me 1 second, because the moderators have known me for a while. When somebody does this, now it's going to take me longer to explain it. So forget that. We'll just end it here. Okay, don't try to reply to me about this problem, man, because all you did was expose yourself. I had to use you as an example. So thanks.
No, right. So if you actually let me finish what I was saying before interrupting me, I would have actually finished what I was trying to say. So I'm just going to completely disregard the tangent you went on about evolution and God. So
you're just going to go into it. Yeah, you're off.
Dude, you said you're done. Dude, you said you're done.
Yes.
Exo,
stop addressing me. I know. Stop addressing me.
Exo, I didn't interrupt you the entire time you went on your tangent about evolution and God. Now let me speak,
You're already addressing me. Stop addressing me. Thank you.
All right, so can I talk to you?
Okay, so I guess I just won't address specifically
you. I'm not interested. I'm not interested.
Paige, can I talk to you for a moment?
Stop lying. Thank you.
Paige, can I talk to you for a moment?
I'll just mute Exo. All right.
So Paige, can I talk to you for a moment?
No, we're not going to mute people here in the chat. That is not allowed. Okay?
They were interrupting me repeatedly.
So again,
Paige, can I talk to you for a moment?
we are not going to mute people in this chat. That will only create more confusion, Paige. If you are going to mute people in this chat, you are gone. Okay?
I will only interact if they agree to not interrupt me while I'm speaking.
This wasn't a question. This was me as a mod telling you we are not going to mute people in this room. Is this clear?
If you're not going to hold the people who are
You guys have
debating
actually
for
muted
your
several
position to
people
the
in this
same
room
standard
already.
that you're holding me to, then I'm simply not going to engage in this unfair debate format.
Then it's fine and leave, right? We are not going to mute people in this chat because this will only cause more confusion. Okay?
It's not a question.
This is streamed to 2 YouTube channel, and if people like you mute others, then it's going to be a crazy place. We're not going to reach. Okay? Did I make myself clear? These are the rules.
I'll unmute them, but if they continue to interrupt me, I'm going to mute them again. Regardless, they already muted themselves, so I don't see why it's a big deal.
Paige, can I talk to you for a moment?
No.
Not before I actually want it. Not before I can say
finish.
what I wanted to say to you, what Exo was saying. Right, so they weren't completely off topic to what I was originally saying about God rays, which, so
over the
yeah,
cliff.
so,
Yeah, to the cliffs.
Please let me finish. Please let me
God
finish.
rays? Are you kidding?
Can I please finish? Right, so I've actually done this experiment before in school when light travels through a denser medium, such as by going from a gas to a solid, clear solid, it does refract. This is completely undeniable, and if you're saying that if it's like a conspiracy theory, then
No.
I encourage you to perform the experiment for yourself.
So
you can even just
Oh,
do
that's
this
good.
while
How's that
recording.
Earth curvature measurement?
That's a straw man because guess what? We do understand that light rays can diverge because going through different media. Now, there's a problem there. You're not going through a different media, are you?
No, not necessarily, but it's a denser.
So then, no,
It's denser.
you need 2 different medias to be able to diffuse light.
Medium?
To diverge
Not
light.
necessarily.
Yes.
So I gotta hold on, guys. I got a question, Paige. I got a question.
True.
Wait, no, guys, I was holding on to
hold on. Yeah, we can't let people off the hook when they deceive you guys like this, when they just lie to you. It didn't show a ball looking flat. It didn't make a magical hidden object all of a sudden appear behind a hill. So that's not relevant. None of that has anything to do with Earth curvature. So that's called deceit. That is what is a lie. You're making stuff up because you have no evidence. So refraction happens. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's not an answer. Thanks.
Paige, I believe I can calm. Paige, I believe I can calm down this entire situation. Just Paige, so you're saying, Paige, you're saying
already
that
insane.
Paige, you're saying no, Paige, hold on, please,
Sure.
please. I've been waiting for a long time. Paige, you're saying that you, like, when we do this measuring of the test, you're saying that you believe that the light of the laser bends towards the target in a way that appears to be flat, in a way that appears that it's flat, meaning that not only do you believe that the light bends, but it necessarily bends according to the rate of that is calculated through the assumption of the radius of the Earth. And if that's what you believe, and if that's what you believe affirms your globe model that you claim to believe in, I would say that is a ridiculous belief, and enjoy your religion.
That's actually true. Yeah,
I
you
am
definitely need
agnostic.
to
I'm
stay.
not religious.
You're extremely religious. You need to stay believing in this ball cartoon, bro. Yeah, it's for you.
Yeah, I don't think you could handle it if you actually found out the truth.
Okay,
And
so
see, what
can you please stop God dogpiling me?
Listen, we're not.
You
Listen, Paige. Listen. Okay, you're talking about your your experiment that you've done, right? Right? Edge.
Could you repeat what you said?
You just you talked about your experiment, right?
No, I was just providing a justification and reasoning for why I wanted to stay away from science. Because I don't consider myself scientifically literate enough. I would prefer to stay on the topic of philosophy and history.
Well,
particularly with what I mentioned regarding the asteroids.
Paige, so you came into a lobby, right? Talking about the Earth. This is 24/7 flat Earth Discord. We came here to talk about the curvature of the Earth. Okay, now you came in and started talking about refraction. This is what EXO just pointed out to you, and that you just dug yourself a bigger hole. Okay?
Master Chief.
He was trying to help you. Now look, you told your example of your experiment, correct? Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about how lasers work. From point A to point B. From point A to point B.
I'm not willing to talk about this.
You gotta stop interrupting him.
Exactly
Stop
what I'm
Do
trying
not
to point out
interrupt
to
him.
you.
Let him talk.
What is the fastest? Hold up, bro. What is the fastest way from point A to point B?
Dominoes.
Traveling at the speed of light.
What is the answer my question? What is the fastest route you take from point A to point B?
Straight line.
A straight line?
Hey!
Everybody,
right.
They deserve a pat on the back. Pat on the back. There you go. You are a smart individual. Now, that's how lasers work, right? Straight line from point A to point B.
No, not over long distances.
Whoa!
When was the last time you did that long distance test, my dear?
That's another lie.
You just
Did it
told
again.
me.
Right, so the entire laser experiment relies on the assumption that the Earth is flat. If it's round, then the laser experiment proves the curvature of light over long distances.
Listen to what I am saying.
Wow.
From point
Do
A
you know
to
what
point
reification
B.
means?
Yeah, just let Master Chief go though, because he's got
Sorry.
a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick.
From point A to point B, what is the fastest travel?
Straight line.
Okay, there you go again. That's how a laser works.
Not when it's curving downward.
You gotta stop lying.
don't
It's not
stop,
curving.
stop,
It's a straight
stop,
line. You gotta
stop.
stop lying. This is why the religion
lying
is so
to yourself.
dangerous. Sorry to interrupt, Master Chief, and I'm a
It's all
hypocrite,
good.
but this is why it's a dangerous religion, because you have to
Okay,
lie.
so
to protect
I've actually already
I'm
asked
done.
to
I'm done.
disengage
You
on
guys
this
continue.
specific topic. Can we
Yeah,
just
I'm done.
go back to
I'm not gonna. Yeah, you've lied. That's too many lies for me. I'm out. Yep.
Okay.
Listen to me,
Right,
Paige. I'm
so-
trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
Can I just finish what
Listen,
I have in my
listen.
notes about what I was
No,
trying to
Paige,
say to
no
EXO?
more. No, I want you to listen. This is the time for you to listen. All I want is just yes or no from you. That's all I want.
What? What do you want me to say
Okay.
yes or no to?
Right. Just let me ask you a couple questions here. So from point A to point B, the fastest points, right, is a straight line. Since you like to use your imagination, I'm gonna give you something to imagine about. Okay? This is something that you can test for yourself. Okay? You open your eyes and you close your eyes. Do you or do you not see the image that you just last seen? Yes or no?
What image?
When you look straight ahead of you,
What about
you
it?
had just close your eyes. Do you or do you not see that image vaguely in your memory? Yes or no?
Yes. In my memory.
So exactly. See, that's how imaginary lines work. See, it paints an listen. It puts an image in your mind. Your eyes yeah, you're laughing because what I am telling you okay, is blowing your mind. That's how your eyes work. They have these imaginary lasers, okay, and it paints an image. This is how we can, and our brain processes these colors, which is why we are able to see these colors in our eyes. You want to talk about refraction? Now, look, you want to use your imagination? Put yourself in a raft. You're out in the ocean in a raft. There's no storm. Everything is calm, and you're looking out in the distance. What do you see?
The horizon and the ocean.
Right. But what do you see from left to right? What do you observe?
The ocean.
Right. So what does it look like?
Flat.
Ah. I think she's getting it, but Beavis.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm just going to cite what Cypher was previously saying.
No. We're not talking about him. I'm
That's
talking about
dangerous.
you. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm talking about you right now and what you see and what you think. 'Cause I'm telling you what you observe in your imagination and what you just saw was of what? A flat. Everything was flat. The ocean is flat. What you observe is flat.
So can you send me like a image of Paris from the coast of the United States?
Why? Why? Paige, why?
This would be possible on a flat Earth.
Why would you think that would be possible on a flat Earth, Paige?
It's flat. Like you wouldn't
So-
see nothing would be disturbed by curvature, and
So
like
Paige,
I've seen your P900 zooms into ships, so surely you should be able to provide a image of Paris from the continental United States.
Can you see a fly at 10 miles away?
No.
No. So why would you think you can see Paris from 1,000 miles away, 2,000 miles away? Why would you think that you can see it?
We can't see that far.
Paige, does light travel?
You can have a telescope.
So Paige,
No,
does
there's an
light travel?
atmosphere.
1 second. Does light travel infinitely through a medium?
It depends on the luminosity.
So that would be a no, right? Infinitely, no, right? It doesn't travel infinitely through a medium, right? So no. When you go down to the ocean, the bottom of the ocean, it's dark there because the light cannot reach you. The same applies to the atmosphere. So why would you think that the light would even reach your eye when you're standing on the shores of America, looking at Paris? Why would you even think that?
I mean, we have very powerful telescopes.
It's about the light traveling back, right? It doesn't travel indefinitely. The air holds particulates. It becomes opaque when there is enough distance, right? So there are multiple factors why you wouldn't see Paris from the United States. It would be too small, right? Light doesn't travel infinitely through a medium.
Right,
It's
like
pretty. So that is pretty. That would be the same on a globe, right? Light doesn't travel indefinitely through a medium, right?
This
shit shrinks. Shit shrinks when it gets too far away from you, right?
Yes.
Okay, so no, you cannot see Paris
Yeah, but
from
you can
the
have a
United States.
telescope and you can zoom in.
So then we go back to the light, right? It doesn't travel indefinitely through a medium, so the light doesn't reach your eye, and there is no telescope that can do this. None. So you're talking hypothetical. What if we built the greatest, biggest, most powerful? There is none. So
We we've been able to like take a telescope image of a black hole, which is it
No,
is so
that's
far
not a.
away, and
That's
it
not
actually. Wait,
So you're
wait.
you're
Let me finish. Let me
convoluting the
finish. Let me
atmosphere with
finish.
something you see in the sky, right? And there is no picture of a black hole. It's only data. There is no picture. They converted data into an orange glow for you to believe. There is no picture. It's only data. Radio telescopes.
Yes,
That's not
and they
taking a
receive.
picture. So that's not a picture, though, right? It's not something you take with a camera, right? So no, that it would not be the same as looking from America to Paris. Why can't you see this? Pun intended.
Right. You can still observe objects from very far distances.
That depends on the day, yes, of course. But you will
Yeah,
never
so
see Paris from America because it will be too small and the light couldn't reach your eye again. Why is it
right,
so difficult to understand?
Let's just give a bit of an easier example. Give me a bit.
So did you know that the world Guinness Book of Record long distance photograph is 274 miles away?
No, I did not.
Okay. So that would be pretty much if you take infrared cameras, people can see maybe from an airplane 1,000 miles, right? But there will come an end to what you can see because A, it will be too small for you to see. It is too far away. And B, the light doesn't travel indefinitely through the medium, right? The air will become opaque and obstructs your view.
Sure. I'm trying to find a good
Okay, so we have a concession that you will
No,
not
I'm
see.
just trying to find
So
the
No, he said no, he can't. Yep.
So no concession, right? It's just basic stuff, right? How your vision works. You're denying how your vision works, that you can see forever through a medium, and that shit doesn't get too small for you to see eventually. Is that what you're denying now?
Sure, I'm just going to provide you an
Sure.
example of something that's a
Going to
smaller
deny
distance that you could do on a
so
flat
you could
Earth.
so you deny that shit gets too small for you to see at a certain distance. Yes or
Not
no?
if you have a good enough telescope, and if it's not too far away.
Okay, but that is shifting the goalpost again then, right? You're saying, well, then pull it closer. Your first question was, give me an image from America to Paris.
Yeah, now I'm asking for an image from Taipei to Nagasaki.
So you never conceded that, right?
Sure, I'll concede that you can't take an image from the continental United States to Paris.
Okay, awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
But radar can. So radar works flat and it goes from Russia to the eastern seaboard of the United States over the entire Atlantic Ocean because it can look through air a lot better than eyes can, yeah.
Right, and it's from point A to point B.
Yeah, about 5,000 miles flat. Yep.
So the way that we know this works is because of 3 words: line of sight.
What a lot of snipers like to use.
Bye-bye refraction.
If I were a sniper, I'd like line of sight. How about you guys?
Me too.
Globe Earth Sniper.
We all know that when the bullet comes down is because the curvature of the Earth.
Well, you can never take a shot at anything at the horizon because it's actually just a mirage. So you'd be wasting ammunition, you know?
I don't know how snipers do it. I really don't. On this globe.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm just gonna check the air real quick to see why, the bullet like seems to go down because of the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
Maybe the gravity as well. It's the gravity, guys. Gravity pulls the bullet down.
If I can just address something that Ozzy was saying, you were talking about just get a better camera or a better telescope, and then you can zoom further. There's this little scientific principle called the Rayleigh criterion. The Rayleigh criterion is the known distance at which you can no longer resolve an image or light. And the Rayleigh criterion is based on the aperture size. The aperture is the hole that collects or receives the light. So the human eye has an aperture size of about 4 millimeters, which means at 2 to 3 miles, we can no longer resolve certain visual stimulation. When you take a bigger camera that can zoom, it has a larger aperture or a larger f-stop in the camera, which means I can open up the aperture, which means more light enters the camera, which means I can now see further. When that camera has now reached the end of its zoom, I can take a larger telescope, which has a larger aperture size, and I'll be able to see a little bit further based on the aperture size. But like Roger was saying, there is no aperture size that can see cross-continent, but we already do that with line-of-sight radar technology. All microwave transmissions are line of sight. All radar transmissions are line of sight. It has to bounce off the physical object and return back to the receiver for you to get that signal. So it's not that the object isn't there. You can send a signal from the eastern coast of the US all the way to Paris, but to resolve it, you don't have an aperture size large enough to be able to zoom in that distance. So there's very scientific answers as to why we see what we see, but there's normally a ball earth straw man where they say, if the earth is flat, show me this photo of Paris. You can't show me the photo of Paris, therefore the earth can't be flat. And that has nothing to do with aperture size or Rayleigh criterion or any of the things that actually restrict how far you can see something. So it shows you how disingenuous the question was in the first place.
Just out of curiosity, do you know the difference between how a pistol bullet travels and then how a sniper bullet travels? Do you know how much consideration you would have to put into the weather? And then also, like, because since they're trying to claim the spin of the earth, do you know how much, like, math or, like, you have to put into a lot of consideration of what's happening around you when you're firing a sniper rifle? Wind, you're trying to put this curvature. How far does the bullet travel from point A to point B? No, I'm not a sniper. I don't know these things, but I'm pretty sure these are things that would have to be put into consideration, right? Air travel. Have to put in consideration is to air travel for that bullet, right? To travel from point A, from leaving the barrel, to point B to hitting your target or hitting a target. Why does the bullet drop down? That goes to a certain amount of distance.
Air pressure.
But by asking bullet questions, you're going to invoke gravity. You're going to invoke all these other non sequiturs. It's a
right. That's what I'm trying to exactly point out. That's exactly what I'm trying to point out. Precisely.
I mean, yeah, gravity and air pressure.
Right, but gravity doesn't exist. This is what I'm trying to point out to you.
I mean,
but isn't that the same sort of skepticism that I was expressing before?
What?
Hold on.
Yeah, so gravity doesn't exist, Paige. I know you think that, but yeah, gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, cool. Neither does a gas pressure, and neither do lasers.
Paige, can you define gravity?
Sure, a force that attracts a force that attracts certain bodies with mass to other bodies with mass.
Right, so you believe in Newton's law of gravity then?
Yeah, you think you're describing Newtonian mass attracting mass?
Sure. Well, I mean,
Paige
in
doesn't know, but that's
Einsteinian,
exactly what she just quoted.
Yeah, I mean, sure, in like relativity, it would be the curvature of space-time.
There you go. Okay, so this is in
Yeah,
the same
see?
sentence you invoked two different types of your fantasy conception. One was Newtonian.
I'm just trying to help get down to what you believe
Hold on,
in.
Master.
Yeah, I mean, Newtonian physics is just a simplified version, I suppose. It's no longer supported by the scientific community.
Actually,
it's one or the other, kid.
The Newtonian has been debunked about 105 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, by Einstein.
It got replaced by Einstein. So it's no longer the gravity being a force or inert masses attracting masses. It is now the bending of space-time, which, again, they still don't have any scientific evidence for that either. Newton didn't, Einstein didn't have a hypothesis, and nobody else has. So it's still a fairy tale.
Like the idea of space-time, how many kilometers are there in a second? Or how many minutes are there in a mile? They're non sequitur. Precisely. How many kilometers are there in a second?
That would be non sequitur.
And how many hours are there in a mile?
The same thing, non sequitur.
They have no bearing or relation to one another. You would normally measure time again. You'd normally measure distance against time. So you traveled X amount of miles in so much time. So to call it a space-time fabric, that space and time are multiplied together, that now you can have hours in a mile and you can have miles in an hour, is a non sequitur fallacy, which is effectively it's the same thing as saying love and freedom. So can you bend love and freedom the way you can bend time, or that you can bend matter, or bend space, the space between matter? So this warping of space-time, they say, is caused by the uneven distribution of mass throughout that space-time continuum fabric that causes these gravity wells, which then pulls down like on a bed sheet. Where that bed sheet pulls down, that's why we have orbits. And that says nothing to why something would be attracted to something else the way in your mind it has to be for the gravity to hold everything down. And why does it have to hold everything down? Is because you can't have a low pressure vacuum next to a high pressure earth. Everything would instantly rush out to fill the available volume. So they say, no, gravity holds it down. And then that's why he asked you which type of gravity. You were probably assuming it's the Newtonian, which is over 100 years out of date. And if you were going to use the bending of space-time, how would the bending of space-time hold air down on the Earth so that it doesn't get sucked into a vacuum on all directions from the Earth? If there was a space-time fabric and the Earth was pulling that space fabric down, there would be a downward vector, but there wouldn't be sideways vectors. And there wouldn't be a top-down vector keeping the gas at the top of the Earth still down. It would only be the gravity affecting at the base. So there's a reason why we ask you these questions. This isn't some, what would you say, some erroneous or pointless exercise for us. We have discovered that the earth is flat. And if the earth was flat, would you want to know? Would you truly want to know the truth? Or would you
but
prefer...
I would hold your evidence to a certain standard, like the evidence that would be required to convince me.
Absolutely. And that would be a necessary requirement. Like, no
I'd
one's
also
asking
add
you
that
to
your
believe
evidence
them.
must be subject to the same skepticism with which you've approached every other claim.
Good point.
What you should show him is the black swan, bro. That's
But Paige, this is the point. This is the exact point that you must go into the skepticy and you must challenge the evidence. It's the only way to discover the truth. But like the previous guy said, you have to look at both sides of your coin. You're thinking the ball is right because it's familiar, because it's been indoctrinated into you since birth. So it just seems more logical. Whereas when you take the information at face value, so if you never knew that it was a sphere and we presented the stuff to you today, what would make you assume it had to be a rotating sphere in a vacuum from your daily experience of life? Where in your interaction of life would you think it's a spinning water sphere in this infinite vacuum?
But aren't we just back at the point that I made before? Like a rejection of like an employment of adequate skepticism to where we can't make an affirmative statement if we do that?
Cypher, when I checked you and we talked about the philosophical idea, that you're just going to take the side of it could be this way or it could be that way. And, you see how they're jumping on you because of that, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I was just frustrated before because I got muted because of it.
Yeah, you said that you believe that Superman could be real.
Yeah, you
Superman
said
is a
that.
possibility. That's why we're capable of conceiving of Superman. It's Cartesian.
That's just retarded. That's what makes you believe that people could actually be.
Well, no. See, you're not criticizing my argument. You're just ad homining me.
No. Cypher. Let me ask you this: if there was something that you physically experienced, like that you did on a daily basis, that would be impossible for you to do on a spinning ball, and that would be shown to you that it would be impossible, would you then stop believing in that?
Well, depends on what you mean by feeling. Like you're throwing so many loaded
terms. I'm talking about
at me.
feeling. Let me give you
experience.
That,
I muted you.
Like experience.
But we're talking to Paige at the moment. Can you please hold on?
Sorry. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we were talking to Paige. Flat or solar? You were going.
Yeah, sorry, I just got a call there. I don't know. Did Paige respond? It was about a minute that I was gone.
No, because Cypher decided to freaking butt in.
My ribs hurt so bad from laughing. Thank you, guys.
So it's really, what's amazing is that you've got to understand that if you're trusting someone else's opinion, it's a belief. If I trust what my pastor says, or my preacher, or whatever religion you're in, if you trust them, what they say, and you never question anything they say, that's a religion. When it comes to the ball earth, you've got these priests that stand up and tell you how it makes perfect sense in this ball, and they normally use very childish examples, because when you start getting into the details, that's when you find out that this model cannot work. So as long as they keep it very simple, very top line, the average dumbed down individual in the population accepts it without challenge. I don't feel motion, but it must be spinning. I don't see curvature, but it must be curved because he has a picture of a curved ball from space.
They believe that there's actually people walking antipodal.
So people are actually walking upside down in Australia. So if you've ever flown from Australia to anywhere in the north, did you notice where the airplane turned 180 degrees from being upside down to being normal-sided? Or did you just fly flat?
No, it changes over time. It's very gradual.
Okay, so visualize this. Take a ball.
Our senses are fallible.
Take a ball in your head and put the airplane upside down on the bottom of the ball.
No, you wouldn't.
Now,
You
keep that aeroplane.
no. The
not
reason why
twisting
you
or
would
flying.
feel upside down if you were in the position of that ball is because you're being attracted to the Earth at much greater force than the tiny ball you're holding in your hand.
Attracted by what? We just discussed this gravity. We just discussed so we
That is
discussed the Newtonian
very-
versus bending of
Right.
space-time.
This
You've
is
now
a
claimed
very
people are on the bottom because they're being attracted to the center, which is the outdated version.
Hey, Solar, could I give an example that complements what you were just saying? Okay, so if you're flying, right, now you realize that when you were flying in a plane, you can fly against the spin of the Earth or with the spin of the Earth. You realize that, right? Paige?
Could you repeat it? I really wasn't listening because I'm
when you
quite
take off-
annoyed by being interrupted and being
Oh,
dog-piled.
well, I'm sorry. I just wanted to give you an example. This is a real practical one.
Yeah, I
I'm not trying to deal with gotcha. It's just a practical example. This is what I meant by, a direct experience that if it were impossible to, then you might start rethinking of, if it's actually a spinning ball. We've all flown in planes and we all know what it looks like out the window when you're landing, right? That you don't see the Earth moving below you when you're landing. Now, that may seem okay with your ball model, just assuming, but then when you realize that the plane can either land with the spin of the Earth or against the spin of the Earth, because if you look up, does the plane fly against the spin of the Earth? They'll tell you yes, and then they'll give you these answers that just don't add up and can't add up, because it would make a difference if you're landing on a runway that's north-northeast with the spin of the Earth or south-southwest against the spin of the Earth. There would be a difference in how you would land that plane, just by sheer common sense. If you're landing against the spin of the Earth, you would have to time it differently because it's spinning in one direction, but the plane goes in every which way. Now, let's say conservation of momentum, as if that just like takes care of it. Like it's just like being inside a plane and there's no difference. No, you're talking about a spinning ball in one direction and then flying against it or with it would make a big difference in how you would have to time landing that plane. But none of us ever see the spin of the Earth below us, and we would have to if what they're telling us is true.
At least in one of those directions, like you say, either against or with.
Separate. Yeah.
So to visualize
It
a
wouldn't be the
page, think about trying to land your drone on a treadmill.
A treadmill, like a ball that has different latitudes, that have different varying speeds of the ball, because depending on where you are on the ball Earth, it would be a different speed. You know that, right? As the circles get smaller, they're saying now it's 700 miles an hour you're spinning. No, it's 500. Now it's 400. And then if you were at the North Pole, supposedly you wouldn't feel it at all. You wouldn't have any spin, right? So this is what we're supposed to believe. Then you're talking about a plane that's going 200 miles per hour against that spin, and then having to figure out the latitude that it's at and the speed that the runway is spinning towards it. But none of that ever happens. All flight simulators assume a stationary plane. So would you think that they would train pilots on a simulator that has a stationary plane, where they can land the plane and it doesn't make any difference because it's a stationary plane, and then put them up in an airplane where they have to deal with a spinning ball? Does that make any sense, just on a practical level?
Yeah, because it's not a perfect tool. It's just the best tool applicable.
The simulator?
The simulator, yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is it's not the best tool. If there was a spinning ball, they would simulate a spinning ball to train the pilots on so that they don't crash the plane.
Well, hang on. Why is the spinning ball
would be
relative
very
to the
different.
normative behavior of the pilot?
Because why fly a plane on a go?
No, hold on.
Why practice flying a plane on something?
That's
Hey,
that's
real
equivalent. That's equivalent to
just
saying
finish
I'm going to go be a race car driver that travels at 300
That's
miles
already
per
been
hour,
perspective.
and instead I'm going to rather just ride a bicycle that goes at 15 miles an hour because it's the closest equivalent to practicing at driving 300 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's non-equivalent. You can't compare those two
It would be a
examples.
completely different situation. You'd have to time it so that you're landing on a runway that's not in front of you yet. and then you
You would
have
have
to
to
like
dip your
time the
nose down
plane.
constantly.
No, that right there is an argument that we try to stay away from now, because they don't actually have to dip their nose down. And the reason they don't is because it's a stationary plane, yes. But even if it was a ball, that it doesn't matter. The better argument is can you explain how, if the ball is spinning in one direction and the plane is going at various speeds in various directions, how it would treat every one way the same? Can you answer that? And if you can't, you might consider why it's so ridiculous.
Well, what about if I just say that the plane is also subject to that spin? And the plane's momentum is just augmenting that spin.
So then you're claiming conservation.
You can say that, but then you're talking about the plane going in the opposite direction of the spin or with the spin. And you're saying that there'd be no difference?
And as soon as that plane took off with the spin and then turned north, it would now no longer be carrying that eastward trajectory.
Because, no, we're talking about just a modification on momentum.
No, so your example only applies if moving east or west, and you're either conserving that momentum.
You're assuming that we experience absurdly high winds at the rate of the Earth's spin, aren't you? Because you're saying that the second you're off the surface of the Earth, you are subject to the spin of the Earth. So if that's true, then why when I jump, I don't go flying the fuck out of the way?
So this is your model, dude. It's called the Coriolis effect. It's called. So let me finish my sentence. It's called the Coriolis effect. It's called the Coriolis effect when you leave the surface of the Earth and it apparently deviates the things that are above it because they are no longer attached to that spinning reference frame. That's
does that
your
use
model.
Newtonian, or does that use the other bloke's physics? Einstein's.
What?
It's got nothing to do with gravity.
I'm talking about gravity.
Yeah, but it's to do with physics, you know.
So your non sequitur.
If that's disproven.
All right, just stop talking for a second and just try and concentrate for the next 20 seconds. An aeroplane's max. Okay. An aeroplane's max cruising altitude, let's call it 500 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The aeroplane just takes off the Earth, which means it's moving at 1,000 miles per hour eastward, where its maximum speed the aeroplane can travel is 500. It's half that. It takes off eastward. So in your mind, yes, it's conserving that energy. The moment the aeroplane banks towards the north, it would now be traveling northward at, call it 300-400 miles an hour. But in your mind, it's traveling still eastward. So the aeroplane is now traveling sideways at double the speed that it's designed to travel, while traveling northward at the speed it's designed to travel. And that eastward vector is never demonstrated in the real world. But just in your imagination, you think planes can fly laterally, so side on, at double their rated cruising altitude because it conserved some imaginary momentum that is not detectable on the Earth. The Earth is stationary. You assume it's spinning, and then once you're in the air, you just kept the spinning rotation, and then I can always just cross out both sides of my equation. I started with 1,000, and I can cross out that 1,000. So I can work with it practically like it's zero.
But the tools you're using to measure also assume that it's spinning.
What? No, it doesn't. The tools you're using don't assume it's spinning. All the manuals for pilots, in the manuals, we'll show you the manuals. It says, assume the Earth is a stationary plane.
Yeah, that's a normative claim, not a physiological one. That's saying what you should do in practice, not what is actually true. It's not a truth statement; it's a behavioral statement.
Why would a manual tell you to do something in practice that you don't actually do when you're flying a plane?
Because if
the manual is the real world
outcome,
application.
No. Because this is the distinction between metaphysics and ontology and
We're not
normative
talking metaphysics. We're talking physics.
It's the same distinction. No, it's the same distinction because there is a difference between what one ought to do and what is true.
No, dude, you talking about crashing a plane when you land
It's a
or
false
not
equivalency.
crashing a plane.
So
not.
this is why you're stuck in your
It's not at
brain, is
all.
that you're thinking
You
of it
can't get out of it.
philosophically. You're
Yeah,
thinking
it's
of
not
this
a philosophical.
philosophically.
It's a practical
This
demonstration of something that's impossible.
this is an
No,
object.
you're
and this
citing
object can be
an
demonstrated.
airplane operations manual, which is a normative document, as some sort of objective scientific statement of
No,
truth.
I'm not. I'm saying.
Every
do you think
manual.
I'm asking you. Would it make sense for them to train the pilots on a simulator?
Yes, it would.
That is nothing. That is nothing like they would actually be when they get in the plane.
Yes.
Why would they do that?
Because if the behaviors that they learn in that manner are the most effective, irrespective of any truth statements, then they are ethically obligated to train them in that way. Why would it not be? Why would it not be?
You're obviously just taking the position.
No, because you're breaking Hume's law. You're breaking Hume's law.
Cypher, then it wouldn't be a simulation, would it?
No, that's precisely what it is. They're simulating a specific set of circumstances.
Simulation.
It's just a low fidelity simulation.
Do you understand that would be
what? No. What is fidelity?
That would
What
be
is fidelity?
dangerous. Dude, we're not
No,
talking
because there is a
philosophical.
difference.
We're talking about practical reasons that they would do one thing or another, and you can't honestly.
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about reason. We're talking about logic.
Intellectually honest enough, right? You
Point
can't be
out
intellectually
the
honest enough to
fallacy.
say that on a
No,
on a
point out the
surface level, that
fallacy.
doesn't make any sense. The fallacy.
I'm not
is that
operating
you're
on a
saying
surface
that
level because I'm thinking about the
you're
logic
saying
that goes
the
into the decision
You're
making.
saying that the flight simulator being
Dude, you're just
different, a completely different situation than being on a spinning ball when you're up in the air is the closest that you could possibly get to that simulation.
Yes, that is
And
what
it's
I'm
a
saying. Now
philosophical-
criticize my
that it's
position,
a-
please.
That it's a philosophical question. It's not a philosophical question. I'm asking you to be practical, and you can't do that.
Why is it? What is the distinction between philosophy and pragmatism?
Oh, dude, you're just ridiculous. You're just
No,
trying.
no,
really
I'm
have
not.
to ask that.
You have diarrhea
really have
of
to
the
ask
mouth right now.
No. If you think that, then you don't understand philosophy.
Oh, dude, I understand
Whoa,
exactly
you don't
what
understand
you're trying to
philosophy,
do.
obviously.
No, because
You thinking
when we
everything
train
can
people-
be
when we
described in the
train
realm
people-
of philosophy, and that's not what the real world. The real world, physics, natural science, is the real world. You can apply
what was natural
philosophical
science called?
understanding.
What was natural science
to
called
that.
before it was called natural science?
Physical science.
No, it was called natural philosophy.
But you can't. You're talking about practical, real world
Does-
situations.
Yeah, and that uses logic.
It's not philosophical, dude.
Yes, it is, because philosophy uses logic. Philosophy is what gives us logic as a tool to navigate the world. And you were rejecting
gives
that.
us fallacy.
You're humoring
Gives fallacy.
yourself and your friend, right? I know that you came in. You said you wanted your friend to hear you argue from the ontological perspective.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
understand that.
but-
right? But you understand that when you're not being intellectually honest enough to at least answer
No.
a practical question, which is
Let him finish.
Would you train somebody on something that would not be the situation they're in when they're taking the lives of other people into their hands? And you
I said
can't
yes.
intellectually honest. You would train them on something that would make them crash
Yes.
when they actually get in a real world
No.
situation.
See,
Because
that's
it's a
your assumption.
philosophical.
That's your assumption. No. On the
No,
basis
well,
that it is.
My assumption is that it
Then
would be a
listen to what
totally
I'm
different
saying.
situation they wouldn't be prepared for, and you can't even say yes.
Exactly.
That wouldn't make
Right.
sense for them.
No,
to
you're
not
assuming.
prepare them properly, right? You don't think
You're
it would
making
make
logical
sense to-
leaps.
No, I'm saying, can you understand that it makes sense to train them on something that is exactly what they would be experiencing, rather than something that's completely different? And you can't even say, "Oh, yeah, that would make more sense."
Because it doesn't, because it's a normative statement. It's saying what we ought to do. And if the truth value of the scientific claim has nothing to do with the most effective method of training someone, then why would you include it? Why not just do what makes people the safest? And you're equivocating those two things.
No, a simulation that actually matches the real world situation would be the safest. That's the practical answer I was looking for.
Only someone who's playing with this philosophical infinitism, that it could be anything. I could just think of it this way, or I could make it this way, or I can adjust it in any which way.
Can you engage with what I'm saying, please?
He said you would train them to be the safest. So he answered our question without even having us to ask now. You say, yeah.
No, so like think about this from like a business
you're
perspective.
making another assumption.
So from a business perspective, I'm expecting customers to call in and be angry. All right, so then listen. If I'm expecting customers to call in and be angry, the best way to train them would be to use a customer who's happy at my service. And the happy customer can speak to my consultant, because the more they speak to the happy consultant, because that's easier. You know, I don't want to make it complicated for them philosophically. You know, I don't want to. I just want to do a normative study. I'm just going to do a normative study. I'm going to use a happy customer to train all my staff as to how to deal with a sad customer. That's the illogical break in philosophical logic that you're actually making here. You are doing the opposite of reason and logic by assuming anyone would simulate a non-real example. What would be the purpose of simulating a non-real situation? Okay, so if I have to save 10 people's lives, let's go practice only saving one. It wouldn't be the simulation. A simulation has to be the most accurate representation of whatever it is that you're going to encounter. That is why you're engaging in simulation. So
is there no variability in the fidelity of
simulations? NASA claims their simulators are the most accurate
of simulations.
NASA claims their simulations are the most accurate simulations. Why would you want an inaccurate simulation?
If it's more effective for training
You're
purposes.
illogical. That's retarded. I want an inaccurate simulation because then I'll become more efficient at the inaccurate simulation.
I thought you were talking from a business perspective here, where efficiency and profit motive is the ultimate ideal.
All right. So would you train your staff to handle unhappy customers by giving them a happy customer?
Way possible. Yes.
Would you use the opposite example?
It's what you're saying is not analogous, and you cannot demonstrate how it is analogous.
It is analogous.
This guy is just here to. He's not here because he's not interested in the subject.
Yeah.
He's got no logic, and he's throwing out words that he thinks are big.
This is just ad homs. You're not engaging with what I'm saying. This is just ad homs.
No, he's like,
you're not making sense to engage with.
And take the ontological position and make these guys kick me out. That's basically it. Even message me
because I could put this in. That is not what I said.
Not important. You said it's not important to me.
It doesn't affect my normative behavior. I said it doesn't affect my normative behavior. Yeah, that's what I said.
That beforehand. So you came in not deciding.
And that was what I said in verification as well, because as I said, I'm a phenomenologist, but no one here knows what that means. So instead, you just accused me of being irrational and in bad faith.
No.
When instead, you presuppose your conclusion.
You're not even letting me talk. I'm saying you're admitting that you came in that without any openness to learning anything new or accepting anything new. You just came to argue.
That's not what I said.
And you've demonstrated it. You've demonstrated your illogical positioning.
You're not open to learning anything new. It's not important.
No, you've proved nothing. That's the problem. No, you proved nothing. That's the problem.
I did. I proved it.
Give me the syllogism then. Give me a syllogism.
The fact that you can't even intellectually answer.
Syllogize it for me.
The planes.
Hold me accountable and syllogize.
I'm not going to play your games, dude. I'm not here. I'm not playing.
You're a coward and can't engage with a degree of intellectual honesty.
Now you're on the ad homs.
Wow. I can't believe.
I'm sorry that after a couple of hours I've descended into your ring of chaos, okay?
Well, you're just using disjunctive syllogisms.
Your claims.
Yes, listen.
How I'm being bad faith or
we're not here to humor you. We're not here to humor.
And you're using disjunctive syllogisms to make absolutely erroneous points that wants to bring it back to the metaphysical the entire time on a topic that's physical in the natural world. Disjunctive syllogism. You are being illogical, irrational, and arguing for the sake of arguing.
Demonstrate it. Which one of my premises is incorrect?
We have been.
No, you haven't.
The audience that's listening to you.
Real quick.
That's an appeal to the audience.
By the way,
I don't care about
hey, calm down for a sec. Cypher, you never sent me the name of that guy, that book that you were talking about that you said.
Oh, sorry, I think it's sent to the wrong person. It's Karl Popper, The Logic of Scientific Discovery. I'll type it for you now.
P-A-P? Okay.
P-O-P-P-E-R.
So in every other real world application, you try and train someone for the most accurate simulation of what they might encounter. If you're going to train nurses or medical staff,
no reason to argue
you would train them always on what they're going to anticipate. It's the reason you cut up fucking cadavers is to work on a human being, not to work on the plastic doll that makes it most logically and it's like just slightly less accurate than a simulation. And hey, this doll doesn't really die if I cut through its aorta, and I can do all these. And then the more I train on the doll, the more accurate I become at working on a human. Or do nurses and doctors actually train on physical fucking bodies?
Like,
do they train on physical fucking bodies? Because it's the most accurate simulation for what you're going to fucking do.
All I've said is
Don't let
that
him
you
get
train
you,
for the
Solar.
best
He's
normative
here
outcome.
just to entertain his friends.
No, dude, that's just an ad hominem, and you're not engaging with what I'm saying. I'm saying that you train someone for the best normative outcomes, and that why would you not train them for the best normative outcomes? Typically, in most situations, yeah, probably a highest fidelity.
A normative outcome would be training them in a normal environmental simulation. If you're going to go into a war environment, you train them for war, not for fucking peace.
Why do we require pilots to take flight hours with a co-pilot who can guide them and correct their mistakes if this simulation is so perfect?
Dude, the fact that the simulators use a stationary plane proves that they must be in a situation like that when they're in the air, because they don't change anything when they get in the air. They do nothing different.
No, that's just saying that that's the best outcome of normative behavior. It's not a scientific statement.
There's nothing to do with
it's not an empirical claim.
Has nothing to do with that. If it were a different situation,
does it use logic
differently?
Does it use logic? Are we using logic right now?
Then you're just being ridiculous. You're saying that doesn't use logic to train somebody on the situation.
No. I'm asking you. Because you keep being like we're not using philosophy. If you're using logic, you're doing philosophy.
You think you're being smart, but you're not, dude.
No. I just understand.
You keep using the word normative wrong.
Yourself. Yeah, you do.
You keep using the word normative wrong.
You're trying to impress your friends, but you're not impressing us, dude.
Normative is relating to or deriving from a standard or a norm. Normative means the norm. Normal means what you anticipate.
I'm using a different definition. I'm using a prescriptive.
Oh no, you're using your own. You're using your own to try and make normative sound like an important word, so that what you said actually made sense. Meanwhile, you're being illogical, replacing the same bullshit every single time.
Cypher.
They talk through me. Why can't I talk back?
Come on, let's just try to have a civil conversation. We're very excited. I can tell.
He came to fight, and that's why he's bringing out the fight in me.
Yeah, and that's fine. I know I'm not a mod, but it's like it's really hard to listen to.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be a mod either. I'm just like it's very
really annoying, dude.
No, mate, they're just jumping down my throat, throwing ad homs.
And you're doing it to me now.
Cypher, he's talking to you, dude. You're being
not even finished. I'm not even finished my statement, man. And you're very excited. I get that you're against the whole room here, but yeah, just try to at least let each other finish, each other's sentences.
All right,
it's very hard.
Hey, Globus, could I outline what I would like them to demonstrate, and then could you please hold them to account?
You're not even interested in this topic, dude. You don't have a right to ask us anything. You're not interested in this.
Globus, why should I engage responsibility with you?
You're just here to pose a philosophical frustration. That's all you're doing.
I know. I just came here, but
not an ad hom. That's a direct assessment of what you're doing.
Yes,
I was posing a philosophical question.
If you're really not interested in this, we're not going to waste our time with you, dude.
Is he not? Are you truly not interested? Is that true?
No. I'm happy to. No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
It's not going to affect your normal behavior.
Yeah.
He's here to win at all costs. He'll sabotage the boat. He'll sink the boat. He'll do whatever he needs just to make sure that our points don't land. Can you hear that I'm busy talking, Cypher? Can you hear that I'm mid-sentence? Can you hear that I'm mid-sentence? Do you have this kind of manners generally in your life?
Okay.
No, it's normative. No, this is normative. Your behavior is normative. This is what we expect from a moron who's got no logical ability. So, no, proven. So exactly like we've been saying to you this entire time, that you won't listen to, because your point is I must argue regardless what anyone says.
No.
So you've gone back on some of the points that you raised, and then you drive forward saying this can be described philosophically and metaphysically when we're describing the physical nature of the realm we live in. This is a physical, natural sciences question. And yes, the philosophical questions can always come later. But for now, we're talking on the really is level. And if this really is a flat stationary plane, that is how they would make simulators. And if it really was a spinning sphere, that's how they would make simulators. It's not that impossible to program a moving surface into a video simulator. So any assertion you make that they've removed that just for the sake of keeping it simple for these stupid pilots who wouldn't know how to do the mathematical calculation if their runway was moving. If you look at aircraft carriers where the runway is moving, even just by 5 knots or 10 knots, they have to take 15 more equations into consideration and sometimes even avoid the land, reaccelerate, and have to take a second attempt at it because the runway moved, and that's at 5 knots. That's not at 1,000 miles per hour. So if you're training an aircraft carrier pilot to land on a moving runway, would you go train him on a stationary runway? Or would you train him on a real world moving runway?
That's the point. Could I suggest either mute Cypher or Cypher? If you could let Paige answer this question real quick. We were talking to her as well.
We weren't muting
Paige,
people.
what do you think of this scenario? Does it make sense that you would train somebody on a stationary plane situation and then put them in the air where they would have to deal with different speeds of the
question's
spinning
irrelevant.
ball?
It's about behavioral outcomes.
Hey, Cypher,
It's not irrelevant.
You're not answering, dude. You're done, dude. You're not interested in this, okay?
Yeah, because you're making assumptions and they're bad faith questions that are loaded. You're making the question.
Is a moving runway.
Yep, here we go. Yep, back to the cowardice.
No, it's not about being cowardice, dude.
Your
You're interrupting.
demonstration
No,
you
because
can't
you
wait for
can't
your
demonstrate.
turn.
We're trying to get an
Because
answer
I've
from Cypher.
I have outlined your assumption and you don't engage with it.
Dude, you were not even intellectually honest enough to answer the question, dude. You're talking about a philosophical situation, not a process.
I have answered your question countless times. You're just refusing to hear me.
No, you're refusing to understand it. You're just trying to argue, and you're not interested.
No,
in
because it's because I'm not
And then
giving you
you
the answer
say,
you want.
because you can't
you presume your
understand it,
conclusion.
and I use an analogy.
No, not at all. Presuming a
You
conclusion
then
that
say-
you would actually want to train somebody properly.
Hey, look, you two are talking over each other now. Were you raised to do that? Do you guys do that normally? Come on,
He's here to
boys.
troll, dude. He needs to be muted because he's not here to learn.
Is there a mod in here?
Yeah. Done.
Thanks, Rog.
This is what
Paige,
loaders need to do, right? This is what they need to do to hold up their position.
And if you go into Gamma, Gamma server, you're muted in the first second that you display half the behavior that Cypher just displayed. We at least tried for at least, been about 30 minutes now to actually try and have a back and forth discussion with the guy. And he's only demonstrated that he's here to ruffle feathers and that he's not actually here to listen. When we were describing the moving runway surface from the beginning of the conversation, and then I bring up an aircraft carrier moving runway example, he says the example has no bearing on what we're discussing. I couldn't think of a more accurate. Yeah, I couldn't think of a more accurate way. So, Paige, what is your? Would you train someone who has to land on an aircraft carrier on a moving runway? Would you train them, say, in a helicopter on a static landing pad on the Earth, just because it's going to be simpler than actually making them practice the real world simulation?
I would train them to assume that it's flat, not because it is flat, but because I don't think that this equation is exactly necessary, because the role of the Earth's spin on how we perceive it and all of that, and like the sensory sensations, it is primarily acceleration influenced by the size of the Earth. I don't think that the Earth spins the same role.
This has nothing to do with feeling the spin of the Earth, you realize. We're talking about that flight simulators use a stationary Earth. Now, if you were using that to train a pilot, and then he went up in the air and he's flying either with the spin of the Earth or against the spin of the Earth, it would be a completely different situation. So does it make sense that they would train them on a flight simulator that assumes a stationary Earth and then put them in the air with a totally different situation? Does that make any sense to you?
Could you repeat what you said?
I'm saying that if the flight simulator was a spinning ball simulator, and it was actually training them how to fly over a spinning ball rather than a stationary Earth, wouldn't that make more sense?
Not necessarily, because the size of the Earth is playing a significant role
All
in it.
right. So
It has nothing to do with the size of the
aircraft.
Earth. Wait, hold on. It has
Bring
nothing
it
to do
back
with
to
the
the
size of the
aircraft
Earth.
carrier.
Paige, get on the same page, right? Please, Paige, on the same page here. We're talking
Just on
about
an aircraft carrier.
a stationary Earth is a totally different situation than a spinning ball Earth, correct?
No, I mean, wait, I'm really having a lot of trouble paying
Just
attention.
work through the logic of this. If you're flying in a plane, you can fly against the spin of the Earth or with the spin of the Earth. Yes? You understand the question?
No, I kind of need to go to the toilet. I'm having trouble focusing.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, can I go to the bathroom?
Go ahead, do what you need to do.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, you may leave. You've got 2 minutes. I want you back here.
Is she for
no,
real?
but so once again, a demonstration of avoid the question that's been asked. So would an aircraft carrier, so forget the stationary Earth or spinning Earth, that is the part that they can't even entertain the idea to answer the question honestly.
That's why I like this example, because it doesn't give them a chance to like, say, oh, well, because of gravity. There's no one word answer they can get out of it. This one, they've all been in a plane. They've all landed on a plane. We all have had that personal experience. And if they actually have to go through the logic of it, they can't get out of it. This just ends the conversation, in my opinion.
But this is also why the aircraft carrier has to line up in a very specific way when the airplanes are returning. The airplane has to land with the motion of the vessel. An airplane will not land against the motion of the vessel because it's going to go off the back of the fucking runway.
Right.
So
it's
there's
real world practical demonstrations.
There's things that you have to take into consideration when landing on a moving target, and they would never come in easterly or westerly, or like from the side, should I say. The ship is going to be going forward, and the airplane will land in that same alignment. It won't try and take a 45-degree and land on the runway from one of the extremity sides. It will always position itself behind the vessel, and then it will come in for landing. If anything changes, a wind gust, anything, they will reaccelerate and do the landing again, because of having to deal with these other vectors which are now in play. Now, the people who land on an ocean carrier are trained for several years as a co-pilot before they're ever allowed to pilot the vessel. So this process of just landing on a boat that might be moving at 5 miles can take 3 or 4 extra years because it's a moving runway. So this is why I asked her the question, if you're going to land on a moving runway like the vessel, would you need to train on that vessel to be able to land that way? Yes or no?
Well, it depends on if you're a normative or not.
No, if I say normative 5 times, then that means that there's no objective truth.
Right.
It's just I can play in the metaphysical space forever, for eternity.
Or just call insults ad-homs, right?
Yeah, exactly. Call a review of his behavior an ad hom, right?
Like when you're talking in class and your teacher tells you to stop talking, you stand up, you say ad hominem fallacy.
And he thinks it makes him sound smart, which is the interesting part about it. And he is probably pretty smart, which is the sad part about it, because he's just here to argue from that philosophical standpoint that he decided to from the start.
I consider smart the ability. I consider smart the ability to accept new information. I think that he's an adequate parrot. I think it was demonstrated already.
There's a difference between being smart and being intelligent.
he was parroting stuff and using the wrong words and using the wrong definitions of words, but he's heard someone else use those words. So he's repeating them because he thought they sounded smart when they used those words. And then when he throws out these word combinations, he assumes he's won the point because everyone in the room must think he's smart, not addressing the point of the matter, which everyone in the room is actually trying to hear. It's gamesmanship.
I sent him a list of links. He won't look at any of them, so it's just a waste of time.
Yeah.
Too bad, because it's the most interesting thing you could ever find out. Beyond any philosophical book he'll ever read, this is the most interesting thing he could actually look into, and he doesn't even realize it.
This kicks every other philosophical narrative that's ever been generated by any human mind.
Yeah.
This is the pinnacle. And it's like you say, it's sad when you see someone who's so drawn to philosophy that doesn't understand.
Well, there'd be so much to find out too. The psychology that they've studied, you know, when they devised this whole thing, they knew exactly what they were doing, and the cognitive dissonance included, and everything else that we're seeing firsthand. You know, all of these psychological effects that the ball Earth model delusion has had on people. You know, it's a go-to answer that they're supposed to have memorized rather than something they're supposed to explore and figure out on their own.
And like, honestly, give me a second example where a simulation doesn't need to be accurate, and that there's still validity to simulating that.
Right. It depends on how you look at it.
Like if I'm going to build a square home, I'm going to go simulate building a round home and see all the load forces of a round home, because then when I build my square home, it's going to be the same? No, it's not. If I'm going to go simulate power, like high voltage infrastructure systems for utility grade power infrastructure, if I'm going to be sending like 50,000 volts across a network, I'm not going to go measure 20,000 volts and assume it's going to be okay when I send 50,000 through it. You have to measure at the really is level. And if there's any simulation software like solar software or utility scale software, it works out the losses in every cable accurately, not to a normative, unrelated, irrelevant topic. It's like NASA training in a swimming pool to go up into space. The swimming pool has inward pressure and space would be outward pressure. In the low pressure,
you wouldn't do that.
It's the opposite of what you're simulating. So like, I'm going to be a car driver. I'm going to go be a race car driver. So let me go simulate bicycle BMXing. So the more BMXing I do, the better race car driver I'm going to become. No, the race car drivers spend 6 to 8 hours in a simulator, which are touted as being some of the most accurate simulators that literally give feedback back to the steering wheel, so that the racer actually forgets that he's in a simulator and starts to believe that it's real. And then when that bad scenario happens on the racetrack at 320 kilometers an hour, he's already dealt with those type of scenarios through his simulation to be able to deal with what is occurring in the real world, not to some philosophical normative level of some irrelevant scenario.
Yeah, he was just when I talked to him in check-in, he was saying that he wanted to demonstrate to his friend, arguing from this philosophical position. So it was just his entertainment, his friend's entertainment.
Yeah, that was demonstrated.
Yeah.
But like, where can you think of one other simulation example that you wouldn't need to be accurate for?
Exactly. Yeah. And I was thinking like if you were playing tennis, like, you know, they have the clay courts and the regular courts. Like if you're going to play on a clay court, you'd want to train on that to have any chance, you know. But that's like that's actually at least a little bit similar, where you could maybe, you know, get a game out still if you were on a clay court all of a sudden. But this is a situation where people will die if you're not trained properly. So it's just a practical, real world way of pinning it down for people. Like, okay, I'm on a plane. Now maybe next time I go on a plane, I'll see that the Earth isn't spinning separately from me, but the globe model requires that. There you go. Debunked firsthand.
Yeah, like that clay example, the ball will bounce differently.
Completely.
On grass or clay, there'll be all kinds of different vectors. The thickness of the stripe, how much clay is being carried on the ball will also slow the ball down during the course of a rally. There's so many real world things that if you were going to be playing on clay, you would go and practice on clay. If you're going to be playing on grass, you would go practice on grass. It's
right. It's like playing. It's a more extreme example to say than you'd try to play on a game on a sand, compared to a pavement. It would be impossible. You would never be able to play on the sand. That's the kind of situation we're talking about.
Or say we're going to go play like Roland Garros. It's the clay championship for the world. We're going to go play on this, world famous court. So let me go practice on my beach. And then you go practice your tennis on your beach because there's no bearing to what you're actually going to encounter. So therefore, I'm going to get a lot of practice.
Yeah.
I like how you said, can an airplane fly with the spin of the Earth and also against the spin of the Earth?
Yeah, again, they'll tell you it does. They'll tell you it does, but none of the explanations add up. I mean, I've Wikipedia, I've copy-pasted so many pages of people trying to explain how it's possible to land on a spinning ball. And they're either completely just delusional that it wouldn't make any difference, or they're trying to say, oh, yeah, it does matter, but it doesn't matter. And it's just complete double talk. Wikipedia's answers, I mean, it's just ridiculous. So you would have to fly against the spin, and therefore you'd be traveling this way. And like they're giving you the contradictions right there when you Google it.
The Globers like to use the example of I'm in the back. You're in the back of a truck that's moving, and you can fly freely back and forth in the truck.
Or you can toss a ball
and that's
on a
the
train.
same as the spinning ball somehow.
Yeah, they give you a situation where you're in the same reference frame and try to act like it's the same thing, but it's not. It's totally separate reference frame once you're spinning.
The back of the truck is not spinning, right?
Yeah, and it's not a ball, and it's not different latitudes, and it's not that you're flying above
ball.
it. Yeah, it'd be like trying to throw a ball to somebody on a separate train that's crossing you at every which angle, and it would be the same no matter which angle the other train's coming at. You would just toss the ball the same.
Well, they're putting it in the back of the closed truck.
I'll be back later, guys. Cheers, man.
Take care, Solar. Good job. Yeah.
Is Paige back? Paige, are you back?
I got to go too soon. But yeah, it's one of those things I think that ends the discussion. Like with other examples, they can say, "Oh, refraction," like the one-word answer, and then they can just believe it because maybe refraction is actually causing the illusion that the horizon's that far away or whatever, and they can just be set on that and go with it. But this one, they actually have to apply the logic that says, no, okay, you're right. So if the runway's in every direction, then it would be treated differently because you're either with the spin or against the spin, and you would have a totally different scenario that you're landing the plane on. And they get it. And if they're intellectually honest enough, they can't not get it. I'm still waiting for Platypus
Paige is
to
eating.
give me an answer on that one, by the way.
Yeah. Who was his friend? New perspective. Who was his friend?
Who? Paige? Or you mean
No,
Cypher?
The philosophy dude.
Cypher? I don't know if his friend was in here. I think he's just in the same room with him or something. Maybe.
That was exhausting, man.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I brought the situation up to Matthew Learns, and and then QE jumped in, and I was saying, Matthew, can you give me the calculations that would be different for a northwest runway compared to a southeast runway? And QE's just like, that's not fair. You can't ask him that. Like, it was an unfair question for something that people would have to do on a daily basis if you're a pilot.
Why is it unfair?
You know, because the calculations are impossible. You'd have to figure out the latitude that you're at and the speed of the Earth compared to the speed of the plane, and then figure out that, you know, the timing on it. The reason it's impossible because it never happens. There'd be no way to calculate that, especially in real time when you're in the plane and you're like, okay, now I'm going 200 miles an hour and the Earth's spinning this fast, and so then if I'm coming in at this angle, I'd have to speed up to this. It would be impossible. There should be a flight simulator that actually uses a spinning ball. And you get unlimited lives, but you just die every time because you cannot land a plane on a spinning ball ever. You know, you have to have Dyson ball wheels. It just wouldn't work. So that's the reason that the simulators assume a stationary plane. This ends the discussion for anybody that's intellectually honest. There's no choice about seeing it one way or another. You either can land the plane or you can't.
Well, that was heaps of fun.
That guy was annoying. I knew he was going to be too. I was trying to warn him. I said, if you go in with the philosophical idea that you're just taking this objective position that you can argue both sides and then you're gonna like think that you're gonna not have people jump all over you or get annoyed. Just warning you.
Yeah, but
it's not gonna work here.
He wasn't arguing both sides, though.
Yeah, but he said he wasn't claiming anything. He wasn't claiming ball and he wasn't claiming flat, so he could take that position. That was his strategy.
Yeah, but he wasn't, though. He wasn't. He was arguing for the globe, right?
Yeah, he was trolling.
Well, of course he was a glober, but he was trying to do something different. You know, they're always trying out these new tactics. The only problem is you can't change the fact that the Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. I don't care how good you are with words. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and he's more interested in the heady word games than figuring out where he's at. His normative position is that he lives on a spinning ball because that's the normative, right? That's
the normative, yes.
Yeah.
It's a good word. Is that his favorite word? Because I muted him after a while. Was that his favorite word?
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'd just take to be his girlfriend.
My aunt's, I'm used to dealing with people like that because my aunt's a Lucanian philosopher. She would use the normative word a lot too, and always psychologically analyze everybody that she ever met, including us, and every situation was something like psychologically, intended in a way that someone didn't mean to, but her interpretation would be. But she's brilliant and she's actually famous. Jacques Lacan is the philosopher. He's kind of a predecessor to Freud in this for people's mind. It's you can break things down psychologically and philosophically take a position on things. Sure, when you're talking about issues that aren't with a pilot taking the hands of everyone's lives, and is risking their lives because philosophically it wouldn't matter if the simulator was the same as a real world situation. You could look at it that way. Come on.
Philosophically, I have 3 buttholes. Like, okay.
Yeah. Right.
Yep. Yeah, it became not fun after a while because I grew up with pedantic stuff. I won't get too name cally there. I grew up with personalities similar.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Taking
better
the
or worse
to argue that position rather than actually.
Well, yeah. And we played ball, and you guys played a long game of ball, and I'm actually quite impressed that it didn't turn into a screaming match. He really wanted to take it there. I could tell.
Yeah,
but
he was screaming. We had to mute him. He was just like, he wouldn't stop talking.
Yeah. Well, if he's still listening, brother, just you are. I think you're smart. I think you got some couple 2-3 brain cells up there, man. Just use it for good. Do the next right thing.
Yeah.
Just do the next right thing. Well, I feel, this is my opinion now, and we can drop it after this, but my opinion is that his intention needs to be pure first before he does anything else in life. And I can leave it with that.
Well, he's got to be a normative because otherwise you can't argue from his position that he's, decided to look into this, to be this type of philosophical person that only can argue from a normative standpoint because he's analyzing everybody else and how they're not normative.
Yeah. It's a lot of work.
Yeah. You ever heard of Jacques Lacan before? You're in psychology. Yourself.
No, I haven't actually. So please, I don't know how to spell it. Can you share a link?
Oh, I'll share it to you. Yeah. My aunt wrote several books using his philosophy. His famous, actually made a great living doing it. And actually, she was at a conference in University of Michigan. She tells a story about how, well, she doesn't brag about it, but this is the story. What happened was the guy was like lecturing on Lacan, and she got up and asked a question from the audience, and he says, "Well, I would refer you to Eloise." I'm not going to say her last name, but he referred her to her own. She's like, "Well, I am Eloise," and he got down off the stage and like came and kissed her hand and stuff. But yeah, it just gets really annoying. She ruined like almost every family occasion from antics.
Well, that's, I mean, I've already, I'm early into my career, but I've already had to dodge a lot of moments where I was like, oh yeah, I'll just shut up. I'll just,
She's the smartest dumb person I've ever met. And there's something to that when someone's so smart that they just socially ruin themselves because they have to fit everything into their intellectual process.
Yeah. Isn't it always your aunt too? I've got an aunt just like that. Same deal. It's always my mom's sister. It's always your mom's sister that acts that way.
That was my mom's sister. Yeah, tortured my mom a lot.
Yeah.
But I actually did bring up flat Earth to her, and she was like totally on board from the very start. Like, okay, like she couldn't like not argue. She didn't try to argue the other side. She was just like, okay, it makes sense because that's not what did she call it? The master discourse. There's always been the master discourse, and then there's these other levels. And if you look into Lacan's word, that's basically what it is. So the master discourse is the heliocentrism. That's the master discourse, right? And that's what people are buying into and made to think. That's the paradigm we've been given, And then there's other levels of questioning that comes with your intellectual capacity, and that's where we're at.
Yep. There's a lot of wasted intellectual capacity on the anti-flat earther side.
Right. It's such an interesting discussion, unless people are just arguing to argue. If they're actually interested, it's interesting.
Absolutely. Yeah, earlier that was just but we are putting ourselves out there as people. We're going against official narrative, right? So there's going to be a lot of this kind of pushback, and to me, it's just evidence. Because he came in to argue for the sake of arguing. That means he knew there was nothing he could say to evidentiate, to obviate the globe, right? So instead, now they're just resorting to argument tactics in place of any semblance of evidence that we're spinning, rotating, spherical, going millions of miles an hour through the universe at all times. You know what I mean?
Right. It automatically imposes, this psychological challenge that really is, you're going crazy unless you're not crazy, right? So,
right.
And holding on to that psychological stability is it's like a panic button that people hit And especially in this guy's case, because he's like, I have to be the stable one that can see things from every side. And if I understand that there is one side here that is practically right and one is not, then I'm losing my stability.
But
Right.
he
Hyper crazy.
he didn't, right? He didn't see everything from every side.
Right. Exactly. He didn't.
Well, I mean, I feel like it sounded like he's new to this because what is it? Yeah, it was phenomenology, right? Is that what he made up on air with us? Phenomenology.
It's probably a real thing that he decided to cling
Well,
on
I'll
to.
tell you, I typed it a bunch and it said it was misspelled no matter how I typed
really?
it. So
okay.
Anyway. That may or may not mean anything, but phenomenology, I've never heard of it. And it sounded like he was trying it out, seeing if maybe this is what he wants to do the rest of his life kind of deal, belief system kind of religion kind of deal, right?
Right.
That's what I was laughing about when he said that. I was like, did anybody catch what he just fucking said?
Yeah.
Phenomenology.
He's a phenomenologist, guys.
He was a phenomenologist or something like that.
Here's what's really funny. To have an ology, it needs to be the study of something in the natural world, which you can't manipulate and vary phenomena only. Does that make sense? So you can't really be a phenomenologist. It's not a science. It's it's what, are you just going to look at it, phenomena, and be like, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Oh, what's it doing? It's doing that. Why is it doing that? Oh, I don't care. I just look over there. It's doing the thing. Look, phenomena. Yay.
Right.
Yeah, well, this is from Brown EDU. Phenomenology is the philosophy of experience. For phenomenology, the ultimate source of all meaning and value is the lived experience of human beings. All philosophical systems, scientific theories, or aesthetic judgments have the status of abstractions from the ebb and flow of the lived world. The task of the philosopher, according to the phenomenology, is to describe the structures of experience, in particular consciousness, the imagination, relations with other persons, and the situated of the human subject in society and history.
Oh, so not really anything to do with reality. Got it. Thank you, Roger. Imagination was the first descriptor, Roger?
No, it was about human experience. Human experience.
Okay. That's a pretty loose term, human experience. What is even meant by that? Right? We could be talking about my experience waking up in the morning to my experience going outside here. It's raining here. I could go outside and get wet. What kind of experience are we talking about? Just broad, just like, kind of like what Einstein was doing with the relativity. That's all relative. Screw it. Yeah, you guys figure it out. Phenomenal. You got it, Jay Doherty.
So the guy that he sent me the name of that he was really into is called Sir Karl Raimund Popper. And the Wikipedia's description, one of the 20th century most influential philosophers of science, Popper is known for his rejection of the classical inductivist views on the scientific method in favor of empirical falsification. So, rejecting the classical inductivist views on the scientific method in favor of empirical falsification. That's what he was doing exactly. According to Popper, in theory, in the empirical sciences can never be proven, but it can be falsified, meaning that it can and should be scrutinized with decisive experiments. Popper was opposed to the classical justification amount of knowledge, which he replaced with critical rationalism, namely the first non-justificational philosophy of criticism in the history of philosophy. And he was trying to apply that to like why philosophically it would make sense that you could train somebody on a flight simulator that totally is different than the situation they'll be in, because that could be scrutinized. I'm just scrutinizing the idea that you would have criticism with that. Like
wow.
Just
so it's skepticism for the sake of it. It's not like there's going to be a result, right? Like a definitive. Because see, that's the good thing about science is that you get data. I don't think you can get data with this thought process. However brilliantly constructed, it just falls short. Anyway, go ahead.
Now, if you were to apply this to something like it goes on to talk about liberal democracy and social criticism and all that. Now, if you were to take that position when you're talking politics or something, I could understand that it might be useful because you can look at both sides of it and rationalize why both of the sides have their own truth that makes sense to them, and that it could make sense if other people agreed with them that that would be one political stance to take, and another one would also make sense. But I tried to explain to him before he came in here. We're not talking about philosophy. We're not talking about it makes sense this way and this way. Postmodernists get a bad rap for this as well because they're taking the position that all of these different means that we'll get to the same place. It doesn't matter how you get there. But we're talking about on a what is level, which is totally not in the realm of this guy's philosophical standpoint at all. It doesn't apply, even though he thinks it would.
Yep.
And
I think he likes
this discussion is not politics. It's not like you can choose. It's like we're trying to get to that point where we're saying this isn't a choice. This is it or isn't it? Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And it also seems like this may be the first or one of the first times this person has ever had to develop a thought process of their own. And they're kind of, this is just a guess, because I remember doing this. I was flailing to try to figure out what to think. Once I knew I was smart enough to kind of choose what I went after instead of just blindly accepted what came my way, right? And so all these thought processes start showing up, like, do I be a contrarian for the sake of it because it's fun, or do I really seek out the evidence, or do I just ignore it all and say fuck it because it doesn't matter, and you know what I mean? All these kind of things.
Right.
So, yeah.
And that's what this whole system does to us. Most of these kids that are coming in here, they don't have any clue of why it would matter. The main assumption we get is it wouldn't matter either way. It wouldn't affect my daily life. And no, it doesn't affect your daily life in some ways. You're right, but they haven't even considered that it might. There's all these assumptions in it, and it's just this nihilism that goes along with this spinning ball model that is so prominent, and that's what we're dealing with. 9 out of 10 people don't want to know. They just don't want to know.
They don't want to know. And dude, we're lucky to come out of the generation that we're coming out of, because I think there was critical thinking still left in the schools when we were kids, and there was still truth wasn't as hard to find, I guess. I could still, when I was even in middle school and high school, I could stumble over truth and facts kind of everywhere. And now it's just rhetoric. It's specifically these
teachers could get away with a lot more when we were in school. The teachers could.
They could.
A cool side. They could show their cool side. Now they're probably, totally.
You're right. I had a biology teacher that I was friends with on Facebook for a while. I don't have Facebook anymore, but until I got rid of it, my old high school biology teacher and I would always talk flat Earth, just kind of on the sidelines.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He's the only teacher that I ever. I got into flat Earth many years ago, but I didn't start reaching out to people in my life until probably 2016 ish, and just started, just bombarding people and, losing Facebook friends and separating the wheat from the chaff in that arena. And I didn't expect much. I expected everybody to kind of just start ignoring me, and it didn't happen that way. Some people are actually good people. But then my old biology teacher, he just sends me a message, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry they're treating you that way. I've been trying to look for someone to talk to about this too." And I was like, "Man, no shit." But I felt bad for him because he teaches for a Catholic school, really strict Catholic school. So, there's no way that he could probably be the cool teacher and keep his job.
Nope. Oh, well, they got everything systematized now. They're trying to even tell us what we can and can't do in our own homes now. So it's
own homes. Yep.
Yeah. So, man, interesting times. And it's weird. I was just thinking that I think that this topic could even have on some of these kids the opposite effect of what we might hope it would have, is because they're like, oh well, if they're lying about the spinning globe, then what does anything matter? You know what I'm saying? Like they could take that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it all depends on if you've got something deeper inside that you're acknowledging, and eventually maybe you would if you actually realize this. It takes time maybe, but I think that the first reaction we might be getting is, well, shit. If they're lying to us about that, then I guess that I won't have any faith in anything. And it kind of does that to us in a way. I mean, we're not automatically believing anything anymore. So
Right. And someone was, I think it was either Cypher or somebody else was trying to do that. Was like, I'm just using your skepticism against you, huh? You can't be if you can use the same skepticism with flat Earth as you do with everything else in life. Like, well, no, because it's not skepticism. It's observable, measurable, and repeatable. It has nothing to do with my feelings or my opinions.
Right. And it's crazy because that psychology, again, the way they devise this is so brilliant. Like the fact that they've got us convinced that the reality is the opposite. Like, think about when they were making this up. They're like, we'll own their thoughts. We'll own everything about them by making their reality something that they have to believe rather than know. And that's how they know that what you believe, what you think, is the thought they gave you, because it's totally absurd. That's why they know you didn't come up with a thought on your own, because they gave you the absurdity to believe in, and they made science into a faith that way. If it was just common sense, then we'd all think the same, and they wouldn't have any idea of what they told you to think was what you thought.
Precisely. We know the deal, man. You and I, we know the deal. Everybody that's still in the server right now, I'm pretty sure knows the deal.
Yeah.
Paige. Oh, she's not listening. I was going to ask her if she knows the deal yet.
Right. Someone else here to talk to you, because I'm at Kenny's house and they're in bed already. I should go to bed.
Oh, dude, whatever. No. I mean, yeah, I'm actually. I should probably go do what I was planning to do. It was just this was keeping my attention.
Yeah, cool. Good talk with you. I'll be message you. You message me back. I think I sent you one recently. There's some,
yeah, you do. You did, and we need to figure out some art stuff.
Yeah. We'll talk.
All right, brother.
All right, bro. Talk to you soon. Good night, everybody.
All right, have a good night.
See you.
I'm just agnostic about the shape of the Earth. I want to debate philosophy.
Believe in Superman.
I just wonder how that kid would survive without Adderall. That's all.
Keep that shit away from me. Uh-oh.
For real.
Wow. Yo. To me, the curvature of the Earth and gas pressure.
Damn it. I was going to play the keyboard. You play the guitar, okay? You play the guitar.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm glad. I'll let you play the keyboard.
Well, I don't have much to play. I was just going to fuck around.
I was going to do the same shit. I'll do it with you a little bit.
No, no. Don't worry about it, man. Acoustic by itself and with a little singing, that's nice. So I'm not gonna annoy people with my fucking synthesizers.
The piano always sounds beautiful, man.
No, it's not. It's not gonna be piano. I'm gonna find I'm writing EDM music, so all the instruments I have loaded up are not like a nice, pretty piano sound. So yeah, just play.
I love EDM.
I know. Me too. Just play.
All right. I'm just playing around. Yo. Every second and minute and every hour that passes by, how do you spend your time? Are you even trying to find out for yourself why curvature's alive? Why is the curvature alive? Why would they lie about the curvature of the earth? Teaching it in our schools. Why are they teaching this witchcraft to our children? Why are they teaching this crap to our children? Share the curve of the earth and you know it's a lie. Why lie? Why are you lying to yourself that the earth is some circle on a shelf? That's what you think. And you spread this lie to our children. Why would you do this? To protect this one that doesn't even know that the earth's not a globe. The earth's not a globe. In case
That was cool. That was the. So. Now that was that key. So that was B. Was that B minor?
I was doing in the key of here. Hold up. It's E, C,
Oh.
and then this is that's just a chord. Like it's from if you know the Cranberries.
Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm.
Yes, basically those kind of chords.
Got it.
It's the same chords. I just played in a different pace.
Yeah, man.
Uh-oh.
Pretty.
Come here, baby. Let's go out to the ocean. Let me show you something that no guy's gonna tell you. There is no curve on this earth, and it's okay. I just wanna show you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Enjoy the view with you. Ooh, ooh. I wanna enjoy this view with you.
Nice.
They had a kind of Beatle-esque kind of feel into it.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I made people leave. My bad. Just trying to share you the curvature of the. Hey, how you doing, Nene? What's he?
Oh, what up, Nene?
Don't be shy. You can talk to us. We're good guys.
Well,
Nice guy.
he's a good
I
guy.
don't say nice guys. Don't say nice guys. I'm a good guy.
Nene, welcome to the server.
How do you think about the Earth? Do you observe the Earth? Yeah.
It's late night, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
Yeah. Please tell us. Come on,
Nene, if you'd like to speak later, we'll be available.
24/7 after the hour. Flat Earth Discord.
After the hour, even though it's 24/7.
I don't know, dude.
That's awesome.
Gladflub and Master Chief here as your host, speaking for you, letting you know the Earth is not a globe. Thank you. Come again.
It's not a globe.
I have like this Jim Carrey like thing going like for like the.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's not a globe.
Yeah, exactly. For your information, the globe is flat.
The globe is flat.
All the dolphins told me. The animals? Oh yeah, they whisper it in my ear all the time. The birds even told me themselves. We flew up that high. We can tell you from our eyes. I mean, from our field of view.
Dude, they say dolphins are close to us in a lot of ways, like biologically. If I could speak with a dolphin about what the dolphin thought about humans, I would cry. I would break down and cry.
They probably think we are so stupid. We are not intelligent people. Apparently, we look towards the sky to see that the Earth is a globe.
Right. See, that's a problem. That's a behavioral issue that needs to be addressed.
think Roger doesn't like my music. And deafen himself. Like, damn it,
no.
this guy.
Well, let's be fair. I don't expect anyone to listen to this stream 24/7.
I know, man. I be in here and I fall asleep. Literally, just fall asleep.
Yep. So this synth is called Antarctica.
That sounds cool. Uh-oh.
It's okay. I mean, it kind of does sound like cold, boring, and you know, kind of like Antarctica, I guess.
Dude. So, got some buds from my friend, and you know what he did with the... He ruined it.
What do you do?
He put oil on it. Well,
Oh.
I'm a vape. And it's not CBD or THC in the vape oil.
Yeah.
Bro, it's
So are you
just
okay?
regular,
You feeling all right?
Yeah. I looked it up and it was like, because he told me it was CBD and stuff like that. I was like, dude, this is different. I looked it up, and it's actually nicotine.
What?
It has yes, it has nicotine in it, and it was 15 ml. Yeah, and I was like, fuck, dude. And he poured it all over. He put it all over
something.
He put it all over the flour, bro.
That's bad. That's no good, dude. Nicotine, ugh.
I don't even like smoking nicotine, and it's making me feel weird, bro. Like I can feel the THC from the medication working, but then like I can feel how the nicotine is making me feel, and I don't like that feeling, bro. Makes me feel all depressed. I get all oh my goodness, I get very depressed.
The nicotine makes you that way? Yeah, dude, fuck nicotine, bro. It's horrible. Oh, shit. Let's see. Yeah, dude. I quit smoking cigarettes, 3 months ago now? I crave one almost every day, but it comes and goes. You know, it's funny. Being an addiction counselor, I have to know about these things. And any craving that, this is like an average found, you know, amongst counselors and institutions and all kinds of shit. The average craving apparently lasts no more than 7 minutes. And in my life, I have never experienced a craving last even longer than a couple minutes, let alone a whole 7. I bet a 7-minute craving would be some serious shit, but you know. Anyway, go ahead.
That's normative, man.
It's normative, yeah. So I figure I'm in the clear, right? I'm okay because it's normative.
Normative.
So yeah, anyway, but my mom smokes, or she used to smoke 40 years ago, and she says, "Oh honey, I still get cravings."
That's you.
I'm like, Mom, why do you sound like that? Why did you start talking like that?
When did you start talking like that?
Yeah, like what? That's funny.
I don't even know how. I'm not gonna even try to attempt it, bro. Look, that was you did it like perfect.
Well, it was in the moment. I probably couldn't do it again like that. Shit.
Like how that philosophical guy tried to come in here and talk philosophically to us.
It was a valiant effort, man. You know, he was really going for it. He was getting after it. His friends were probably all like, yeah, do it. You'll totally get him. That kind of thing.
I mean, it just showed his ignorance, bro.
Right.
How ignorant he was, and
well, he's excited because somebody told him he's smart, and that's exciting. So I remember the first time I was told that, and it's only happened once, so I wish it would happen again. Anyway, so yeah.
we had any flat earthers in Texas?
I'm sure there's a bunch.
Curiosity.
You're in Texas, aren't you?
I'm actually thinking about. I don't know where to go in Texas, but I'm thinking about going there.
Yeah.
I just heard a lot of other people that do live over there. Like I know some people in here that live over there. And then they talk about the laws over the gun laws over there and stuff like that, and I'm like, that's why I don't like guns. But you know, everybody each to their own. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if you like guns, Texas is a good place to be.
Right.
I don't own any guns, but I lived in Texas, in Austin, for 10 years. Now, Austin is kind of a haven. It's not your typical Texas city by any means, but it's still Texas. And yeah, they like their guns, man.
I mean, a gun is a tool, just like any other thing. You know what I mean? It's a tool. Knife is a tool. Pencil is a tool. A pen is mightier than a sword.
A Glober is a tool. I'm sorry. I had to. It was right there in front of me. I had to grab it.
Oh, bro.
Can you blame me? I mean, literally, that was the best time for that.
Nah, that was like the perfect time for that. Oops.
I'd just like to see if that Cypher guy talks like that to adults to their faces.
Yo. Like, he's trying to get into what, psychology? He was talking about psychologist, right? Being a psychologist?
Something. No, but he calls himself a phenomenologist, and apparently that's a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it's a branch of psychology. Yeah.
Well, he was talking about philosophy, right?
Right.
I was like, bro, you're talking about something about people's emotions, about what they think. And that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the curvature of the earth. Not talking about what someone thinks if whether they're Superman, whether there could be a Superman one day. No. Really? No, somebody else said that, I think. They said something about they got muted real quick. They believed in something that a Superman could possibly exist. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me, man?
Nothing to do with the Earth at all.
You just said that shit. I can't believe. Oh my goodness. Should get slapped in the face. He should be slapped. Yes, he should just slap himself. Just have him. He just slap himself. Saying something so stupid. Just smack yourself. Ow. I didn't. Yes, you dumb mother. What?
Yeah. Well, he's not dumb. He's just attitudey. That's kind of what I got from it.
The what he's doing, he's not a dumb person. He's just doing dumb shit.
Right. Exactly. That's a story of my life, by the way.
When I say that's dumb or that person is dumb or no, I'm not saying that person individually I'm not talking about them being dumb. No, I'm just saying you're doing dumb shit. You're believing in dumb shit. Because you look towards the sky, you believe the earth is round and a globe. Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna throw my bottle at your forehead. Sorry.
You're good, dude. I agree. I'm trying to find a sound that's not completely abrasive, and I can't do it.
Yow. Oh. Ooh. Balabam. Sorry. Uh-oh. Shakalaka.
Strange.
Ooh. Yeah. Shakalaka.
Yeah, it's funny how it's all normative, man.
Uh-huh.
Normative. Hold on, I'm gonna see about that word.
Relative.
All right, the definition of normative generally means relating to an evaluative standard. Normativity is the phenomenon, of course, in human societies of designated some actions or outcomes as good or desirable or permissible and others as bad or so it's it says this is good or this is bad, just like any other philosophy. Oh man. So yeah. That's tiring and boring. I thought normativity was going to give me something new.
I don't know why, but I always keep thinking that every time people leave, I always feel like they're leaving because of me. Like I'm the reason why they're leaving. You know, I'm the
No,
cause
dude,
of
it's
their...
late. It's late and or early in the morning, so guaranteed it's not you or me. And hey, listen, let's just keep telling ourselves that just so we don't actually think that it's because of us, okay? God forbid that be the case. I have to have everybody like me.
No, I mean, it's...
I'm not making fun of you, man. I'm saying I know what you mean. Like, I've been in this server a lot late night, and I've just been going off, flapping at the gums, and people start to pop off like flies, and I'm like, yeah, I know, I did that. I'm sure I'm doing that right now. Ain't no shame in my game.
Like, sometimes I'm a little afraid to talk. To be honest, like, I just like to come in here, I like to listen, and... everybody has their own experience, and the ones that are older, those are the ones I like to listen to because they've been on this earth longer. So it's like,
right.
Listen, just listen to them. Don't take everything what they say. You know what I mean? Like, don't be too gullible. Be gullible, but not too gullible. Want to seek to learn knowledge, but don't be like a know-it-all. Don't need to know everything. No. And I just feel like there was the kid was speaking as if he knew it all, talking about the meteor shower and stuff like that. I said, bro, when did you see a meteor shower? All the years that I've been on this earth, when have you seen a meteor shower, little boy? You're gonna tell me you seen them that they make a claim of seeing a meteor shower? Seeing a comet or whatever you want to call it coming down from the sky, coming down to Earth. Don't show me CGI bullshit and then show me a rock that's on this Earth and say that that's from the moon. But that's from a different planet. Don't give me that bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what they did. Show a CGI bullshit of a video and then show a rock that's on this planet that could be like any other rock and then gonna tell us that oh yeah, this is from Mars.
Dude, he tried to philosophize his way out of that reality. Like that's what was so it was mind-bending because I was like, wait a second, you know what? I'm just gonna mute him. I'm not going to listen to what he's saying at all, and I want to see how other people react to him. And every time I came back to listen to him, he was always just talking and yelling and trying to be smart, and then everybody else remained completely calm, the rest of us, the whole time while he was just going nuts. And you know what? I'll be honest, I don't have the self-control that a lot of these dudes do, so that's also another reason I muted him, because I was like, all right, well, I'm about to give this kid what he's asking for, so I better check out for a bit, you know.
Yeah,
so
I really wasn't trying to be disrespectful on trying to give him news, you know, on and information on how stuff work or stuff like that, because there's different ways on approaching it and telling somebody, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep. What were you saying, Roger?
Guys, so Flat Earth Solar is one of the most chill guys I know. Right, and if you get him angry, which this Cypher dude did, right, then you've done a lot. So that's pretty telling.
Yep. Yeah. Well, it's like I said earlier, all they got is they know they can't come with facts, and that's why it's been so dead lately in here. It's not because, oh, let's just ignore them and they'll go away. It's like, well, no. Why don't you bring the facts? And they can't do that. So they're kind of refining their tactics. You know what I mean? Like, no true, genuine person who believes the official narrative, like a normal, true glober, right, thinks this way at all. In fact, most of the people that are anti-flat earthers are smart enough to know it's flat. They just come here to poke the bear, see what the bear will do once they poke it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh man, I'm an angry bear. Don't push my buttons.
Yeah.
Bro.
No, you're right, Roger. Solar's awesome. Yeah, and he's always, you know, like when I hear his voice and certain other people, even yours sometimes, Rogers, I'm just like, yeah, I should probably calm down. Is what it is.
Yeah, I get a bit agitated when people like Cypher come in. I need to work on that.
Yeah, it's all right, man. We're human, but I think it's wise to say that we should probably start expecting more things like that in the future.
think?
Oh yeah. Because what happens when something is fighting for its life at the last few moments that it thinks it can? You know, you back something into a corner, it's going to fight its hardest. So I feel like we're going to be seeing an influx of all kinds of different tactics. But hopefully not, you know, because we've also seen an influx of really honest people, right? So good with the bad, I'd say.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, um, it's crazy. Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. But when you ask somebody, so if I train you on a doll, right? Is that the same thing as a human? And he then cannot answer. So if I train you on a flat, non-rotating Earth, and I put you in a plane that is supposed to be flying over a spinning water ball, would that be the same? And then just say, yes, of course, yes. I mean, what is there to discuss after that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it is literally like a train wreck, like that you just can't. It's like a train wreck that's happening over and over and over in front of me, and I'm like, no, that's horrible, and I just keep looking back at it. No, that's horrible. Oh wait, no, it's horrible. Wait, no, it's horrible. You know.
The fact that he said that he believed that Superman can exist was annoying, Roger. Like that was fucking.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
The philosophy part, I guess. And you say, well, in my experience, I saw Superman, right?
Yeah.
I saw him with my own eyes.
But that doesn't mean I have to believe you.
But it was real.
Right? Yeah, I know it.
Doesn't matter how much shrooms you took, right? You saw it. I mean, I get it. Science comes from philosophy, but we have to agree what we use to know stuff, right? That is the whole deal. We have to agree that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. That is what we have to agree, and then we can build upon this, and then say we know that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level. I get it.
Yeah.
But if you then say, well, it is all based in philosophy, and we can't know anything, and I'm agnostic about the globe shape because, well, reasons.
Yeah. Here's the thing. It's like you know that kind of speaking. It's not even a way of thinking. He was just being annoying for the sake of it, and he knew it, and we all knew it. But imagine actually thinking like that and trying to live in the world, right? So if everything is philosophy and nothing is set, well, then you can just run that red light, can't you? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Who cares? Consequences only exist in philosophy. Fuck it.
I go to
You're hungry.
I go to some of the other flat Earth debate servers, and the mental gymnastics and dishonesty and just straight up madness that I hear in those servers, it's crazy. I'm glad that it doesn't get allowed in this server, and it may cause this server to get a bit quieter than the others, but it's a place of sanity, you know, and reason and logic, and and that's why I come here, to get away from the other servers.
Well, good. You're in the right place.
Yeah, I mean the dishonesty. It's crazy that they need to do it, and they're all anti-flat earthers in these other servers. They're not even globers at this point. And,
yeah, you know what? Calling these folks globers at this point would be giving them a compliment. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a glober. Obviously, we all have, but I've never made stuff up to defend it. You know.
Yeah.
I don't understand like how much them thinking that they live on a globe. They don't understand how much it affects their way of thinking. Like if you just you point out, okay, like if I told if you say, oh, if you believe that the Earth is a globe, and they say yes, you automatically just your mind automatically goes to a mind state like, okay, I know what they're thinking. I know their way of thinking. I know what their mind is thinking now. You know what I mean? It's like, how do you change that? You can't unless you tell them, you know, and show them for yourself. Show them that it's a lie, that, you know, that it physically, you have to see it in order to believe it.
Yeah, but some of them that they're so far gone where it doesn't matter what they see, that they think it's a trick, and they'll go out of the way to not believe what they see, or find an excuse or find a reason for it not to be true. Anything to cling to that globe, you know. Like I heard one of them say, you know, he watched a flat Earth video, he saw that the horizon was level, saw that the horizon rose to eye level, and then realized that he was falling for the spell of flat Earth and had to snap out of it. And all that was happening was he was breaking out of the spell of the globe Earth.
That's terrible.
Right.
We heard a guy turn back even though, you know, everything he really wanted was right in front of him. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Poor fella.
Well, he's an anti-flat earther as well. He's in the other debate chats regularly.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even do it anymore. I can't like I'm just super sensitive to it because I know most of the cognitive deficiencies that are running rampant in these people's heads and in their lives and in their relationships because of what I do for work. And to me, it's just really sad. And I get really like emotional about it because I hate to see fellow humans act so deplorably. It hurts me. It hurts my core. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And because it's not just that they're wrong about the shape of the Earth. If that were all it were, there'd be no reason for me to get emotional. It's the fact that I have to imagine these people and the way they are acting as adults, having children, and making more generations of them over and over and over, the way they act, right? I don't care if you teach your kids, you can teach kids whatever you want as long as you teach them how to think correctly, because then they'll probably end up getting the right stuff anyway. But it's
Right,
this.
I was just about to say way of thinking. I was gonna add to what you were
Go ahead.
saying.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like, cause what's disturbing, bro, is that way of thinking is like a destruction to your own physical and mental health. It really is, because then you're lying to yourself. Okay, they're lying to themselves. You know, because they like to use their imagination. It's them making the choice, making the decision, and wanting to stay into their imaginary mind. Everything is imaginary, therefore everything exists.
So
right.
And that is why, or I like the question, have you ever experienced the Earth as a globe, right? Because then they have to think about it and they come to the realization that no, right? Whenever I walk outside my door, I experience a flat, non-rotating Earth. And when people got asked these questions and then they go into, they can't concede that everybody alive on this Earth experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth, right? That is just the base axiom. Nobody experiences the Earth as a globe. I mean, if this is something you cannot concede to, then I mean, all bets are off, I guess.
Right. Yeah, it's a thinking. It's literally like there's a guy in the YouTube chat that comes in sometimes, and he always talks about thinking errors and how, and he's an anti-flat earther. He's trying to fix our thinking errors, the flat earthers' thinking errors, and it's literally it's back towards him. He's projecting basically because the thinking error is to ignore all of your natural senses, all of what the data presents itself as, right? Ignore the empirical data right in front of you and trust everything and everyone else. Yeah, it's a decision, and it's an unhealthy, like it's being programmed into people's DNA at this point. That's why it's scary.
Well, yeah, I think you're right. It is programmed into the DNA, and well, not technically programmed into the DNA, but that their core belief is that it's impossible that they've been lied to, and because they hold on to that, anything else afterwards must be incorrect because in their core they know it's impossible they've been lied to. So it literally doesn't matter after that because they know it's impossible they've been lied to. So
You know what also hurts me too is like think about the psychologist or the psychiatrists and the therapists that talk to the actors. Bro, do you know how much it's if they don't they're stuck in this world of imagination. It repeats and it goes on in a circle. So it's like, how can you what about the actors and their way of thinking? If they don't know the truth and you guys constantly lie to them. I think our psychiatrists and our therapists should also know this information that the earth is that the earth is flat. Not tell people that the earth is a globe. They want to help other people. They want to help, people that get into that industry. They get into that imagination, but how about getting them back out and pulling them out? Like, okay, you're not Deadpool, right? And Reynolds, you're who? You're Ryan Reynolds, right? Ryan Reynolds. Like Ryan Reynolds has to constantly tell himself, because when you step into character, you're trying to be an actor. You're trying to sell that character. You're trying to sell that that imagination. And then trying to pull that person out of it. And then thinking like, well, what do you think about this? And what do you think about that? You think you're helping them, but you're not. Bringing them back to the point of, do you know who you are? Do you know where you are? Do you know what time it is? Do you know what date it is? What day it is? Like those are the kind of questions I feel like they need to ask them. It's like like hearing people that claim to be a psychiatrist or claim to be a therapist and they come in here and talk about what they think. Dude, oh my goodness, it's so disturbing. It's disturbing. Then you got people that claim to be psychologists and they come in here trying to mess with our minds, but they don't understand that you're not messing with our minds. We're speaking the truth and we're showing people the truth. There's no messing with minds here.
Right.
We have Abid with us. Maybe she want to ask some questions. Abid?
I'm just listening. I'm good.
Okay, cool. Yeah, the basis is, right, we all experience the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is how the Earth presents itself. That is the base axiom.
Precisely.
We see that stuff moves over our head. We do not feel rotation. We do not witness rotation. All we ever experience is a flat, non-rotating Earth. And then they came to us and told us, well, actually, it's a ball with the radius of 3959 miles, right? So what about testing these claims? How can we then know, right? We have to believe it is a ball. We have to believe it is a ball. All our senses are telling us it isn't a ball, but we have to believe it is a ball that is curving away at any direction from where you're standing. So surely we can know if it is a ball. We can measure, right? It is not a belief when I measure my table, I know its dimensions. It is not philosophy when I understand the dimensions of my table. I know its size. So surely we can measure the surface of Earth, determine if it is actually curving away. And they told us it is a ball spinning in space with the water sticking onto it. And when we observe water, we experience it as a flat surface. When it is in your glass, in your pool, in a small lake, in a big lake, a sea or an ocean, you will only experience water as flat and level when it is in rest. So they showed us pictures, right? Images. They even told us, well, these are not actual photographs. These are compositive images. But they showed us this perfect orb in an infinite vacuum with the water sticking onto it. So the water must conform to this ball with the radius of 3959, because they showed us these images. And when we go out and test the water, it does not conform to a ball with the radius of 39. So the model they showed us is not reality. It is not the thing we live on, or else it would show convexity. And it does not.
Nope.
Sorry for my rant.
No, that was awesome. Thank you, Roger. I agree 100%.
Good. Yep.
And we can go on to tangents about what do we believe and what is philosophy and what is this and what. But the point is, if you cannot agree that we have observable reality, right, and testable realities, then what can we discuss, right? If you want to say, well, yeah, that's just philosophy, man. It's just, well, what are all these quote unquote scientists doing if it's all philosophy, right? We need a baseline. We need to agree, and I get it, right? We need to agree what is a number, what is a measurement. We need to agree, but when we get past that point, we can know stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Objective reality doesn't cease to exist because you learned a few big words.
Jack.
You know what I mean? Like a tree's going to be a tree hanging on out there. I'm looking at a tree right now. Now, it doesn't have a name, right? We came up with the name for the tree. But the tree exists regardless of names, regardless of philosophies. You know what I mean? So that was just silly when he came in with that. But anyway, who I just spoke over someone. I'm sorry. Who was that?
Okay. I was saying Jack of Ducks, I think, is a new person.
Oh, cool.
I don't know if they want to ask any questions or speak.
Jack of Ducks, the floor is yours.
Yeah, he's not verified, so he needs to hop into the VC check-in. I see MJ there. He's a mod. He can check you in.
Yep. Yeah, if you can hear us, Jack of Ducks, scroll up a little bit to the see check-in 1 and hop on in there so you can get a role to speak if you'd like to.
But I just want to say something for the people listening here that aren't flat earthers. You may get the idea that it's like a cult or something like this, but it's really not. 'Cause if it's a cult, I know I don't want to be in it. Like, it would be much easier for me to go back to believing it's a globe and go back to normal. Like, I don't want to be a flat earther. I don't want to be labeled as a flat earther. I don't want to be ridiculed as a flat earther. But unfortunately, until someone proves the globe and disproves the flat earth, I have to stick to what the truth is. And unfortunately, again, it is flat earth, you know?
Yep. It's a good point.
Like, don't think you're joining some cult or we're trying to trick you into it or anything like that. Like, just we have a lot of information on this server. If you scroll down to on the left side, from measurements, experiments, photographs, videos, all sorts of stuff that you can look at that's been censored over the last few years on YouTube, Google. Like, the only information you find on Google right now, if you type in the words flat earth on Google, the first 40, 50 things that come up is going to be anti-flat earth information.
Yeah, you can't trust the internet anymore. Just go out and measure it, guys. Just that's it, at this point. Don't come in here. Don't try to figure anything out from us. We don't have the answers. We just can tell you how we tested and measured that it's not a globe, right? And then please go do it yourself. And hopefully we don't see you for a little bit of time. And then when you come back, you've measured, and then we can talk.
I mean, ask us questions all day long. That's fine. We'll try our best to answer them. But just a warning to you that I don't know if you've ever heard of something called a straw man argument. Basically, I had no idea what a straw man argument was before I got into this. Yeah. When you search on Google, the answers you're going to get are what are known as straw man arguments. So they're going to create a ridiculous position and claim it's something that we believe, and then argue against that, and then disprove the ridiculous position they've created and say, see, flat earth is rubbish, when really none of us believe it. None of us believe the stuff that they're arguing against. It's called a straw man argument. And the first 30, 40 things you're going to find on YouTube, Google, are all straw man arguments. The real flat earth information's been completely censored and just deleted from YouTube. People have lost YouTube accounts with like hundreds of thousands of subscribers over this.
Yeah.
But people promoting straw man arguments, they're fine.
Can I chime in for a second?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they can't call us a cult because everybody came here by their own volition. They all knocked the globe down for themselves, just looking at the data, the information. So nobody was recruited, nobody was converted. We all just walked our walk, and we came here, and we ended up here. So that's where truth leads. It's where intellectual integrity leads here. So.
Like I'd see stuff on the internet saying, "Oh, this is what all flat earthers think," and I was thinking, I'd never met another flat earther, but I was still labelled as being part of some group of people that all thought the same thing about everything, you know.
Yep, that's how they get you. Because they try to call it a religion, like so. There's religions out there. They are systems of behavior based on systems of belief. And what the globe is clearly that. So what they do is they just switch it on us and say that we're the ones with the religion. Because it's all in the same kind of realm. Oh, you believe that. Oh, no, you believe that. And that's all we're doing. Nothing gets accomplished. It's just mudslinging.
The cult argument's just another straw man. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
And it's so much simpler than they make it too. Of course, they're supposed to obfuscate and muddy the waters, right? But, this is very simple stuff. What do we see? What's the sky do? It moves. All the stuff in the sky, yep. Is it moving? Yes. Are we? No, I don't think so. The first thing I noticed was that the sky stuff was moving. So maybe later I'll find out about the Earth moving, but I don't feel it, and all I see is the sky stuff moving. And then you just kind of go down the logic pathway. Inductive or deductive. Like if I look outside, I'm looking at a tree. It's right there. There's no amount of thinking myself out of that situation that's going to take that tree down. Right? That was a total tangent, so I do apologize.
It's all right.
It's raining here. It's very stormy. It's been raining for like 3.5 hours.
I don't know if any of you guys watch Dell from Behind the Imaginary Curve. His street activism.
Yeah.
He always kind of opens with that question: do you think you can be brainwashed? Do you think it can happen to you? And I think that's the biggest thing. A lot of people just, at least in the Western world, the Western nations, they think they're immune to this type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a really important question for a person to ask themselves. Do they feel like they're under the influence of brainwashing in any sense of it? Because they clearly are, and
right. That is a good
don't
question
know
to ask
how
yourself.
to know if they're in a cult themselves.
Yeah, I like that. That's a really good point. Because I didn't see a lot of it came natural to me. Like I don't know. I didn't have to sit around and think myself out of the globe paradigm and into the flat Earth. You know what I mean? Like it just clicked. I was like, oh yeah, wait, yeah, But a lot of people have to do that. Like they have to be kind of shown a different way of thinking about something, so that they can see the truth about it instead of either what they want to see or what they've been told to see about it.
Yeah, it was much the same for me. I've always been kind of asking questions and thinking of, pondering alternative ideas. So yeah, when it came along, it clicked for me too.
Yeah.
It makes sense. How can it not click,
Right.
That's the only thing I can't relate with Globers is I've never experienced severe cognitive dissonance, if any, to be honest, because I was always very open to alternatives that just go completely against the grain, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. They just click straight away. Even now, as a quote unquote flat earther, like if they prove the globe, I could click straight back into it. I'm only biased to whatever the truth is.
Yeah, nice. I like that. That's a good quote. I'm writing that one down. I'm only biased to whatever the truth is. I'm going to quote you too, man. I'm putting your name after these quotes.
All right, cool.
I ain't be stealing nothing, man. I know how intellectual property works. Shit.
Hey, Davis up in here, man.
What's that, Gray Davis?
Clay Davis from The Wire. Shit.
Oh, I didn't. You know, I never saw the show.
Yeah, it's a good show.
I watched a couple episodes and I was like, I was bored, and that's my fault because I know it's a slow burn show, and I was like, no, I don't want to watch it. So.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of, if any, really much TV or movies nowadays, but I watched The Wire, 10 plus years ago.
Yeah, I started watching when it came out too. A lot of people were still watching
Probably
it.
the type of show you could still enjoy as a flat earther.
Yeah.
It's quite grounded, you know, there's not a lot of, I forget that phrase, artistic liberty.
Right.
Yeah. It tries to stay kind of in the real world, but, you know, it's still all about, you know, diet woke bullshit like politics and this nonsense. Politicians are going to fix things and stuff like that, you know.
Oh, heroes.
Oh, it's just the incompetence of our political systems. That's why everything's falling apart.
Right. Yeah. Right. There's not something a little bit bigger, a little bit more mischievous going on. No, it's just faulty politics within local systems. Yeah. Yeah. Totally.
Yeah, I mean, The Wire does a good job at portraying politicians as kind of the scummy that they are, but not to the full extent that we know them to be, you know.
They can only be so honest.
But yeah, anybody with eyes to see can clearly realize that it's a societal problem. It's our fundamental beliefs that are creating all these systems that are just corrupting everything.
Yep. And the apathy that is allowing it to continue.
Yeah, exactly. The apathy, man. That's what atheism does, though, you know. Just breeds that patheticness.
Yeah, unfortunately, this whole thing, this battle that we're in, is about personalities and not the facts. It's attitudes over evidence, and that's the way they want it, right? That's if you're going to muddy some waters, that's a really good way to do it. But you know, as long as at the end of the day, you know what? I don't even have to say that because I know at the end of the day, it's the facts that win. So this is just like it's the trenches, as it were, before. I mean, they call it the apocalypse. It's the revealing, right? And that's what we're experiencing right now. With everything, flat Earth's just a little piece of that. And I don't mean to minimize it. Flat Earth is super important.
People are waking up than we even realize.
Absolutely. Oh, dude, it's crazy. Most of the people I've talked to over the last couple of days that I've actually seen in public, almost all of them have had something pretty actually woke to say, not just diet woke, but you know, they've been paying attention not just to the news and not just to, you know, their family, you know.
Yeah.
It almost seems though in these last 2 years, like maybe last year and a half, a lot of people have had what I'm going to just try and call like a fake awakening almost, where they never watched any conspiracy stuff or anything like that, and now they love Alex Jones. You know, they've fallen for all the shills, a lot of them.
Yeah, Well, that's the whole idea behind them bringing in the phrase fake news in 2016. You know, was to create these like little animal farms. You know, like Alex Jones is like one step above like watching mainstream media. Basically, he's a bit more than that now, to be honest. But you know, he's still pretty conservative. What you're going to learn from him.
Oh,
And
that's
it
that's a
is
really
a
good
type of
point.
fake awakening. Yeah, it's a
It's pretty
good phrase.
it's pretty coincidental, should I say, that just before this whole pandemic and everything, they were pushing all the fake news. This is fake news. Like, I'd never heard of fake news not being pushed on TV. And it was like, be careful what you watch online. It might be fake news. This is the fake news. And they put all that in place just before whatever happened in 2020.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it all ties in.
All ties in, yeah. They had to have that in place to make people immune to any truthful information, I guess.
Yeah, people just need these little 2-word hand wave dismissal mantras, you know, and they just the powers that be give it to them, you know. Oh, fake news! You're fake news. You're debunked. Have you been fact checked? You know, stupid shit like that.
I know people that, you know, they're told what to think by not even the news, but like TV shows and fictional TV shows and movies that have, and even video games that have such a heavy influence on what they do on in their day-to-day life and the way they perceive things and what they think about stuff. And yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like worshipping false idols or something like that. Like I know one guy, and he's like just watched movies and TV shows loads in his entire life. He's obsessed by him, and he was playing the video game Red Dead Redemption, the cowboy game or whatever it is. And there's a character in it who drinks like shots of whiskey, right? And because this character drank shots of whiskey, he was waking up in the morning and having a shot of whiskey to start the day.
How old is he?
Huh?
How old is your friend? Or
Mate, he's about
is this guy?
30, 35 or something.
Jesus, he's still that impressionable.
Yeah, but this was probably 5 years ago, so he was probably about 30 then, maybe 28 or something. And his whole life, he's just based around TV, movies, video games.
So wait, because of the video game, he takes a shot of whiskey in the morning?
He was doing until obviously he stopped playing the game and grew out of it and probably got moved on to the next thing. But yeah,
Do you think he still does that?
No, not at all. I think he's probably moved on to whatever the next game tells him to do.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's how.
I mean, I probably shouldn't say something like that. That's interesting.
That's just impressionability from when you're about 10 years old in the mind.
Oh yeah,
It's like
crazy.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Sorry, it was the guy in the video game was having a shot of whiskey in the morning because it was like an old cowboy, and then he started doing it. That's what he was doing after he spent like days playing the game.
And did he ever tell you why he was doing it? Like,
No,
do you think there was some kind of
I
benefit, or
only
was
know
just
he was doing it because someone else who lived with him told me.
what
So I
did he
never
think
asked
he was
him
getting,
about
like style points or some shit?
it.
I'll tell you what, man. I've heard of weirder excuses to become an alcoholic.
Strange.
But you see it all over. It's not just that. Like when you see like a famous person's got a new weird haircut or whatever, and then you go outside like a week later and you see like 10 people all with the same haircut, and I'm thinking, are they even thinking for themselves? Like they've
they're
just
not.
done it because this guy on TV's got the same haircut. I see it all the time with haircuts of England footballers. When like one of the footballing superstars gets this like snazzy haircut, and then I see like 5 guys at the pub all with the same haircut.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just devoid of their own identity, basically.
Yeah, they haven't got
Their identity is the consensus, you know. Or
Yeah, I gotta admit though, those soccer players, those football players, they got some pretty cool fucking haircuts, man. I'll tell you what.
Oh yeah, because they spend about like £1,000 on a haircut.
Yeah.
They
probably, let's be honest, they probably get them for free.
Are you on about football,
yeah,
soccer players?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
soccer.
confusing. All right, yeah. It's confusing hearing Americans say football because they always say soccer. So I'm like, are you on about American football?
He did
what?
I can say football if you guys, you know what I mean? Like I'll say football around a bunch of Brits to talk about soccer.
I'm straight. Good. I'm glad. Yeah. I didn't really think about it. English hours, isn't it?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with like, you know, oh yeah, that haircut's cool. I'd like that too, you know. But it's when like, oh, they changed their haircut. I'm still on their old haircut.
Right.
I'm gonna change it. I'm gonna update. You know.
Hey man, I'll tell you, I'm almost 40, and I did the same stuff when Michael Jordan was big, and New Kids on the Block, and all that stuff, dude. Milli Vanilli had I don't know if you guys know who Milli Vanilli is or was, but they had the and Vanilla Ice too. So Vanilla Ice had the lines in his eyebrows, and Milli Vanilli had the lines in the sideburns, and I had them both. So fuck y'all. Shit.
Yes, bro.
Maximum pleb.
It was dude. Maximum pleb. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just kidding, bro.
That's brilliant.
No, it was fun. It was, and you know what? It did make me feel cooler, and it made a lot of other kids cool. You know, it made kids kind of cool to do that. But at the same time, you know, if you're gonna do that into your 30s, that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, but all that stems like from when you still build your identity with the consensus with pop culture. You know.
Yeah,
you're supposed to grow out of that. Like you do that stuff up until maybe your 20s. Fair enough, you know, but you're supposed to grow out of that. But most people are like nowadays are totally stunted in that mindset, you know. They take it well into their 30s, 40s, 50s, man.
It
The rest of
sounds
their
like
life.
it sounds like a classic case of like identity disassociation. Like you disassociate your concept of self so far away from you that you require other people's input to be able to function.
I don't think they're disassociating their concept of self. I don't think they've developed the concept of self yet.
Yeah.
That's
Which is
so-
like, I mean, I guess it's hard to tell between the two as well, right? Because if you don't develop a sense of self, and even just a minor sense of self in your youth, you don't have one. But if you have any sense of self to begin with, you disassociate it to be able to take on other people's identities. So it's like
I think
really
that's
difficult
something
to
that kind of goes over even flat earthers' head, is realizing just how many people are running around this world that their mind stopped growing at like 15.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm serious when I say that, you know, like they don't have a sense of self whatsoever. It's like humanity is their identity. The all is their identity.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not against that because, you know, I'm of the belief that, you know, we're all one, we're all connected, you know, we're all in this together. And we should help each other and work as communities, etc., etc.
Here's a
But
problem.
it's a balance, you know.
Yes, it is a balance. Here's a problem. Families are less close now than they ever have been. And so kids are raised on computer, phone, and TV screens for the most part, instead of human interaction. And so their idols turn out to be, you know, their heroes and idols are things that, especially at a young age, some of these things kids shouldn't even be looking at or seeing, knowing about. And then, you know, all of a sudden it becomes a part of their personality. They don't really get the chance because of, you know, real human interactions, especially now. I mean, good Lord. You know, is this the best we're going to have for a while? How are you going to grow up when we can't even look at each other and talk and shake each other's hand?
For sure.
But anyway, yeah, I think, if the family were closer, if people were able to learn from one another in real life situations and not from whatever they can find on the internet and on their phone, you know, I think we'd be better off.
We haven't even I mean, children growing up with the internet, they haven't even reached, a majority of us haven't even reached adulthood yet.
Right.
So we don't even know how access to this amount of input all of the time affects brain development.
It can't be
I mean,
good.
it would
think we're
not
starting to see the
surprise me that
fallout
in
of that.
like, yeah, like
Guys, wait
if
there.
in 20 years there's like this huge study that comes out and it's like, oh, well, it actually like stunts brain development significantly because all of the input you see, I mean, we see rates of ADHD skyrocketing, we see like all of these different things that are in direct correlation with the way that the internet is formatted. I wouldn't say that it's access to a multitude of information. I would say it's probably like the predatory nature of media companies that is
Habit, are
like
you talking
so
about
drastically
Habit? Can I
affecting
just
the
ask
youth.
you to preface what
Sure.
you're talking about again? I just received a phone call just before you come in, and I'm very
Yeah.
interested. I believe I know what you're talking about, but the topic is what? Thank you. Go ahead.
We're
Could you
talking
just,
about like the general psychology of the generation that's grown up with the internet, had it all their life, and
I
been
thought that was
surrounded by it.
yeah. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're correct. That basically, right, this overstimuli that people have never ever seen this before, have they? Right, and I always say this, like my name is sort of attached to this, and it's again, adults are being reined into this, right? People are effectively addicted to dopamine hits, and they're living out their life searching for the next dopamine hit. And again, that is effectively going to remap your brain. It really is. At the end of the day, your endopleasure system is a very finicky thing. When it becomes disequilibrialized, it's very difficult to re-equilibralize it, right?
I don't know how many people think about this or realize it. With the internet, it's like the first time in at least our known history, as far as technology goes. It's the first time in our known history that children have an opinion in adult matters, because as long as you can type grammatically well and, sensibly, you can put an opinion out on Twitter or wherever, and all the people reading it can take you as a 30, 40-year-old, Maybe the opinion is sound, but, I'm going to lean that most like teenage opinions are pretty shit, to be honest.
Yeah.
And should probably be disregarded because they just don't have any real experience behind them. How could they? They've not lived long enough, So it's like this is a really weird time for social interaction, societal interaction, because
100%.
we have any kid with access to the internet can get their opinion out there, and it can be taken seriously,
For
Whereas most of the time in real life, I'm not trying to be ageist here, but I think it needs to be considered.
Well, no, dude, you're not being ageist. There's also someone else that we need to consider when we're talking about younger people. So, what is it that younger people don't actually have? They don't have a sense of, sort of morality. Not morality. Sorry, they don't have they feel as if they're immortal, right? So, a person that's coming from a a position that sort of, believes that their life is not finite, is one that's not sort of taking in all the variables into account when making decisions, right? And you are correct, like the internet and actually public opinion in itself and how much it can be changed by anonymous people behind keyboards. And sometimes, remember, like sometimes the anonymous people behind the keyboards are presenting their opinions across vast and spans across different platforms, right? And they may be doing so from different accounts, right? So yeah, man, like again, it is something I personally don't think young kids should be even allowed on the internet in certain capacities whatsoever, right? The stuff that we know about neurology in terms of the fact that the widening of of the neural pathways in our brains from dopamine hits that are effective, and they do design the media companies like this is what habit. That's what I heard. Habits. But
Every app's
the media
designed
companies,
in mind and everything.
exactly, bro. They're making
addicted.
sure that it does that to the brain. They're making sure that it hits. You know, this is something like in Fortnite, for instance. You hear the gun when they pick it up in the chest. It opens up. It makes the little noise, right? And they know that it's not just auditory. It's it's also our hearing. It's every little thing. And scientists have really been playing with that concept for a long time. It goes
Yeah,
back
you
very,
could
very
pretty
far.
much conclude that the entire like mainstream aspect of the internet is 100% predatory to
Yeah.
children.
Yeah. I mean,
Everything has been designed to exploit them. So
yeah. Like, and it isn't even just, there's like such a deeper aspect to it than just like, oh, well, we want kids to keep consuming our content. These media companies are gaining profit from children and manipulating them. It's like, it's a group of adults, like designing products to keep children entertained so that, you know, their parents have to pay for like money and apps, and or these kids keep clicking on whatever, and it's so predatory in so many different levels. And then there's like completely different levels to it of this like innate predatory nature, like pushing certain things onto children, like views and opinions and whatever that are they know that parents are just handing their 3-year-olds iPads, and that the kids are just going to go looking at whatever, right? Like, there's no safe area on the internet for children. Like, there's apps designed for kids, like YouTube Kids or whatever. But give me 5 minutes on YouTube Kids, and I'll be able to find something completely abhorrent. Like, it's predatory. It's a rabbit hole for literal 3-year-olds.
yeah, and all
Well,
the
there's
while
another
it's just
side.
constantly diminishing their cognitive potential. You know, the longer and longer they're at it.
Just to add
Yeah.
to what Habit said, though, quickly. So, you know, you were saying about how, you know, their predatory nature in terms of pushing on big opinions, right? With these
Yeah.
big opinions, that this is a process in which that people can sort of try and say, no, this isn't occurring, right? You know, it definitely is. It's got a lot of evidence back behind it as well. It's just that people aren't willing to look in the right places, and that is effectively the quantitative easing of political opinions, in order that this generation effectively needs to be made to believe, right, that it's okay to be away from a form of gold standard or to go toward a type of, you know, fiat currency, because the old generation is really realizing where it's at, right? You know, and we're understanding that, let's say, you know, every bank in the world is backed by American dollars, right? For instance, yeah. And this is gonna collapse very, very soon, right? Going back years and years, it was already apparent to certain individuals. But again, it's a quantitative easing towards, and if you've ever seen anything to do with the people that, let's say, were, you know, communist activists or communist dissidents that were effectively that have gone back over to the side, realizing what they were actually doing, and they'll admit to you, right? Like Yuri Bezmenov, for instance, will tell you that there's a quantitative easing of programming towards children, that they will take up causes, right? That these causes need someone to protect it in order to sort of reify the idea of government. Right? Government itself is in cahoots with all of these media companies, and they have to do so in order to stay relevant, right? To stay, because obviously the state at this point has managed to convince every generation since that the dollar isn't going to collapse, for instance, or the pound isn't going to collapse. And at the same time, exactly, like, because like, what are we going to do when they have crypto, right? Everyone in America, if they just, what if they dump the dollar? What if they just dump it?
Why would they lie about that, right?
Why would they lie? Exactly, Roger. But like, I just want to say the end part of this. So if they dump the dollar, you're ruined. So they need to basically inculcate the new generation into sorts of like moral, or, you know, forms of like a moral justice that they need to fight. And again, they need it to be presented as if it's bigger than themselves, that there is no way they can organize it through themselves, right? There's different ways that they're going to do this, but this is something that is very apparent when you sort of look at, you know, everything to do with like even Black Lives Matter. I don't even care about the cause. I don't care what it represents. I'm talking about what it represents in conjunction to other things, right? And kids are being exposed to this, even on kids' YouTube. You know what I mean? On kids' YouTube, they're being exposed to these like political agendas in a massive way.
Definitely. And what is it they're teaching critical race theory and all that fucking garbage. So yeah, they're definitely exposed to all this nonsense.
100%.
Not even like, I wasn't even necessarily thinking like political. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember like Elsa Gate, but that shit was like literally like child trafficking. You can go onto YouTube Kids and find like actual videos of children being trafficked. And these are things that are very easy to find. It's ridiculous, you know?
Yeah,
Like
that Elsa
YouTube,
Gate thing was
Still
crazy.
going on.
yeah, like it's still there. Like you can go on YouTube and find like
And it has
stuff
all
that
this
they
weird
say like, oh, you can
it
only
has all
find
this
it like if
weird
you're using like an
okay.
Onion browser or whatever, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's on YouTube. Like,
Yeah, and it has all this
And it
MK
all
Ultra type mind control thing behind it.
yeah.
and it
Crazy.
all starts with the globe Earth. When they convinced you by telling you you're on a spinning water pair hurling through infinite vacuums, right? They can make you believe anything. Anything. If they made you believe that the observable reality that you are living in is different, right? So you observe reality as flat, non-rotating. You measure your reality as flat, non-rotating. But they made you believe you're on a spinning water pair. It is not being significant. You're insignificant. You're a speck of stardust somewhere in the back of an infinite universe, right?
A result
An
of
asteroid,
random happenstance and chances,
right?
exactly, you
An
know, which
asteroid
is a
can take
nihilistic worldview.
Meaningless.
Carry
an
on, sorry.
asteroid can take you out any second now, right? Because you are just an accident, and meaningless piece of dirt on another piece of dirt, right? This is where it all started.
Again, it's the same thing, right? And I feel like right. So think of it this way: if you want to look at like predictive programming or game theory 101, right? This is one way of looking at it. So if you were to say that everything started from a singularity, or everything comes from a globe, right? And this globe comes from a singularity. These are like two axioms, right, in which are true. From those two axioms, going on from there, right? There are only certain things that could be true in order that we are where we are today, right? In terms, so, and that's the other part of it. So people say, well, no, but yeah, but the globe, you know, the idea of the globe, if that's what it is, what does that mean? And it's like, well, you can actually see how it is actually something that would cause a form of predictive programming, right? So if you believe in the Big Bang, right, then you're likely to believe, because obviously remember the Big Bang starts off as the universe comes into existence out of hydrogen. Everything we have here comes only out of hydrogen, right? So if you're able to believe that portion, well, this is my point. I know, but again, yeah. So again, if you're able to believe that everything comes from hydrogen into all these other different things, then you're likely to believe that evolution would be the same, right? And then, so as in, you know, amino acids to protein cells all the way up to DNA, right? Which is obviously a load of bollocks as well. But that's kind of the point, is that there are certain axioms that they set up, right? Right, singularity, globe. From there, there's only so far that you can go in terms of what story or narrative there is. There are certain ways that you can wiggle around it. That's why we sort of see all of these like terrible sort of stories that come out that are effectively just rubbish. Like, for instance, where the moon comes from, right? You know, if anyone, you know, Thea, the wayward planet that crashes into the Earth, you know, and the Earth's molten core was about to go out because they'd already established the evolutionary timeline of the Earth and how long the core had already been there. So they had to create a story that would like swing this back in so that the axioms weren't messed up, right? But again, it's based on the two axioms. Okay, it's based on the evolutionary timescale of the Earth, right? As in how long it took for it to be formed, and how long let's say the so-called Earth's core would be burning for. So then they have to say, okay, a planet has to come along to replenish the Earth's core in order that we can have the gravitational field or force that we have now, right? In order that we effectively have a moon as well, because remember, the debris from that planet was what coalesced into a ball and was thrown up to create the moon. But again, everything relies upon that one event in the globe model, and it's what, 4.5 billion years ago it happened. They have no evidence for it happening, but it has to have happened. That has to have happened for us to currently be existing in the state that they say in this heliocentric model. Because if it didn't happen, the Earth's core wouldn't exist, and we wouldn't be able to exist right now, because obviously they say that gravity is the thing that holds in the atmosphere of the Earth. So that we wouldn't have an atmosphere, according to them. We wouldn't have an atmosphere anyway if we did live on the globe. Obviously, it wouldn't make sense. Entropy would dictate the higher to lower pressure movement. But the point is, everything relies on that one point because of these axioms that they box themselves in on. And again, if you can believe in those little axioms, you'll believe anything that goes in between that has to happen to connect the two axioms, or maybe it's three. There are certain tangent points, like I said, that they've created that have boxed themselves in, and at this point, it seems like a little bit of ridicule from my point. It's like, how are people still even seeing this and thinking
It's
this
not
is
ridicule.
like
It's painful just listening to you describe their religion, man. Honestly, it's so ridiculous.
But when you have things like that,
Don't know
you
why
have to
people get
basically believe in an event that was 4.5 billion years ago, right? That effectively had to have happened in order that we can exist in the way that we do now on a globe. And it's like, do people not see the inconsistencies there? That again, this is but people will just affirm the consequence and say, well, no, because we do exist now, then it must have happened. Well, things don't actually work like that.
They're
that's
literally saying the science is settled on what specifically happened 4.5 billion years ago.
Yes, mate.
Yeah, that's the thing
Sorry.
that you're
Go ahead.
instantly taught as a child in grade school is that this is how it went. This is what it is. Don't question it. And pretty much that. And if you try to say anything else, then they'll fail you out.
Again, think about the likelihood of a wayward planet smaller than the Earth
They literally
hitting the Earth.
punish you in school for thinking differently. Like they
One sec,
punish you for
Geomancer.
thinking differently.
Geomancer, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was
Go ahead,
talking.
sorry.
Just to let you know.
Sorry.
When I'm in here, guys, the talking over thing ain't gonna happen. Like I literally, I like it ain't gonna happen. All right. So basically, again, you're gonna also have to believe that this planet, the wayward planet Athea, okay, 4.5 billion years ago, when it crashed into the Earth, right? Remember, for it to deposit its molten iron core to replenish ours. Remember, think about how stupid this is. Another planet crashed into our planet, its molten core, right? And it was only a glancing blow, as in the story says, because if it wasn't a glancing blow where the planet bounced off, the Earth would have just been shattered. But at the same time, a glancing blow does not happen when you have a sort of boring effect of like an RPG, right? Like a Monroe effect, an inverted copper cone, boom. Yeah, this is a liquid molten jet of the Earth's core that's hit this Earth with the other planet, and it's bored through our Earth all the way down to the center and replenished our Earth's molten core so that it might not burn out. Right? This happened 4.5 billion years ago, and this planet again didn't break our planet. In fact, again, the debris from the blow was what coalesced together eventually over the next couple of million years, or maybe more, in order to then throw away the moon from that planet, right? In order that we as well, remember, it's coalescing together a planet, like the moon. The planet's coalescing this moon together from this thing, from this event. And then the moon so happens to be 400 times the size to distance ratio needed that we could experience eclipses. Just think about the likelihood of all of this sort of going on and how that's settled.
What's
Sorry,
the
go ahead,
claim
mate.
for the age of Saturn's rings? How long has Saturn had its rings in the heliocentric model? Anybody know that?
Yeah, 1 second.
I am very into astronomy and astrology. It should have been
They say
since
they're
almost
as young as a
before it was
dinosaur.
formed. At least when it started to become an actual right there, a gas giant. That is supposed to
They're made of ice, right? They're made of ice, right? With some dust mixed
Yeah,
in.
they're ice rings, and they're either from a comet or something. So some kind of contact happening with the planet way back when.
So wait. Fucking comet. A comet.
And
like
so
what?
when something makes contact or hits the
Saturn.
planet. No, it wasn't a
Or
comet.
came
I was just thinking
close
a
to its
comet because a lot of the
immense
comets are made out of
gravitational
ice,
pull.
apparently.
And it like
So-
ripped the comet apart and formed the rings, right? But a fucking planet-sized object hitting Earth
Yeah,
massive
yeah, it
rings
was an
for Earth.
entire
Okay.
planet-sized object that glanced off of Earth, and the fragments
Yeah, but
ended
I
up
mean that's
becoming our
another hole
moon because
in
of our
their
They say
gravity, I
they're
guess.
100.
story.
Whether they
That
say they're 100 million years old, effectively, they used to say they were 4.5 billion years old as well. Again, that would probably put some onus on looking at the other stuff because there was a lot of skepticism over the 4.5 billion number, right? People were like, and again with this new number, so they're effectively formed when the dinosaurs roamed Earth.
Oh yeah. Wait,
Yeah.
what? They were? Whoa, that's actually
That's when they were
Saturn's rings
formed.
are
galactically.
100
That's
million
not
years old.
supposed. That's not a long time, like in the sense of space and
100,
time. Apparently,
of course, 100.1 million years ago is the answer that you're looking for. So they come up with this answer, right? When the Cassini, the Cassini spacecraft, it perished,
yeah,
right? So
yeah.
they're saying that it crashed. They basically plunged it into the gas giant swirling atmosphere. The crash came after a last few months of furious study during which Cassini performed the grand finale, a sensational death-defying dance that saw the spacecraft dive between the planet and its rings 22 times.
What the fuck?
Yeah. It managed to dive in between the rings and the planet 22 times on its orbit.
And according to space agencies and NASA, they don't know what the core of like the gas giants are supposed to be, but they had shit like this where it's between the rings and the planet itself, and
Well,
don't
again,
know
I
what
mean,
the fuck the core of it planet could be. No, but
listen
continue.
to
Sorry.
this.
I can't remember
As
if
new
they claimed.
perspective,
Did Earth ever have rings after these impacts? Did they claim that?
No, the rings are because of impacts, because of the gravitational force pulling the debris towards the body of the planet.
the
That's
Earth
what
has
the
a
rings
No,
much
I'm
larger sort of.
talking about.
Remember, listen, wait there. So, because it's a gas giant, right? It's
Yeah.
different than a solid object. So when we're taking into consideration centrifugal force versus gravity, and remember the centrifugal force, the outward here is only a 3% differential when plugged in with gravity, right? So the difference would be this: is that the rings wouldn't be able to form because effectively the gravitational force of the Earth would be that they would be implicated toward the center of mass of the Earth.
Yeah. Oh shit.
As new
Fuck.
perspectives often
You're
do, this
right.
one revealed a surprise, right? Listen to this. So, so after the dance dive, right? So they say that they got the 101.1 million number, yeah, from this dive, right? This dance and dive. They did this beautiful thing that Cassini did between the rings 22 times. And it's effectively this article says, as new perspectives often do, this one revealed a surprise. Previously, planetary science had assumed that Saturn's rings were as old as the solar system itself, about 4.5 billion years old. But cosmic clues hidden deep within the rings caused some Cassini scientists to massively revise this figure. The rings aren't as old as the solar system. They argued in a paper published this summer in the journal. They emerged no more than 100 million years ago. Well, so yeah. An explosion of media coverage linking the rings to the age of dinosaurs helped to quickly solidify the new finding in the public's eye. That's why they put it in the same spectrum as the dinosaurs, because obviously if you put something next to that, then again it's an attaché point to evolution. It's an attaché point. Remember what I was saying about these sort of axioms? They always reify their old axioms with their new axioms, right? And then that's something that they always do. Again, the globe is built upon reification fallacy after reification fallacy.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is a lot for me to take in as someone who's coming from conventional science. And all I knew was fucking what they taught me in school and high school and college and shit.
Yeah, it's all an entire load of bullshit anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Well, that's the kind of issue, is that if you actually go and look into what the actual narrative is, it speaks for itself in terms of its validity, right? Again, a lot of the time it's like shots in the dark, right? Probes sent out to space that somehow find out one little piece of information. It could be something as simple as we have a geological study from Earth where we have a rock that we know has certain minerals in it, for instance, right? And these minerals we can apparently trace back with carbon-14 dating that was produced in the atmosphere at a certain time. And again, we know the age of this rock here. We then study a piece of rock in the rings of Saturn. That piece of rock in the rings of Saturn has the same mineral sort of makeup as the part on this Earth, which we had dated with carbon-14. Again, we didn't retrieve the rock back from Cassini, but I'm not saying this is the official narrative. I'm saying this is the sort of things that I read before. They don't sort of specify in this article exactly how they determined that the rings were 100.1 million years old. It just so happens that that's the case, but that's sort of an example as to why they could have said that, right? Again, it wouldn't compute that they would be able to test for carbon-14 dating on that spacecraft at all. So, again, I'm not claiming that's what they're stating, but I'm saying that's sort of the thing that I've heard before when it comes to this sort of thing. Hi, Ildiko. I've not seen you in here.
Shit, my bad. I muted my mic. Yeah, I never had the opportunity to learn. What'd you call it? Literally, the first time I ever heard it was when I was in a fucking stream earlier. And they were asking questions to the Flat Earth Discord. Excuse me. It's the first time that I ever actually had something like just to talk about alternative knowledge. Right? I don't feel like it's bad to question what the mainline general consensus is.
What
It's
is
not very new to me.
What is alternative knowledge? I mean, knowledge is things we can know. Things we can know, right? We all can know. So that is objectively true to us all.
Yeah.
What is alternative?
I was speaking alternative knowledge in the sense what's generally taught to you in like baseline middle school, high school, college. Like they just say,
You're talking about,
okay, this is how the universe
alternative
works,
mainstream.
and that's it. Don't ask questions about it. Like that's literally how it was for me in high school and college. Or like this is the way the planets work. This is the way the universe was born. This is the shape of the earth. This is all this because what you're generally taught from a very young age is. So that's what I mean. So to me, because this was my first time hearing about it. I'm 24 years old. This is my first time hearing about it. So to me, technically, to this extent, right now, it's still considered alternative knowledge, right? This is the first time I've ever heard about it, and I'm not saying alternative in the sense where it's incorrect. I'm saying this is the first time I've heard about it in the sense of it goes directly against what I learned, which I'm not saying what I learned was right. I know how the institution works, shit. So I understand that.
Let us define the word knowledge, right? Because when we experiment, test, and validate, then we can say we know stuff. So we know when water boils at sea level, right? We know this. And we cannot test, experiment, and validate. That would be belief. So when somebody says, "Well, there's a supernova, and it was created 80 million billion years ago," that's not knowledge, right? You have you can't test it, you can't validate it. It's just a belief.
You're just feeding into the general consensus about what that should be. Normally, what people would consider
right. So can I ask you a second,
being.
Justin? Can I just ask you because remember you right? I just want to pick this out a little bit. This isn't. So you remember you said alternate knowledge, yeah? I sort of understood what you meant. But again, a lot of everything that I just said isn't a form of knowledge, right? Because it's not something that's validated in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But that is the actual consensus that I was speaking of, right? And that sounded ridiculous to you. Am I correct?
I knew what he was talking about. When
I'm not gonna say that it's ridiculous. I'm definitely, I came here to learn, right? I just figured out about the flat Earth theory 2 hours ago, right? So, to me, when I say alternative knowledge, I just mean like I understand that it falls into a category. Well, this isn't something that's generally taught to, in normal schooling, normal. Just normal forms, mostly normal forms of, obtaining knowledge. Like, you Google it, look it up, everything says, this is the planet, this is it, this is that. You're in school. It gives you the answer. You don't even have to ask the question. So
would you say that that's suspicious?
No, and I would, and that's why I was genuinely curious and coming in here and, learning about it. You know what I mean? I didn't come in here to troll or to say, I literally just came in here to, to figure out.
No, welcome.
Yeah, no, yeah,
Thanks for the
exactly.
info.
So yeah, no, so that's why literally it was just a couple hours ago that I figured out about flat Earth theory. So I was like, dope, that's cool, because I'm also anti-establishment in the sense where I don't want to believe everything that they try to teach me in like that public schooling format. Because I know that all they want to do is make me become a drone, work for them, make the money, and then die. So they just want me to
Justin,
believe everything. Yes,
it's
continue.
not a
Sorry.
theory. It's not a theory, right? Observable reality and measuring the surface of Earth is not a theory, right? It's
Yeah.
knowing. That is why
Yeah.
I ask you, what is alternative knowledge? Because
Well, I only say theory because what I was taught learning a theory is something that isn't formally proved, and I want to say, like I was saying, like I'm new to this, so something that isn't peer studied in the sense where it's like in like a scientific journal that's available through normal means, right? So this isn't what we're talking about isn't something that's formally accepted. So it's not formally peer reviewed in the sense. Well, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying it's not formally peer reviewed in the sense where something generally like this would be. So that's the only reason I call it alternative is because it's not what they teach you
I
normally
understand.
in public school. So that's all I mean. I
understand.
don't mean that as an insult. I just mean it's not something that
No,
they normally
and this,
teach you.
I understand it, right? And we get people here that claim knowledge, but when you press them on that quote unquote knowledge, it is a belief, right?
Yeah.
This is why we are so specific about what is belief and what is knowledge. Okay, so and that is, I understood what you said when you said, well, it's an alternative knowledge, and that is why I pressed you on it.
Yeah. I don't mean
because
that
it is
like
not knowledge.
negatively.
It is not knowledge. It is what you believe to be true, right? They teach you this, and you believe it to be true, but it is not knowledge because you have not been to a black hole, or supernova, or whatever, right? What's beyond your limitation? You have not been there, so it cannot be knowledge. That is something you have to. We ask people to leave their beliefs at the door, and then try and figure out what can we know about the place that we are standing on, right?
Yeah.
And by knowing would be measuring, right? Measuring the surface of Earth to actually understand if it is actually a ball with the radius of 3959, because the whole heliocentric model was built on this radius, 3959. Okay? Without the radius, the whole heliocentric model crumbles. It collapses. If the Earth is not a ball, right, then it cannot be floating in a vacuum of space with the water sticking on it. So we went out and measured the surface of Earth, and it came out that it is not following the radius of 3959, right? It is flat. So,
yeah.
But continue. My apology.
No. I mean, definitely the reason I was at least fully curious is because in college I majored in because I always wanted to be like an astrologist and shit, and ended up oh fuck, god damn it, sorry, my mic is super loose. It keeps falling over the place. My bad. If I keep, and I ended up majoring in theoretical physics. And also the thing is with theoretical physics, you're always working on I want to say equations and essentially shit that is relative and has to do with space that isn't proven, right? It's all theoretical and it's constantly always changing. So that's why I was so inclined to come into here and just hear other opinions, because that literally just finished a 4-year degree. But it's
cool.
true, because with how theoretical physics is that literally half the shit, I mean, right now half of the equations that we still use for theoretical physics are over 120 years old, right? And what we're trying to do now is make things that we've discovered since then that are outside of that realm of the base theoretical the base theoretical equations work with it, because now it's
and
we took theoretical physics at
yes.
this baseline, but now we've seen so much that we can no longer prove that that's a part of what we learned,
So again,
we studied on.
So let me just add to what you just said. So
yeah,
what it is that the field of theoretical space physics at the minute, what it's really struggling with is, again, it comes back to these axioms, and these axioms are the reason why people could say the globe has stood the test of time. It has not. Again, people say it's potentially a theory of 2,000 years old, but it's not one that was commonly held 2,000 years. We can go back 100 years. We go back 100 years. In fact, people that we know have actually spoken with individuals that were taught in school that the Earth was flat. But the heliocentric model would like you to believe that this has been something that stood the test of time, that it's been something that people on the cutting edge of knowledge have sort of been presenting for a long time. This is not true. There was a few outsiders or a few outliers, should I say. And then let me just finish this. So this is my question for you. And I'm very interested in talking to you because you've just done this degree. The axiom part, remember what I was saying about these tangent points in the story? So this is the part that they're really struggling with, is that when they're sort of trying to come up with new equations, the old equations either have to be completely scrapped and they have to create new ones, or they have to try and make it fit with the old. That's why this field effectively isn't able to go forward, because the old forms of theoretical space physics are based upon these axioms that need to be true in order for us to exist in the way that we do, right? And so those numbers can't exactly just be wiped away, and the new numbers can't be plugged into the old, and that's why there's been this stasis of just non-movement. And really it smacks of the actual what should I say, intent of the heliocentric proponents, because again, they're still pouring money into doing this to try and plug the numbers into the old axioms. And I would like to ask you one question. Would you say that you have, just after doing 4 years, right, would you say that you would even be on the precipice of an understanding that is exceeding the average norm of, let's say, theoretical space physics? Would you say that the knowledge that you gained was of wealth to you, or would you state that actually you're still very much in the dark?
I definitely say just through personal experience, because like everything that we're working on based off of like tangents lines, they're all based off of Hilbert's axioms. And with what we know currently, and things that we've learned, because Hilbert's axiom theory is like 130 years old, right? And it plugged in so well that we used it for literally scientifically 170 years, even when we were launching fucking shit into space, right? Just basing, what we could understand about. Well, not part of the equation is proven, but it used to be theoretical physics, right? But now the end of the equation, it no longer works, and everyone's trying to work with Dedekind's axiom, which kind of works towards the end of it, but like with this new axiom theory that we've been working on for like the past 3 years, which all has to do with like tangent lines, like none of it works. I mean, we're no closer to proving anything than we were 170 years ago. Just 170 years ago, somebody, fucking Hilbert, had a theory about axioms, and
there's 20. Can I just
tangent
explain what
lines.
they are? Can I just explain what they are a second? So Hilbert's axioms, there's like a set of them, right? And even if you was to type in
There's
Hilbert's
20, I
axioms
believe.
into Google, it's 20 of them. If you were to type this in, it will also tell you that these are 20 assumptions proposed by David Hilbert. Again, they started to call them assumptions because, remember, like I said about the wiping away of the old numbers, because axioms always like sort of segment people in into a sort of, like I said, into having to make attaché points to the old in order to have the new to be something of any sort of value, or even something that is able to occur. And he basically, and it was 1899, right? And he's got a book that is effectively, he created a book that's called Grundlegende der Geometrie.
Yep,
right?
I had to read that.
Yeah.
Or at least the roughly translated version.
Yeah, and that's treated essentially as the foundation of modern treatment of Euclidean geometry, right? So it goes into like the 5 axioms of geometry, as well, and then obviously there are different subsets, right? Like then you would have like the 4 axioms, and then there are different sets of these axioms that it goes through in this book, right? And again, like you're saying, it's like I always say this to people that sort of say that they know the heliocentric model, and I say this thing about axioms, and they never know what I'm referring to. The first person that's ever said that. So I actually do trust that you actually did do your degree. But the reason why I'm saying that is because a lot of people, and I always say axioms because of that reason, right?
Yeah, no,
Because I want
it was a
someone to tell me
scientifically
that.
proven theory. It has been for a very long time, for almost I think 140, 100. I don't know. I was saying 170, but probably for the past 140 years.
But remember,
Hilbert's
scientifically
axiom
proven theory as well.
theorem it was.
All right,
And
so
that's another thing is the new Dedekind, or I don't know how to say it, Dedekind's axiom, which almost disproves Hilbert's because it's for like when you, I don't know how to say it without putting it on paper, but it essentially says that instead of like between each axiom, or instead of having 20 axiom lines, there can't be 2 that are like, I want to say close together. So for
that's
every
why there was
one
the
that
discarded
exists,
axiom.
one can exist in a certain degree. So then there should only be 10. But it's also like there's 2 ways to measure it. If you measure it
Well,
under
it's like one
Dedekind's
has a formula,
axiom.
one has a
Yeah.
differential ratio formula for the other, right? So
Yeah.
and they level them out. So I just want to, just because of the language that's been used right a second ago, which is that a scientific theory. So even like I said, if you plug this in now, right, if you type in Hilbert's axioms, they completely throw his work under the bus. They say it's base assumptions, right, proposed by him. So because you said, I just want to be careful with whoever's doing that. Stop it, please.
Oh, somebody's. Wait. Is
Who
that
is
my
it?
mic? Is that my mic?
No,
it's not. Oh, it's just somebody
Power
leaving and joining.
2266.
All right,
Who?
just making
I
sure.
got him. I got him. I got
I
him.
could.
Thank you very much for
I couldn't tell if it was me
That's all right,
because
dude. It's
my
sorted.
because
Let's
my
continue.
mic line is kind of tight. But no, continue. Yeah,
No, that's all right.
I'm
Let's
eager to
continue.
listen.
So when you state that it's like and I'm not picking on you, obviously. I'm just saying because
No. That's
this is
perfectly
something that's
fine. I
been taught
understand.
to you in that way, because I know it's been taught to you in that way. So they say that it's been a scientific theory that was validated, right? Hilbert's axioms. Okay, so if we propose that some of the things in theoretical space physics, for instance, or in physics, if we just pretend that they're real, then some of these numbers would describe the things that do exist in terms of
Yes. No, they're
how
right.
they could plug into. They would be correct if
Yes.
these things were correct. But the issue is for let's say an
Like they
actual
have been
scientific
correct. That's the
theory.
thing too, is that they have been correct.
But they're correct listen, they're correct in conjunction to representative things that first have to be, for it to be a scientific theory. Again, maths is just a description or a language that describes our reality, or
perfectly
can be plugged
correct.
into stuff that doesn't describe our
Yeah.
reality.
Apparently,
Right?
math
Because remember,
is supposed to
one
explain
second,
everything.
let me just get this out a second, because this is just this is kind of like a little bit of a disclaimer, right?
Yeah.
So again, if we presume that they are visible, right? If we presume that we are in this form of a universe and a heliocentric model, then some of what his axioms are would actually, again, measure up to this, and it would be correct. But one second,
they do measure.
let me just get it out, mate, because if I get interrupted, I can't.
I'm sorry. No. My bad. Continue. Sorry, I won't interrupt. My bad. I'm sorry.
So a scientific theory, again, his axioms could be true based upon if this is a reality. But the case is that we would have to first assert the reality that he is assigning these axioms to, and we would have to first validate that scientifically speaking. Again, that's never been done. And my main issue with the way that they teach Hilbert's axioms and saying that they're a scientifically validated theory is that a scientifically validated theory is one that has first gone through the scientific method, right? So the scientific method would first have to be ascribed to, let's say, the individual things. And some of these things don't even go into the purview of science in terms of, people think science is a very like broad spectrum, and it's really not, right?
No.
It really doesn't necessarily, the scientific method doesn't necessarily attach itself, or should I say, things aren't necessarily able to be run through the scientific method always, right? This isn't the case that they can always be attached to things. So, we can still have philosophical truths, we can still have logical frameworks of things that would sort of make sense. But a scientific theory is something that's been plugged into or ran through the scientific method, and then through experimentation and gatherance of evidence, then a theory would be then presented based upon that evidence. But to sort of suggest that Hilbert's axiom is like a scientifically proven theory, it doesn't sort of quite follow, if that makes sense, because this is why they even state on the very first page of Wikipedia, it says Hilbert's axioms are a set of 20 assumptions.
Yeah, it's all
right?
a theorem.
Exactly, theorem is the word. More of the, but yeah, it's just because you said that.
And it really can't be scientifically proven to the fullest extent, because even though you want to use the scientific method, which says you have to be able to complete this experiment an X amount of times with X control group and X actual group that I would say, I don't know, I'm thinking almost of it in a pharmaceutical sense. Like you give people drugs that don't work and drugs that do work, and then you say this does this does that. And you're able to build like a consensus off of that. Well, with stuff like this, you really can't, because you can only have a control group off of who believes, who doesn't believe, depending on what you tell them. So it's hard because it has been proven, but the controlled groups that they used were literally people that were saying, do you believe this is real? They're like, yeah. And they're like, well, do you believe this is not real? And then that would be their X or their Y. So it's hard in the sense to prove something that, I can't fucking, obviously, the college that I went to, you can't put people into fucking space just for the sake of having a control group. You can't enforce the fucking baseline. Like I can't take an equation and force it on someone. You know what I mean? I can't take these theorems. I can't take fucking Dedekind's axiom or fucking Hilbert's axiom and test it. You know what I mean? Because it's all theoretical.
But you need a radius.
Special plead with the scientific method.
You need a
but
radius.
like that's what they do. They take shit that you can't. And I even knew this when I was studying theoretical physics, is that they take things that are more or less math. It's all based on equations, and then they plug other things into these equations. And if it just so happens to work with a set equation, then it's proof. And they forego the entire scientific method. It's like I don't have a control group to run these tests on, because none of us are able to fucking figure out if the existence of a tangent line through Hilbert's axiom or Dedekind's axiom is an actual thing, because we're not the fucking universe. You know what I mean? But just because it plugs into certain equations that are already generally accepted, then now it becomes fact. Instead of enforcing scientific theory on something, which you need a test group, you need control test, all this, and you forego that for a lot of theoretical. I just pretty much any kind of space programs, unless I'm gonna go to NASA or SpaceX and launch someone into space and figure out a blank effect on blank. You know what I mean? So, and I don't have $120 million. My university isn't gonna fund me $120 to fucking launch someone into space to test out something. So it's like all of these things, even things that we've accepted for the past 100 years, as fact, as somebody who learned it on, I would say, a higher scale than somebody who would have like learned it in just like normal high school or like grade school, went to a paid school wanting to be an astrologist and ended up majoring in theoretical physics, is that I can say it's definitely weird that a lot of the things that we would accept to this day as fact is all based off of the fact that these equations plug into other equations that we assume work. So that's why I would say, a lot of these things don't work because half of them are based off of theorems and the other half of them are based off of 150-year-old equations that we're not sure worked, but something plugged into it could, so it must work. But just because I'm able to come up with a math problem that equals up with some old dude's math problem from 140 years ago that he apparently solved, and now he must be correct, and that's just now the general consensus, I always thought that was kind of weird. Because that's literally how it was. Literally what I did in theoretical physics was search for equations that matched up with equations that old white dude 400 years ago said was fact.
Right.
You know, and that was the weirdest thing about it, is that like E equals MC squared. Well, why does E equal MC squared? And you're like, well, this equation works, so I don't have to do the homework, right? Like shit like that. And it's been like that for a dumb amount of time. And I hate that it was like $110,000 degree. Literally over 100 grand. It was 120 grand. And the only thing that I learned was, if I take this old guy's numbers and make an equation that works with it, then I'm right. That's literally all it is taking what the baseline of our scientific knowledge has been about the Earth, gravity, atmosphere, planet distance. I think it was 320 BC when the first person ever took like a measurement of the moon's distance to the Earth. Right? And we
But
took that as
again,
baseline.
But what is needed as well for that, right? So what do we need in order to take to effectively measure the distance to the moon, right? There are certain things again that need to be true, right?
Yeah.
So like for instance, this is why we sort of like harp on the radius thing all the time. How the radius was first established is a very similar story again, right? There was a guy called Alberuni that sort of used dip angles to the horizon in order to get the opposite, or should we say the negative angle, in order to sort of measure the distance to the core of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So in order for that to be the case, right, there are certain things that need to be true, right? And it's the same with the globe, right? The globe has to comport in a certain way for that to be true too. I can show you a couple
That
of observations.
size that he said, it has to be everything that he said to be able to fall in
Again,
line with that
of
theory
course,
of how
because
that
people
is.
were trying to listen. Wait there. So people were trying to say that the radius has been reified or re-established, let's say, by satellites, for instance. But for satellites to even get up into, let's say, orbit, right, they would first need to know the radius in order to calculate for the fuel, in order to be able to,
Yeah, and to be able to
orbit around
figure
the
out
Earth,
what orbit they need to not fucking come crashing back down or to get
Right.
lost in space.
So
they can't
can we share a
calculate it.
couple of observations with you? Can you, if you put your attention to the Livestream voices, because you can understand the mathematics behind this very
Yeah.
easily. I think it's probably a good time to sort of show you the argument in terms of why we're saying that the radius is something that's just completely destroyed, right? I'm going to show you one observation first, and then I'm going to show you another observation. It's just to do, the reason why I'm doing this is in order so that you can sort of see that effectively this is something that you can just observe every time you go to the coast or any time that you look across the Earth, right? So the first observation is off of the coast of somewhere called Devon, England, right? It's looking at an island that's 19.7 miles away, right? There are portions of this island that are extremely low as well, okay? So the other point of this is that if the horizon, right, is on, because what people often say is that, well, again, how high is that island? It doesn't really matter. There should be a horizontal line in front of said island, right? So there should be a piece of Earth or a sagittar, right, a leading edge of the sphere that should be blocking portions of the island, but the horizon is actually completely to the, so it's to the left and to the right of the island, right? The horizon being where the sky appears to meet the ground. Like I said, I'll post these two images first, okay? So you're gonna have to just trust that this is something that I did.
Oh, no, I believe.
And you can look this up. You can look this up, right? This is the closest point to this island on this part of the coast. So if I did it from anywhere else, you can sort of tell by the orientation of the island, if you look into it, that effectively that is what took place.
No. I believe it. I know. You gave me two things that are easily Googleable, so why would you lie to me about one thing and the other? No, I get it. No,
Right.
I believe it. Yeah.
Right. So again, as well, this is sort of the argument, because it goes as follows, right? So if the Earth is a sphere, right, of a radius of 3959, okay, it must be that every horizon, distance to the horizon, if the methodology for deriving the distance to the horizon is the measuring of dip angles and also the distance of the horizon away from the observer based on his angle to resolve that horizon, meaning how high he is. Okay? There's a certain formula that we can plug in, right? Which is
this is what I've learned. Like the first week that.
Right. So here as well, we have another observation. Remember, like I said, that's 19.7 miles away, the first observation. This one here, the platforms aren't the argument, right? They're just the demarcations of distance. We know the distance to the platforms. We can see the horizon. The horizon presents behind the platforms, right? Okay, so the first observation is taken roughly at 1 foot off the ground. Okay, even if it was taken at 8 feet, right? So I can show you the same observation in a moment if you would like at 8 feet. Again, if it was taken at 1 foot, okay, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon, if it is a sphere with a radius of 3959, would be 1.22 miles away. If it was 8 feet taken off of the ground, the photo, the maximum distance to that horizon would be 3.48 miles away. Okay, we can clearly see that it's 10 miles away, right, or more, because we have platform habitat, which is 9.41 miles away. Right, we also have the other observation above, and I think anyone that's been honest with themselves, that's been on the coast, knows that they've seen horizons that are much further away than this formula in terms of an average man is
I live
never
in
going to be
South
above.
Florida. I go to the beach all the time. I see oil rigs in the distance. I see all that shit in the distance.
And look at, if you see what Rogers has posted, you can see that again. You can see this observation in a different sort of way, right? So I understand that obviously people sort of say, well, look at the distortion in these images. Well, that again, so what would you state would be the refutation of this argument? What would you have to say, because if we're stating that, again, the distance to the horizon must be no more than, than what that formula is, how is it that we're observing it?
There isn't an inherent argument unless you can directly prove that the person who is showing you this information is purposefully making it so that it feeds into their what they're trying to prove. And just looking at this, there's no, and I can say that as somebody who is legally a theoretical physicist, is that there isn't proof in any of this that what I'm looking at isn't actual documentation. You know what I mean? So it's, I want to say, because they say that at a certain distance the curve comes into effect. This, that, and the next thing, and that from a certain distance away, everything's just a curve. You shouldn't be able to see it. It shouldn't look like this. But I can definitely say, literally, someone paid $110,000 to become a theoretical physicist. Is that what you're showing me? I can't say can be disproven unless I know for a fact that the person who's showing it to me is purposely doctoring it. So it definitely looks like that this proves, should I say, a point that just even from a professional standpoint, it looks like
Sorry
this
about that.
is
I received a phone
legitimate,
call.
and it surpasses what the curvature of something at that distance
Exactly, it
should
doesn't
be.
comport with the numbers, right? So I'll tell you what the argument is. So I'll tell you what the reverse
the
argument is.
algorithms
So
that I was.
Hold on a second, Craig.
Yeah, go ahead.
Justin, got to give you mad props, man, for being intellectually honest. Given that you've, as you said, paid 110 grand for a degree in.
Oh, 100%. I'm still in debt.
theoretical physics.
I'm still in debt. I'm still paying it off.
Yeah. No, so
Yes,
yeah,
mate.
credit where credit's
Nice.
due, man.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to say that myself, like credit where credit is due. Yeah, 100% being intellectually honest. So the argument in which that they give for us, yeah, you look fine, Brandon. So the argument that they give for this is effectively is that refraction would be the cause as to why the geometric horizon, is.
Yeah, but refraction only
not where
works
it's
so
supposed
much
to
at
be.
a distance. Like you can't, like I can't take
Exactly.
I can't pull out my cock from 40 miles away and you'd be able to see it on the fucking horizon because of
Well,
refraction.
again,
You can't look up into
we know the effects of
but
refraction. Right?
I know it's at a scale, and obviously, yeah.
Well, no,
but,
listen, you're exactly
it
sort
works
of right.
to a
but-
certain extent. Like,
of course. So let me just say. So I'll get it out for you
Continue,
quickly.
sorry.
So again, the horizon, yeah. Okay, refraction. Sort of, we have these different effects with tower and stooping, right? We have these different effects of refraction. This effect of refraction is something that doesn't really exist, right? It's never denoted. This idea that a horizontal line can be lifted back and placed over. But again, if we give them refraction, okay, again, refraction being something that needs the R value plugged into it, and again, that would be a massive fallacy to commit, wouldn't it? To sort of say, oh yeah, refraction would be the cause of why we're seeing this, when actually the way that you derive the radius of the Earth would be through this method. So you need this method first in order to first get the radius in order to plug it in for a form of terrestrial refraction. Refraction doesn't work in terms of lifting the whole horizon back, but let's say we give them refraction. So this is actually the real argument. It's actually a sort of it's not a trick and it's not a gotcha. It's actually a real legitimate point. But when they say refraction as to be the cause, we say, okay, cool, have your refraction. So again, how was it that Alberuni ever measured the distance to the horizon if it's something that's ever changing based on the fact that the atmosphere can affect the way that the distance to the horizon? How is it that they first established the distance to the horizon, and how would they know which was the geometric horizon or the apparent one that was lifted or moved? So again, that is the argument. Refraction actually is our argument, right? You know,
It's
so
actually
they
an
sort of
extremely
hand it
efficient
to us.
argument because it basically puts, like, if I was arguing with you from a completely scientific standpoint, that would put my head in the dirt, right? I'd be like, what the fuck? I don't have an answer for this.
Right, so
But I
do you want me
can
to explain
definitely
what we've
say,
dealt with over the last 4 or 5 years, right? With
oh
this argument.
God, I can.
So what's happened is at first the globers would say we have a geometric horizon. Now what they state is that we don't have one. They actually, so we're talking about maybe, you know, the people that have been arguing this. Some of them have got PhDs, some of them are, you know, prominent people in the scientific community and stuff like that, right? They first come in arguing that no, we have a geometric horizon, we know the distance to it, we can denote it. Now they say, well, no, we don't have a geometric horizon, it's an apparent position. We've actually changed their opinion on this almost, or should I say what they purport to say. In private, I imagine they say there is a geometric horizon, but in public they dare not sort of say it. So again, like, and this is just one of the arguments, right? So and that, like I said, that's just one argument. But if you destroy the radius, right, the radius is needed in order to assert the circumference, and to assert the circumference, right, you need the circumference in order to state that this is a globe, and vice versa, and so on and so forth, right? So this is sort of just a baseline argument, right? Again, this is sort of been our problem in the past, though, is that there's a lot of intellectual dishonesty, so it's not able to be moved forward. You know, we have people like Professor Dave, for instance, that
But
make
I can definitely
videos
say if I said this in the
misrepresent.
presence of my colleagues, I'd be blacklisted and I wouldn't never be able to say anything
Yeah,
ever.
that's
You know
what
what I
globers
mean?
don't
I wouldn't
understand.
be able to
They don't
publish a
understand
paper
that.
if I said this in the presence of my colleagues. I would be completely blackballed from everything, right? I could make the biggest scientific discovery tomorrow, but because I said this, I would, yeah, like
Yeah,
I could win a fucking Nobel Prize, but if I was on record saying this, then
so that's why we have the stance that
I wouldn't be backed by the
current
college
notion of
that I'm with.
science. Sorry. That's
No,
why
no,
we
no.
take the stance that the current notion of science is a religion. It's scientism because it's not based on
It's
actual
definitely very
applied
much,
science. It's
yeah.
based on consensus.
No, it's not. Yeah, and the general consensus is against what I would agree, what I would view as correct. Now sitting here and talking to you guys, and obviously coming with
This is
another
why
group that
maybe you can understand earlier when you invoke the idea of peer review how it's flawed in itself.
Oh,
It
extremely,
doesn't
extremely.
really indicate any. It's not an automatic indication of honest
No, it's
science.
not. Peer review is super flawed.
Or
Super
honest
flawed because
knowledge.
it's all based on your peers, right? So if you
Yeah, and you
take your
just described
oldest
what would happen
peer,
with your peers.
yeah.
Right now,
So
you'd be blackballed. So
let's say the oldest peer we could have. Let's say he's a 95-year-old renowned scientist. The information that he's running off is from a scientist from 185 years ago, right? So what he worked on was like what he worked on now. What you would say like the theorems that he worked on and the discoveries that he made. They're old news, right? But he's the oldest living scientist in that field, so he's top peer. And the people that worked on shit under him, those are the underlings. And then it comes to me, the newest one, who just finished a year ago. right? So if I tried to say anything, I would be, fucking completely blackballed by 140 years, what I would say worth not of knowledge, but 140 years worth of literal fucking peers. Like the first dude that would be like, this guy's full of shit, is somebody who learned something that was 60 years old 70 years ago, So it's like, I don't have much of a platform to be able to try to change that as like the general consensus, because if I tried to, it would immediately be shut down by some super old, the fucking German guy who's 85 right now, who is now
Also living in a
the
different
top in
world.
his field from, plugging in an equation to a 125-year-old theorem.
Right, 1 second, Justin. 1 sec. So
Go ahead.
I just want to say this. I love that you're very excited about this topic. Yeah. Okay.
Very much so.
Remember
Yeah.
that. Right. Remember the talking thing. Just try to keep it like, if you hear someone else talk, just drop for a second. Try not to.
Definitely. My bad. I'm not trying to.
Right.
I just feel like I have
I know you're
valuable
not trying
things
to
say, because
You've
people
got
are
verbal diarrhea a
downplaying
little
this.
bit. I get it. I get it. It's just remember,
yeah.
this is sometimes being recorded and on the live stream, right? It doesn't sound so good. Like in here, we can follow.
My bad.
We
My
can
bad.
follow the
No, my bad. You're
conversation.
right. You're right. My bad.
All right.
You're right.
See what I mean, though? I'm talking. See what I'm trying to say? I know. I get it. You don't have to apologize. Again, you'll get used to it. But
I'm
you
just
don't
a
need to
formal
apologize.
person. I'm just a formal person.
All right. So I want to just add to this, right? So in essence, right,
Mhm.
the thing is with peer review, and what it comes down to at the end of the day is effectively, like you said, it's a flawed system, and the reason it is a flawed system is because of the fact that it is based upon axioms. And I say these axioms all the time, right? It's tangent lines or axioms every single time. This thing needs to be true for this one. So the new people working in order to have things peer reviewed first have to slot in the pre or the antecedent knowledge that comes from those peers, and that has to effectively fit in to the formula, right? Has to fit into the formula of the new finding. The new finding must not debase or destroy the old. If it does so, you must first have a good reputation in order to do so. And again, when we're working with sort of these older peers, like you're talking about, the people from hundreds of years ago, a lot of the time they're put on these pedestals as sort of gods, right? People like Newton and Einstein and people like this, right? They're put on these pedestals, and effectively they're very difficult to topple due to the gravitas of the situation, which is that, again, going from a different time where we sort of had more of a practical means of application of life, even, right? The way that people lived out their life, for instance, is less linear curriculum, right? Linear curriculum always sort of goes toward an end directive that states that effectively people must be within certain parameters in order to sort of exist within inside of the academic world. The academic world informs the economic market, right? And that's why it really is sort of this way, right? Because remember, if you have again, for instance, with the Higgs boson, and the Hydra Collider, right, in Switzerland, if you was to have, let's say, come out with a discovery 5 years into the building of the Hydra Collider that completely destroyed the axiom that was needed for the Hydra Collider to exist, you would have effectively destroyed billions of dollars of, I would say billions of dollars of investment for one. And then these investments, like I said, often come from the market of the private sector. Exactly. So, like, again, there are financial sort of things tied up also in this, which make it effectively a massive problem to have some form of like clear, I would say some clear form of intellectual honesty, even within inside of the group, right? And then we also have the private sector's interest in terms of when they go to scientists and sort of say, look, I need you to prove this thing, and I need you to keep running it until you prove it, in order that I could, let's say, get a form of backing from an organization that's, let's say, needed in order for this to be something that could be applied as a product to the rest of the world. There's certain axioms, again, that they need to fulfill. Maybe it's FDA approval, right? Maybe it's a logistics group that would need to effectively sign off on certain things for let's say the needed pre-compounds or something like that, or maybe the safety precautions needed. So you would maybe need a review or a study that would show that this thing that was previously thought of as dangerous is no longer, right? And that's part of the revolving door between politics and science and also the private sector, right? And that completely, and the fact that you're able to sort of understand that, I wanted to ask you, so what hope do you yourself have when you actually understand that, if you're understanding that and you've just got your degree, effectively, how does that affect your psychology in terms of like taking this forward as you go forward?
I can definitely say a lot of my colleagues definitely fall in line with sorry for tapping my mic a bunch, I was just adjusting. Fall in
That's
line
all right.
with dated theories, theorems, a bunch of different things. For one, to fall in line with the peers and to be able to write papers, but also these theorems and theories that you're like, let's say if you come up with something new and find some kind of equation that you can plug into some super old theory, that's worth $100 million to a big university, right? You can get a humongous grant. So they don't want to go outside of this field of like this fixed form of thinking. They don't want to. And I'm sorry, I'm slightly intoxicated, a little buzz. So it might be
That's
back
all right.
and forth. But they, you know, it affects how all of us, including us professionals, go about you know, like I'll see 100 theories that make or theorems or, you know, literal just equations because math, you know, obviously math plugs into most things. The universe is just apparently everything is math, correct? So, you know, you'll find these
You know it
great
isn't, but
things that
apparently,
yeah, no, it's not. But like they try to teach you baseline that everything can be proven through math, and so you're fixed to figuring out these outdated theories that don't prove and like that's relative to the world that we're living in for money. If you can enforce these old outdated ideas, you can make you can get a $75 million grant for a 15-man lab, right? You can have a lab right now. The lab that I worked in was 26 people, and the last grant that we had was $335 million.
Wow.
Right? And they pay us that in cash. That goes into my bank account, right? A percentage of that goes to equipment and stuff, but then it also goes into man hours, right? So I get paid for man hours, but the amount that I get paid for man hours isn't like what a mechanic gets, right? A mechanic could at a fucking Ferrari dealership get $125, $250 an hour, right? To work on a vehicle. I could get $3,500 an hour as long as I put it down on the paper that I worked. I could say I worked 700 hours.
So this is basically
get a $200,000 deposit. It's literally yes.
It's a
The amount
trust
of money
system
that you
based
grant.
upon.
It's a racket, man.
So I just want to say that's a trust system that's based upon the idea that you are some sort of elevated person due to your degree, and we see this all the time. That's what I say. It's a racket. Then that's what you would call a
100%.
racket.
Yeah, it's a total racket.
I've made an insane amount of money off of just saying, yeah, you know what? This is right, and I put 400 hours into this. Where is my $125,000? And they're like, here. And you can write your signature on this peer review paper. Literally. So that's why people don't want to, like, at least in my field, theoretical physics and physics. I mean, even just in astrology and astronomy, they don't want to branch out off of what we're teaching kids in school, right? Because it would be a whole 180 if somebody said, oh, wait a minute, this is wrong. But we've been teaching people this for the past 100 years. Well, now it's 180 on that, and this is that. There's no money in that, right? Because now everything's changed. You know, they have these multi-billion-dollar telescopic installations, right? And if it was proved that these were not required, then literally everyone would freak out. Taxpayers would be like, why the fuck did the government give NASA fucking 175 billion of our tax dollars to this corporation that didn't even need it? And most of it's just being funneled anyways. And it's just like that with us. Like, we'll get a $300 million grant because we figure out something new and we'll be like, oh, point that telescope this way in the sky. And they're like, oh shit, you guys are right. Here's $150 million to the whole institution for studying.
Yeah,
and again, that's the. Oh, sorry, obvious be it. Go ahead, dude.
No, I was just saying it's just an endless sunk cost fallacy, just keeping the lie going.
Yeah, it is.
So much has been
It works out for people like me and my colleagues. So it's very much a thing where I like. Obviously, I wouldn't say where I professionally do things because if this ever got out in the sense where because my name's on peer review papers, then I would definitely be Yeah, I'd be poor. Well, not really.
You
but
do you
I
understand
wouldn't be
that
able to
like
make money.
this all of this is not it's not like a natural occurrence. It's not just that the entire scientific community has made all these mistakes continuously and completely ignored the real life observations that contradict their theories. That there's like an active hand
Yeah.
in hiding this truth of the world.
It seems like there should, because the
It's not just
entire basis.
incompetence, you know.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But it seems like the whole basis of what I do is to tell everyone the opposite. That this is all random. That there isn't. That, you know what I mean? My job is to tell people you're not fucking special. You know? Like, that's what it is.
It's a
That
natural occurrence in the sense that what you were saying, that each new generation of scientists just go off the work of the
Yeah.
previous. That's a
Literally.
natural kind of flow of things.
Yeah.
But the unnatural part is that the kind of hidden hand is manipulating, the current day generation of scientists to not look at the foundations of their
Yes.
teaching and understanding.
Yes,
And where
very
they're
much
taking all
so.
the fundamental data from.
100%. We are taught to tell people to not look out of this general scope of information. Right. I'm taught, because eventually I'm going to end up probably teaching somewhere. And what I'm taught is to tell people, you look at this, this theory, this theorem, and the whole universe is based around this. This is what the earth is. This is what this is.
Right,
And
so-
we have to figure out the mysteries of that. My job is to tell people, don't look outside of that. You know what I mean? There's nothing there.
All right, so Justin, let me just say something very quickly. So, why is it then that they would not want people to look outside the side of this? I understand that there's vested interest and money and all of this sorts of stuff, right?
Mhm.
But again, there has to be a sort of bigger base reason as to why these lies would be so concussive and sort of concurrent and consecutive, as in they just keep running along and they keep doing this, and they keep building the vested interest. It feels like to me that they want the people in the scientific community to. The people in the scientific community that I know of that do understand that this is sort of a quid pro quo sort of arrangement, that they're sort of working on things that are probably never going to be anything specific. And it's, again, like you said, if you just create one little new piece of curriculum, you'll be paid for it in order. So
Oh, yeah.
this is like a sport, this is one of the, spokes of a bigger wheel. But why is it then that this is occurring? Remember, we assert something that we believe that we understand as to why this is occurring, because when I look at it and the scope of it, it doesn't really make sense that money would be poured in such a way in order just to uphold the individualistic lies within inside of it. The individualistic lies, again, come from an axiom, right? And that axiom, I believe, is that, again, they sort of too quickly in the past reified, let's say, things like the radius or the shape of the earth, right? Remember, like someone like Columbus. Columbus was navigating the earth on a globe. The globe was first something that you would paper mache maps to in order to put it in the middle of a round table that men would be able to sort of turn it around and be able to sort of look at different points and sort of understand it from maybe a map's very difficult to stand around on the table, right? And to have it, especially in the rock and seas. But remember, these maps didn't have any form of the Americas on them because they were yet to be discovered, apparently, right? We don't need to go into the details on whether or not Columbus was the one to discover the Americas. So there's evidence to suggest that that's not true. It may have been the Phoenicians, but what would you say in terms of, are you then willing to look into flat Earth in terms of like a lot further than what you currently have? You said you've only really sort of really looked into
I've
it.
only just sort of recently, even just as far as today, have gone into it, but definitely I can, as a professional, see inconsistencies and a fair amount of inconsistencies.
Yes.
On that note,
Justin, what we like to talk about here is thermodynamics. Are you acquainted with thermodynamics? First law, second law.
Yeah. No, acquainted to the first.
It's thermal exchange.
Yeah,
basically.
that's very general in my field of knowledge. What we don't learn, because it's all theoretical physics and astronomy and astrology. You don't learn more than just the baseline, right? Because if you're trying to figure out you know, how space is supposed to work and how we're supposed to get people into space. Hey, what's up, Elijah? You're supposed to you only learn the baseline so that you know how we get these things up there, right? So I'm not much more acquainted with the laws of thermodynamics than want to say a normal person would be. It's not in my full field of study. I'll say that it's not applied like there are equations obviously that use the laws of thermodynamics to apply, you know, how this got here, how we could send something there, or, you know, that, but it's mostly I'm in the theoretical side of things, right? I'm in the side of
Entropy.
things
You
saying that
understand what entropy is?
entropy, yes. It's
Okay.
everything is basic. I mean, I could even just use it. Fuck how I feel. Everything's just going downhill. There's no way to reverse the law of energy, the death of energy, in the sense of that. Yeah, no, you got what I mean. Yeah, it's
Well, there's a reason why he's sort of saying this to you. He's talking about how effectively the Earth, right, apparently has an atmosphere, right? The globe
Mhm.
reports we have an open and closed system, effectively, by the
Yeah.
assertion of a sort of force that would hold in the atmosphere, right, and would stick it to this ball, right? But the issue with that is, as we obviously understand, the second law of thermodynamics is essentially that entropy dictates that there will be movement of higher pressure to lower pressure. They also state that, you know, space is a vacuum of, I think it's 10 to the 17 negative torts, right? And obviously, as we know, right, if we, even the best vacuum chambers that we build on Earth, for
Yeah.
instance, right, they still leak you know, atmos into them, right?
Yeah.
Atmosphere being sort of a contradiction in terms as well. Remember that you know,
Yeah.
there's always this reification, and the language
Yeah,
is
so
very
lack of
important.
predictability.
Well, no, again, I'll just say in this sense of like the term atmosphere, we say this a
Mhm.
lot, is a contradiction in terms because gases don't really have an inherent shape, right? They don't have
Mm-mm.
intermolecular bonds, right? They move rapidly in all directions, and they have sort of a lack of an inward vector toward themselves again. So and the reason we say this is because obviously if we exist next to a privation, right, of gas called space, right, and we
Oh,
don't
was
have
that?
effectively,
I was thinking about atrophy. I thought it said atrophy, not entropy. My
yeah,
bad.
I believe I
Continue.
realized. So yeah, because when you said like death of energy, I was thinking, well, the first law of
Yeah,
thermodynamics
my
would be that
bad. I
energy
thought.
cannot be destroyed. You know, it's only
Yeah, no,
transferable.
I thought he was talking about atrophy. Fuck, I didn't realize he said entropy. My bad. I sound stupid. I don't mean to sound
That's
stupid.
fine. We know you're a little bit. You've had a couple of drinks and stuff, so
Quite a
um,
few. Continue. Sorry.
but so this being the case, and I always like to sort of add a little portion onto that, is that gases clearly are unaffected by the gravitation of this Earth, right? The so-called gravitational force of the Earth. Well, not a force, but it's not been prescribed as a force for a very long time. Not since Newton, right? So, well, since Einstein come in about what, like 105, 106 years ago now, right?
Yeah.
So, again, entropy dictates this movement of higher to lower pressure, right? So if that being the case, right, what does that say for the Earth in terms of as an open system adjacent to this vacuum, right? It's something that is effectively impossible, right? There would be not a sucking of the vacuum back in sense suck, but again, this higher pressure
Yeah.
would push into that lower pressure. So this is another massive inconsistency in the heliocentric model.
Yeah.
The statement is that gravity is the thing that keeps the atmosphere in, right? Again, you would still, in order to have the atmosphere to be kept in by gravity, even if I give you gravity, you would need sort of like an equilibrious state on the upper layer of the atmosphere. We have so many different vectors of gravity in the heliocentric model that this equilibrious state would not be able to be a thing effectively, right? You know, we
Yeah.
have the moon skating along the upper layer, right? Or almost inculcated into it, and in its distance to size and proximity in terms of its gravitational force, I think it's like 1/4 of the Earth's. But in proximity to those gases, in its orbit, it's like an entropy aiding machine as it orbits around, right? So again, the assertion of gravity would never be an explanation for it, and we don't see these. And also, the idea as well is we have a gas pressure right down here. So gases, right, the gas pressure is defined as the pressing against the walls of a container, right? We can
Mhm.
read this pressure with a barometer, meaning that these gases have an inherent, they have like an inward vector, because a barometer is just like a, something that measures an inward vector. Gases, if they don't have an inward vector, no inherent inward vector,
Yeah.
it would follow that effectively there is a doubling back process, meaning that these gases are effectively pushing against the walls of the container and they're doubling back on themselves in order to create an inward vector because there is no inherent. So we sort of have these points as well that these are massive inconsistencies with the heliocentric model, and we're using their own forms of science against them, right? So, and what I'll say is this is why they started releasing journals as early as 2008, calling the scientific method a myth. And this is the scientific community itself eating its own tail like an Ouroboros, saying that what we previously said is not true because it effectively like pigeonholes us into these axioms that have to be true in order that the rest of the story could follow, right? The narrative needs to sort of be on these tangent lines, and these tangent lines need to intersect at a certain point. They don't do so, right? So what do? They effectively try to dissolve the axioms, much like what you would understand in your own field. That if we're to continue in the theoretical space physics, they might have to dissolve some of Hilbert's axioms, right? What was it? It's like
Definitely.
what was it?
You
It was
know,
like
it's funny.
1907. They got rid of the 21st axiom of Hilbert's because it effectively boxed them in too much, so they got rid of it.
30 years after, the mass inheritance of Hilford, or from Hilbert.
But you know what's funny? While they eat their own selves, we're just sat here pointing out that science never had anything to do with the claim of a geometric shape anyway. That's reserved for measurement.
Yeah, it is very much
funny
so.
enough. They could change what they want, say what they want, do what they want, but it'll never change that.
No, it won't.
And how you navigate. I heard you guys talking about Columbus briefly.
Yes.
And it's like, well, you could never have been a sailor navigating over a sphere because that's not how trig works.
I can agree to an extent in the sense of if you're saying that like planet like water, in the sense of a planet being consistent of like 50, 60, 70% water,
No,
isn't
that's
possible
not
that you would
even.
be able to.
No,
Well, yeah, no.
that's
Okay,
not it.
no, continue. Sorry.
No, it's fine, but that's not where I'm going with that.
Mhm.
In order to navigate, you have to do trig, and they deal with distances, sometimes with an excess of 4,000 miles.
Yeah.
That can't be curved.
I know that is true. Okay, so I will say I'm not arguing with you. I'm not trying to.
Yeah.
So I'll say to the extent as far as trig as concerned, there are, let's say you're on, even if it was, even if the earth was flat or curved or not. I don't know what someone's opinion is, but I'm saying from a certain amount of distance, there are simple devices that can solve trigonomical equations just based off of you having them. And like the sextant, for example, if something is very far away, whether or not it's curved or flat, you would technically, as long as you keep the same general direction, be able to measure something. But what I really want,
it measures angles, right?
it measures technically
And
it does.
in
It
order
can
to
be
have a
taken to a
vector,
greater extent to measure angles on a greater scale, but it's mostly just to measure distance and direction.
well, in order to get distance, you have to measure angles. In order to have angles, you have to have
Yeah,
lines.
but if
In
you have
order
a
to have
fixed,
vector,
if
in
you
order
have
to have a vortex or a
uh-huh.
vertex, you have to have straight lines.
But what the
There's
thing is,
no
like a
if
sextant, if
and
you have a fixed point, whether or not the earth is flat, round, curved, triangle, quadrilateral, dodecahedron, parallelogram, as long as you have a fixed point somewhere, Like
Let
if
me
there's a
let me show you
fucking
what I
a light
mean.
1,000 miles away, then you still
Let me show you what
you're
I
able to
mean.
see. You're still able to measure distance and direction.
Let me show you what I mean.
Yeah, go
It's
ahead. No, it's all good. It's all
impossible.
good.
It's impossible with curved lines. You're saying whether it's this or that. I'm
Yeah.
saying no, that's not possible. And
No, I was just saying if
not only
something's far away enough. If something's far away enough to stay at a fixed point in your vision, then as long as you have the right tools, you're able to mesh to measure distance and direction. That's all. I'm not saying that
what you
that you're
mentioned
wrong. It
sextant,
depends
right?
on the scale.
You mentioned
Yeah.
sextant. So
Yeah.
a
No, that was
sextant
just in like
a
sailor
sextant is there
pirate
to give
days.
you. No, we still use them. So
I was
a
just talking about
sextant.
like very rough scale.
It's not rough scale. It's very accurate. That's what they use today.
No, but I mean like a fucking. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about like in the sailing sense, like in the pre-technological era, pirate on a boat.
Even today, yes, there are people who
Yeah,
use sextants all
yeah.
the time. As captains, that's what they use. They use sextants.
But like in the hand, they're technological. They're not. He's not captain on the top of his boat in the Bering Sea
I
with the
can show
sextant in
you a
his
whole
hand.
bunch of. I can show you a bunch of mariners today
No.
that my friend
I'm,
calls on
I'm
a.
not saying you're
I know, but
incorrect. I'm not saying
wait,
you're
wait, wait.
incorrect.
Every time you say, "Well, we used it," I'm giving you the fundamental
Yeah.
understanding of how they sail. There's no other way that they sail. I don't care what device they're
Give me
using.
1 second. I gotta plug my headset in. Okay, I'm plugged in. Continue. Sorry.
So let me show you an example.
Go ahead. Yeah, no, you're good.
But before that, I'd just like to tell you that
Yeah.
the radius, it can't be curved. Now, if you're getting a fix using multiple stars, that entire surface has to be level. That's why it's called a circle of equal altitude and not a sphere of equal altitude, because a circle is a 2D plane in trigonometry. But where's this picture?
We'll say not to
I've
try to
been.
disprove you, but that's just based off of Old English, where those phrases come from. It's just Old English.
Is this screenshot old?
No. I'm not saying the screenshot is old, but I'm saying that those two.
It's
No.
not based on Old English. A
That's
circle
very
still.
well.
If you Google the definition of a circle, it'll say exactly what I said. It's not Old English. It's just it's relevant, whether it's Old English or not. I mean, everything we.
I get that. No. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that circle was a word back then. They were not aware of the fact that they didn't have a word for 3D cylindrical. It would be like comparing
that's not
how
what-
high is in one language to 16 different languages. It could be different
Okay,
words, but they all mean high. I'm not saying you're
All right, maybe I have to slow down with you because I know that you have learned a lot over the years, and I'm trying to. I'm fighting to get a word out.
Yeah, no, go
And
ahead.
I
No, I'm not saying you're incorrect about anything.
I didn't say you did. I'm trying to point out something to you that obviously you haven't thought about.
Go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
So, when I say a circle of equal altitude and you say, well, that's Old English. Well, when you have three of them, they all have to be equal altitude.
Yeah.
There's no way you can take that to be on a sphere. If you have three stars, all 390-degree angles are parallel to one another. This is not me making this up.
No.
This is
That's correct. That's correct. That's very correct.
You can't. How on earth would you do that on a curved surface?
I don't want to try to get in how that could be adjusted because I don't actually feel like I'm trying to prove you wrong.
Well, I mean,
but you're
you
correct
could
in
just
that
try to answer the question.
You're very correct.
I mean,
Okay,
because you're talking about adjustments that
in the
nobody
sense
does.
Where so if you take these so circles. Okay. No, you're correct, right? This is correct on a 2D plane. But the radius of a circle is correct on a 2D plane, but it's also correct in that same sense on a 3D plane.
Well,
right?
how do you have a curved rate? Well,
No, 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 no,
are
no,
you
no,
trying
no.
to? Are you? No, hold on, hold on,
No,
hold
continue,
on.
continue. Sorry. No, I just
Let
just don't want
let
to.
me ask you questions if you're
Go
gonna
ahead,
assert
go
things.
ahead. No, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
We're fine, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're good.
Are you about to assert that a radius line can be curved? Because we're talking about sextants that measure
Yeah.
angles over the surface. Nothing else, not adding any spherical trig or whatever you believe that they could possibly do. This is what they do. They measure angles on the surface of the earth, and their baseline is 0. So the horizon is 0 between you and the position of the star. And if it's 3 stars, that's 3 radius lines. Not to even speak about the diameter of the entire circle or circles.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you if you think that that radius between the person and the GP of the star can be curved. That's all I want to know.
That's impossible.
Right.
Impossible.
I'm
It is
not
100%
making this up.
impossible.
It's just what
No,
it
you're
is.
not. That's the math behind that. It's 100% impossible. It is. This is I'm like, this is what I do, what I still do currently for a living. And yes, on a 2D plane, it's impossible to put it in any other way, shape, or form. That this wouldn't be possible on a 3D. This wouldn't be possible on a 3D axis. This wouldn't be possible on a curved surface. It wouldn't. But one thing that I did want to say is a little while ago when we were talking about entropy, that entropy is also one of those things where there's a big probability factor in things like entropy, right? Because I mean, even just the base model, if you Google entropy, then it says if you're in something moving and throw 15 bricks or 15 pieces of paper out of a a single moving point, then there's a good chance that they're not going to stack, they're not going to line up, they're going to stack perfectly. That there's a good chance that they are all just going to come out in any which way, and it's just completely disordered. They're not going to be perfect. But there's also a probability factor that there's like a 1 in whatever percent chance, depending on what you're doing, that they could stack and do it perfectly. So that's why entropy isn't a perfect argument for things that are relative to like flat Earth, is because those are all probability based, right? So you want to find something that's more centered in something more consistent, right? Because by
And just one
entropy,
thing I have to interject, because you're
go
sort of
ahead.
talking about the form of entropy that talks about entropy in the sense
It's
of
just the base form of entropy in the sense where
yeah, but
it
listen, we're not talking about that form of entropy. We're talking about the
okay.
entropy that is to do with thermodynamics, right? So there's entropy in relation to like marketplaces, for instance,
Yeah.
right? That's completely different, right? So we're not talking about laws of probability when we talk about entropy. We're talking about something that's extremely concrete and established in the laws of thermodynamics, which is thermal exchange. And thermal exchange is also related to pressure change, meaning that, for instance, like Gay-Lussac's gas laws denote the difference in terms of if we put energy into gases, we understand that they become more excited and they bounce around.
Okay,
and
yeah.
they
No,
effectively
entropy,
create-
entropy of a gas.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So we're talking about gas entropy, right? We're not talking about entropy of like something to do with predictability or anything like that. It's nothing to do with that. This is a very solid form of something that we can measure and test. You know, for instance, that I know that there's 2 rooms, right? And I have a door between them that's completely airlocked, right? And I was to invoke a form of energy input onto one portion of the room. They're both equilibrialized as far with an equal pressure, right? And I was to input a form of heat in order to, create a higher form of pressure in that
heat
room. And then I
transfer,
was to remove the airlock. It's going to rush into the other available space. The other available space, again, is lower pressure to this room, right? For instance, if I was to suck some air out on the other side of the airlock door, it's lower pressured. So again, this is thermal exchange, which also denotes and talks toward the idea of pressure change, because the thermal is related
Yeah.
to the pressure, right? Because it's like you put in heat, you increase the pressure, which would mean that this energy that is now pressurized more because the gases are effectively in a more vibratory state. They wish to fill the room that's next to it, adjacent to it, remove the airlock. They wish to push into that room to equalize the temperature and also the pressure. That's the thermal exchange is carried by the increase in the entropy, right? So and this is just something that is just a fact, that entropy will always increase higher to lower pressure movement, right? And we understand this quite well. And that's sort of what I was talking about when we're talking about entropy. I understand that maybe you like
Okay,
maybe,
yeah, no, I thought you were talking
yeah.
about base entropy. One thing is there's
Yeah.
also constants, right? You always want to take in constants into the equation, because those constants are going to be, I want to say, right, like you can apply certain things hypothetically and say this, that, this equals that, but then you also want to apply that over a scaled period of time, which is why I would say, like I said, I'm not arguing with anyone. I'm not trying to say anyone's wrong. But one of the things that they teach is that the constants are a very main integer, right? Because you can say, something about heat capacity, heat transfer, and if the transfer doesn't equal capacity, then CV doesn't equal CP, and there's something wrong, or in that equation. But then when you equate for constants are definitely over time something that are very long form. Which is one thing I just want to put out there, that there's definitely a lot that has to do with the like it doesn't have to be something that happens like right away, right? Because if you took this on a small scale and made it happen right away, then it plays. I don't want to say plays.
So effectively, you're talking about the idea of a slow trickling out of the gases into the vacuum as opposed to a quick
Yeah,
rush.
right. You want, like
Right.
there's it's
So-
in the gas entropy equation, it's generally just R is just the integer, and that's the gas constant. And what you want to take into account for the gas constant is that it's something that builds up over time, and then the equation itself is something that happens on a small form. It doesn't consume the entirety of it at once, because if the entire
Right,
equation of
okay.
something happened at once, then yeah, I could say that in a second all the oxygen could be sucked away from the earth. But
Right,
it's
so
something
again-
that's slow and consistent.
Right. So the issue with that is that effectively, right, what we would need then is, like I said, a harmonious equilibrious state, right?
Mhm.
So we can sort of understand how much we can understand, for instance, how much exchange there would be.
I'm also going over school
right?
notes here, so sorry, but continue.
Well, we can know how much exchange there would be based upon, let's say, like a vacuum, and how quickly the privation of the vacuum would be filled, right?
Yeah.
And then we can sort of understand the size of the openness of the atmosphere based upon gravity itself as well. Remember, gravity being the strongest closest to the surface, right? We
Yeah.
don't see gravity ever affecting any form of entropy here, right? We and it doesn't affect it ever, right? And again, we don't have any sort of vector other than the one on the surface toward the center of the earth, right? And again, there's no scientific validation actually for gravity at all. Gravity itself is something that is asserted as the
just a
cause of
theory.
the effect. It's a circular sort of reasoning, circle jerk bullshit logic, right? So
it's also not a constant.
No, exactly. This is what I was trying to. Yeah, go ahead, Elijah.
Yeah, sorry, Elijah. Continue.
No, that was just a quick hit. Just a quick. No, it's fine. I don't
That was
want
a
to push
sucker
you,
punch.
or yeah,
No,
I
it's
don't
all
want to
good.
push you, or I respect you and what you do, and the hard work you put into your studies, man. Like, no, I'm not here to trash talk you or even debate you or anything like that.
No, I know that. That's why I came here, because I knew that you guys are also willing to listen, as I am to speak and listen to you guys, because it's something that's new. That's I've definitely probably heard about it once or twice before, but never took it as something that was that a
Legit.
big part of the population generally perceived, right? It always was like something like macabre, like it almost seemed like a joke, right? Like if you said just some random thing to somebody who doesn't
it's still,
know how to figure it out.
It's scarily enough, it's still growing, even though a lot
I
of
know it is.
people
That's why I'm
say,
here
like,
now. It definitely is. It was broadcast to like 10,000 or no, like 13,000 unique viewers earlier, and I was one of them. And I just decided to come in here and talk about it. And I'm open to people's opinions, and I'm glad that people listen to me. I know that you guys aren't trying to prove me wrong, but yeah, and I'm not trying to prove you guys wrong, right? Because I'm open to this way of thinking, definitely, right? Because it's part of what I do. Everything that I work in is theoretical. So
Yeah.
even what I work on directly, which is my job, that I'm getting insane grants from the government for, it's all based off of theoretical physics.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like what
Yeah,
you're saying to me is just as valid as what I'm putting down in professionally peer-reviewed papers.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, that's what I
That's
say
literally.
to the guy. He brought up Richard Feynman, and
Oh my God.
I had
I
to
hate
argue
that.
him down. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah.
video labeled "Scientific Method," and it's a 10-minute video of him going into not the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
Though he uses the word hypothesis, and though he uses the word
Yeah. You
experiment,
can use that for
he had
anything. I have a hypothesis that my dick is the biggest in the world, but it's still not.
what,
No, but yeah, no, I get
when
it.
he
No, yeah.
so when he
Continue.
says he's a theoretical physicist in that video,
Mm-hmm.
I go to the guy and I say, well, I'm not, what I'm saying is not sequitur to what Feynman is saying. In fact, he
Yeah.
has his own axioms, and I respect whatever it is that he's doing. Like that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
But you told me that I didn't know what science was.
Mm-hmm.
And
Not
so
you, Josh.
what
It's
science
definitely
is and what
relative.
a
I didn't want
theoretical
you to feel that way. It's definitely relative because half of it is, like I said, theoretical, right? It's all
right.
just
So
half of it's
for
opinionated.
example, dealing with cause and effect relationships in a if this
Mm-hmm.
then that
Okay. Yeah.
scenario,
Yeah.
theoretical physics is a little bit different.
It
So
is.
that's all I was saying. I didn't,
Mm-hmm.
but it's almost like because they want to miscategorize things,
They
it's
do.
almost
They
like
do.
they try to push you to trash talk. And I'm not here to trash talk theoretical physics and all of this. Listen, if we didn't imagine, we would be nowhere. If we weren't able to put suppositions into science, then we would be able to. Where would we be?
No, you're definitely right, and that's where half of even the theorems and the equations that we work off of now in the professional field come from is people literally when the apple fell from the tree and okay, no, never. So basically, when gravity was first theorized, all that apparently it was at the time was that I'm kind of drunk, can't remember the exact names of the people who popularized the theory. I'm actually pretty drunk, drink like 2 pints of Fireball,
Isaac
so
Newton.
a little buzzed, but
No,
yeah,
it was Newton, yeah.
and that was imagination. At that point in time, he was far and wide. People were like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And he's like, no, if this thing falls, well, that means something has to be pulling it down. He's like, because if it didn't fall down, then why would it come down, right? And back then it was literally just imagination. And and that eventually became popularized as
Can I ask you a
the
question?
theory of gravity. Yeah, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but it's still very
So,
much
so,
his
so when
imagination.
no, I didn't want to take it there. So when he says, "Why did the apple fall?" Do they have an answer for that yet?
No, they don't, and that's where that form of imagination came from. He's did that something has to be pulling it down, right? So that's where this gravitational theorem is.
I know why it dropped.
If I can check my school notes, sorry.
I know why it dropped. The fibrous nature of the stem of the apple, effectively, as the apple was slowly ripened in the sun, became so that the weight of the apple overcame the tensile strength of the strands of the fibers inside of the stem. The stem effectively broke. The apple itself was more dense than the medium that it was in, so thus it dropped. If the apple was, helium or a helium balloon, it would have went upward. The direction of down, or the subjective direction of down that we all experience. We know where down is, obviously.
That's just
in relation
relative
to
to
up.
where you are.
Of course, but the issue is that people can't understand as to why things would go down, and I find this actually a little bit of a struggle to even understand why it's such a difficult thing to fathom that things go down. The reason would be is because they place us on a ball, right? And how is it that everyone can have it down on a ball?
Yeah.
Again, what came first, the hypothesis of a ball, or was it the or should I say the assertion of a ball being what we live on, or was it gravity? Again, it was the ball. Gravity was just there in order to explain a vector of down all the way across the face of a spherical ball, right? Again, remember these axioms. If the axiom is a ball, then therefore we need a way of creating down. So gravity must be true in order that we live on a ball. Reification fallacy after reification fallacy of the ball.
You know, it's the funny is that gravity in itself is a fallacy because, and I'll say this as a professional theoretical physicist, is that it's described through the theory of relativity, but then also the theory of relativity describes gravity as it says that gravity isn't a force, right? But we look at gravity as the force. You know what I mean? Generally, the greater population looks at gravity as the force, but it's actually
You know,
not.
most people can't admit that.
In the theory of relativity, gravity is not considered a force at all. It's just
We know that.
It's just
Einstein superseded what Newton stated about it being a force. You know that actually, we
that's
struggle
Einstein's
to get
theory of
anyone to admit
relativity.
that. We struggle to
and
get people
it's
to
hard.
admit that we're not on mass attracting mass anymore.
Mhm.
You know that mass attracting mass was superseded, and we really do struggle to get anybody to be intellectually honest on that point. So thank you for sort of
No,
saying
that
that as
is
well.
very true. Gravity is not a force. Gravity, I'll say that as a professional. Gravity is
Never
not a
mind.
force.
Never
At all.
mind. Sir Isaac Newton's letter to Bentley, stating that he didn't want this force that was inherent in matter attributed to him, which is another you know what? There's a lot of things like that. I'm sure in your studies, you've come across many instances where they say, well, this outlook or position is preferred, but it isn't
Oh yeah. Well,
one way or another.
What's weird is one of our things is with dark matter, right? It's a net. Bro, I'll say I want to. Oh fuck! 1 second, my camera done. I'll say
1
we
second. Yeah.
look at
go ahead.
like dark matter as a net zero. I'll say atom in this instance because it's easier for people to understand, right? It's a net zero force, but it accounts for 99% of the universe's mass, but it's also a net zero particle, right? It has negative weight, but somehow accounts for 99% of the weight of the entire universe, right? Which is a really funny thing. Is that how can something with negative mass account for most of the mass in the universe? If it was in that sense, thinking about how like black holes work, and obviously I'm saying this under the guise of nobody
We were just
figuring
talking
out
about
where I
this last
actually
night.
work, how net zero particles, and this coming from a professional standpoint, how net zero particles can account for net negative, not even net zero, right? A photon
Negative.
is net zero, right?
Well,
We're
it's
talking
because it's
about
like
net
dark
negative.
gravity is mixed in with this, right? So we have dark
Yeah.
gravity, or so
Yeah,
dark
but if
gravity would be the
99% of
idea
the
of a
mass
force
of the
of
universe
pulling.
is negative matter, then everything would be a black hole. And then those
Well,
are the
effectively,
holes in
that's what they're sort
theoretical
of saying.
physics that they want us to figure out. Is that
Can I
if
just say something very quickly? I just want to get this out
Go
very
ahead,
quick.
go
So
ahead.
I'm gonna add you as a friend, and I want Eli to do the same. And I would ask you that: would you be willing to have a conversation with me and Eli at a different time, when you've not had a drink, potentially, right? In order that we could get it out. Again, that would be something that would be pretty cool.
I
to,
would
'cause-
be willing to say who I am and where I studied as long as we don't
Well, don't you know?
well no,
I mean,
but like
just
put that
don't.
out
Don't
there to
say
the
it in
public.
here now. Just
Just
don't say it in
No,
here now.
not here and now, but to you guys, I
No, we would
You
actually
I
like
trust
to
you
have
guys.
someone on the
could,
inside.
but
We would like to.
still,
But just
you
to
know.
prove that I'm not just some
No,
random
you don't
asshole
have. It's
that's
We can
not.
do that
trying
in
to
private.
I
control.
believe you. I believe you. You don't even. Just you saying that.
Yeah.
You don't have to. I believe you. It's no
Listen, I
big
actually
deal.
believe him as well because you're the first person. I always say. Remember, I said I always say axioms, and I never state why I'm saying that when I'm talking about theoretical space physics. And you're the
Yeah.
first person who's claimed to be a theoretical space physicist, who actually understood what I was talking about.
Yeah, just came
right?
out with it right away.
And
Because
you
yeah, that's
mentioned
one
the
of the
literature
first things that
behind it.
we literally learned. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I do that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. So yeah, no, it's all good. I
Did you
just
really
want you guys.
hear about flat Earth like a few hours ago?
Actually, yes. I knew. No, I knew that
Those
it
are the
was.
topic.
I knew that it was a thing, but I thought it was more macabre and not as generally accepted as it actually is.
Like almost
You
like
know
it
what
would
I
be a
mean?
satire thing.
Yeah,
Well, let's
like
talk
I thought
about
it was
kind
like
of.
a fucking like a mythological serial killer like in the forest in the mist. Like I thought it was like some kind of like elves and gnome shit.
So can we talk
Right.
a little bit about what it is or what it might be? Like because people have this. Like they've been walking around for the last 4 years thinking, oh well, there's Professor Dave on YouTube. There's Simon Dan. There's all these people that have debunked the flat earthers. And then, when you go online and you see all of these idiots pretending to be flat
Yeah.
earth, it's just groups of just people just straw manning us to death.
Yeah.
When I say
Yep.
straw manning us to death, I mean to
Oh yeah,
death.
no, people are insane. After literally before I joined this, when the people from the I don't know if it was any of you guys who were in there, but we're in the Discord, or not the Discord, the streamer earlier that they talking about and promoted this Discord. Everyone in the chat thought that these people, you guys were on crack. They're like, these are fucking crackheads.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, from the standpoint as I'm somebody who does this for a living, I can see certain,
You can tell we got a
inconsistencies
point.
in my own studies that I've also thought about, but then I've also been told to, well, your job is to find out, disregard. But then, if you find out something about these inconsistencies in your studies, say something,
Well, can I ask you 3 questions if you haven't been asked them already?
Go.
As a matter of fact,
but yeah,
I'll
do
cross-reference them with my I'll cross-reference them with my notes. I have all my uni notes.
I guess I don't even really. I may have asked that because I don't even necessarily want you to go through them. I want to ask you if you've ever heard them. So when it comes to when we say, well, who directly measured the radius of the Earth or the shape of the Earth? Where did this come from? Obviously, there's only 2 answers.
In 330 something BC was the first person who was able to measure the radius of the Earth.
Are you talking about Al-Biruni or are you talking about Eratosthenes?
No, I'm not talking about Aristocrates. There's an
You're
earlier
about
man,
Al-Biruni.
Al-Biruni then.
who measured the distance of the Earth. I think based off of
he was on a mountain.
Distance,
You
that's,
know how he got the heights of that mountain?
That's actually really early. Wow, the fact that you're asking me that's really early study for me. That's like the first thing they told us.
Well, anyway, I don't really want you to answer the question at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm just like in your 3 years or however long you've looked at flat Earth. Like this is a fundamental question for why we're even here in the first place. Number 1 is who actually measured it, what was the method, and can it be verified? No, it can't be verified, just to let you know. But
no, it can't. It was in like 270 or 280 something BC.
Remember I took you through that
when I say not verified, I mean
the
the
dude
method
from like
itself.
Athens or something, right? He studied at some fucking university in Athens.
Wait there a second, dude. Remember what I took him through? 1 second, Elijah. I took you through the Black Swan earlier. Wait there, dude. Wait there. Remember I took you through the Black Swan earlier, right?
Yeah.
And I showed you obviously the formula for.
Were you the one talking were you the one talking in Code Mikos? Oh, shit.
Well, no. That was Indio and a little bit of me blurting out stuff in between.
Yeah, no, I know the Black Swan. That was all. That was actually
I don't know
really big thing.
That might have been crack. I didn't do that. Yeah.
No, I took him through the Black Swan. I took him through the Black Swan.
Yeah, no, it had to have been cracked because fucking Nico was like, "Oh my god, you're English."
No, I didn't listen. I didn't do it with Miko. I didn't take Miko through the Black Swan. It's because you're drunk. No, listen.
Well, I
She did
remember
say that
Miko
about
saying
me.
to someone, "Oh my God, you're fucking
Yeah,
English."
she was talking about me. I come in right at the end.
Oh,
right?
okay,
But I'm
okay,
saying,
okay.
We're
your
getting
mind,
off the
his
rails.
mind.
This
He is. I'm going to
this
reel it back 1
no
second.
no no no
Because I
no.
just
Time out. I don't care about the answer. That's not what I'm asking. I'm no. Listen to what I'm asking for. Have you heard when in all of the debunking an addressal to this? If the answer is yes, we can move on.
And about the thing about the radius of the Earth.
Right. People are saying we see too far based on the size that they claim. Do
No,
they ever
that was-
mention the geometry at all in their debunk?
No. Even Aristophanes didn't say. He did say based off of
Not Aristophanes, people on
geometrical
YouTube that are
calculation.
informing people that
Oh
the Earth is
no,
not a
people on
globe.
YouTube. That shit. Oh yeah, no.
Okay, so I have question number 2. Earth's movement. Has this been detected by anyone? The question itself, have you heard people trying to respond to this?
Okay, so this is I don't want to say a hard question, but
no, I don't want you to answer it. I'm just
okay.
wondering. I'm wondering
In my
because
field,
I'm
yes.
trying to address the strawman arguments against us and how they actually have no
Yeah.
substance. It's not based on the kinds of things we're inquiring. Is the point
Okay,
that I'm
so
trying
wait.
to make.
Can I'm sorry, can you repeat your question, your second question? Can you repeat it, please?
So the movement of the Earth, not an
Yes.
indirect, not an affirming the consequent fallacy, but a direct way that we have measured the movement. This is a question that we ask. If you hadn't talked to us and you only heard the debunks of Globe Earth, would you have even known that
In
these are the
my
type of
professional
questions that we ask?
field, no, there's only theories.
Okay.
Right now, I can
number
say for a
3
fact
was
only
what?
theories in my professional field.
So number 3 was what Crack was talking about, entropy. So we say, well, gosh darn, how do you have, the air next to the void of space? But what's going on there? Like, these are things that we ask, but when it comes to people debunking our position, it's never about questions that we ask. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, there are two things with entropy, including if it's within the laws of thermodynamics. If you're looking at entropy just from the sense of entropy, then there's a possibility for anything. But then when you look at it from thermodynamic energy or entropy, excuse me, it also has to do with, I don't want to say gravity because it's technically not, but movement speed. And movement speed can be relative to gravity in that sense, but like in the sense where if you're driving in a car where you got a wing on the back and create a lot of downforce, you're able to go faster. And if you're and in the way where I don't know how to describe it perfectly to you guys. I'm kind of intoxicated. So
Are you Enoch?
In that sense, no, right? For those last two, I can't prove either of those. They're both just based off of general consensus that are what I would say scientific general consensus, where that's considered the consensus in my field, but only based off of theories.
What's your field?
We understand what the consensus
Theoretical physics.
Field.
Theoretical physics. Oh, like fortune telling.
Yeah. Yeah, they say, okay, well, there's a problem here. Figure this out. Right? That's half of what theoretical physics is. But the first part of it is
attach it to
just
those old
general
axioms.
knowledge about space and the space around it. They teach us about the axiom.
If you're in,
Wittgenstein's
you
axioms.
should be able to answer a question of mine. I'm very curious. What's the
Okay.
construct of a field?
Of theoretical physics?
No, the construct of a field, like
Of a
magnetic field, electric
field?
field. What are the requirements? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Your accent is really rough on here. 1 second. Let me. I'm gonna try to turn down my headset or something. Your accent is rough.
I can reiterate the question if you would like. He
Sure, go
basically
ahead.
said, what would be the pre-needed things in order
Construct of a field.
Yeah, the actions that you would need in order to construct an electrical or a magnetic field. What would be the building blocks effectively of that, right? Like,
well, you need very fast moving charged particles. Is
Very
the
fast
basis
moving
of
charge.
yeah, charged particles
What
that have
kind
to
of
be moving
charge?
fast. What do you mean? What
Is
kind of charged particles?
one charge or
No,
three, four?
It's two oppositely charged particles.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
You need
positive,
two
negative.
oppositely charged. Yeah, positive. You need two
South.
different
Yeah,
You need
yeah,
two different very fast moving
yeah,
electrons that are charged positive and negative
yeah.
to create a
Binary,
magnetic field.
like binary.
Like yeah, binary if you're attributing it to the same extent as you would like a human. Like there's only two different opposites, but yeah, but there
And
is only two different waveforms.
does a force manifest only in a field?
You see, that's the fucking rough part about theoretical physics is that it should, but there are instances of it not of it happening outside of it outside of a field.
Okay, in
So my
real
job is to
world,
figure out
like
why does it happen
outside your
outside of a
body,
known field.
outside of your body, can you demonstrate
it.
anything?
Why is he asking all the right questions? It actually is. Because that's the whole part about
theoretical physics.
Yes, theoretical physics is a very
Oh my god, are you fucking one of those?
very well-paid?
Are you one of those? Are you one of those?
Wait there. Whoever's saying that, stop doing that. This is someone that has come in.
I'm being
He's
very
been
real.
Wait there, dude.
I'm being
Wait there.
very legitimate.
Justin, wait there a second. Listen, he's come in. I've been speaking to him for the last 2 hours. He's one of the only people that have come in, and I've said to him, I've talked about axioms, and he's actually understood what I'm talking about in relation to the field, right? I believe he is what he says he is.
I
At the same
have
time,
evidence
he's
not
very.
proof. The mods are admins.
Listen, he is very, very, what would I say, intellectually honest. He's willing to admit that gravity is a theory. He understands that gravity is not a force. He understands that it's not
it's not a
prescribed
force
as
at all.
force. He understands basically. I was took him through the black swan, and he was like, "Yeah, that's a completely solid argument because obviously, how could you derive a radius, or how could you even have a radius in order to plug in for the terrestrial refraction as the as the opposite argument for the
You can't have
explanation?"
one without the other. So how can you prove one with one if you don't? If you need one to prove one, but you don't have either to begin with.
Another hardcore argument. How did Maxwell corrected Ampere's law and based on
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Your accent is just a little too rough.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No. It's okay. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's just I'm not that not good. Are you asking about how did Maxwell and his equations?
Yes, Maxwell has fixed Ampere's law. Equations.
Maxwell has a very particular. Okay, how do I say this? Maxwell, but that's the thing that I'm also talking about is that a lot of the studies that we work off of are over 120 years old, right?
Yeah.
Maxwell's first paper is like from like the 1850s or like the 1860s or something, right?
Yes.
That's what
But,
we're basing
in
it
his
off of.
papers,
And then people talk about Faraday cages and shit. Like he was trying to prove like Michael Faraday's theories and shit.
Yeah, well, Faraday effect.
That's bullshit. There's not a single Faraday cage in the whole world that works. Right? I've never seen a Faraday cage that fucking works. So every single one of Maxwell's equations, and I'll say in the professional field that we've put to actual study, have never like actually worked.
Yeah,
Maxwell's equations are all straight bullshit.
that.
Maxwell was just dick riding. Off of Michael or Michael Faraday. He was
I tell you why he's wrong. because based on his equations, you get a positive charge from the vacuum of space. And this is why they
is
pushed
base negative.
his equations, actually.
The atoms in space that we've already proven they're base negative. Anything?
No, the ground is negative.
No, but I'm saying
It's a
in the
Gaussian
sense
plane.
of space, right,
Like dark
because of the
matter is
amount of dark
reported as
matter.
negative.
Yeah, in space, the charge that we get from space is mostly negative.
Well,
Because
no,
it's supposed to be
from
91% negative.
as you rise,
It's almost
as you rise
anti-magnetism.
in altitude. One moment, as you rise in altitude in the air, you get
Okay, we're
a
talking
higher
atmosphere.
electrostatic potential voltage.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So the voltage increases, the positive charge. And where is this charge coming from? Because the negative obviously is coming from the ground, because the ground is the negative Gaussian plane.
Yes.
And we use it in electricity. I mean, we ground our
you have grounds. You don't get fucking shocked when you're working on things that are charged.
Yeah.
Americans don't with their plugs.
Well, I do for my PC. I have a ground to tell you something.
Yeah.
When I go fucking yank my graphics card or something, I don't get fucking zapped. Yeah,
But the
no,
ground
I
is
definitely do.
physical and solid, right? It's matter. And what's the positive Gaussian plane then? It can't be vacuum. I mean,
Why the fuck is this guy? The questions he asks here are way too right. So with Maxwell's equation, that was one thing that he was really intent on proving.
Yeah.
Is god damn it.
He's
Sorry,
a little
I'm
inebriated guy.
burping.
So,
I'm burping. But most of his equations were trying to, I don't want to say relativize, but connect like electrostatic energy, magnetism, and then the maximum speed that we can travel, right? He was trying to find a way. He was almost like Tesla in the sense where he was trying to find the way where he can push this electromagnetic or this any form of magnet to like its maximum extent.
Yeah.
And in the process came up with certain equations that would apply to things that we would use nowadays. Like, for example, like what we were just saying, I ground myself. Well, that was one thing that he figured out apparently figured out is that, you need, because everything is always positively charged, you need to ground yourself, including things that have electrostatic or any kind of electric or magnetic energy running through it. Right. But that was all just a byproduct of him trying to figure out literally, and this is the thing, is that literally Maxwell was trying to figure out how to push the humans. And the funny thing is that it was also just a theory then, because this was in the 1840s or 1850s or something. This dude was trying to figure out the speed of light. And the byproduct was literally these things,
just
like
a
these
calculation.
equations. Yeah, it is. They're all just
it's
equations.
Just calculus.
It's all just equation. It's all just literally an equation about electromagnetism.
No experiment.
Differential equations as well. At that, they're differential as well. So,
and also I'll say, just like gravity, something that right now, even to this day, is still a theory. Right? It's still.
But that's not what they say when they talk. When they talk about Maxwell, right? Yeah. And obviously Ampere's law. So, like, again, what he was
law is a
supposedly
little
going to be.
I'll say a little different
Well,
in the sense
but
where it
that's
actually
plugged
has.
into it, though.
No, it is. But that's the thing, is that everything's fucking plugged into something. And my job is to figure out why something is plugged into something, right?
I've
There's
heard
an equitable reason
a
why
word
that's plugged into that.
I've heard a word multiple times.
Yeah.
Can you define the word theory as you're using it? Because there's obviously two ways to.
Then there's multiple ways. No, I'll say multiple ways between theory and theorem. Right? I can say I have a theory that if I eat a bunch of broccoli, I'll have the biggest cock in the world.
What's the definition?
And
though?
then
what is the definition? That's all I want to know. Like, what as you're using it, define it, please.
in relation to how I'm saying theorem or just theory itself?
Well,
Theory
you've
itself.
said the word theory multiple
Theory is just a
times. I
supposition.
just want to know.
Theory is legit just a supposition. It's
Okay, then
you
fine.
try.
I disagree with that. A hypothesis is a supposition, not a theory.
To an extent, because generally, you use you have a theory, and then you generate.
Unless you have a theory, then that's called. Unless you have a theory, then that's called a
But then
presupposition,
hypothesis feeds
which
in
isn't a
to the
hypothesis.
scientific method, right? You have a theory, and then you generate a hypothesis on how to make your theory work, and then you implement the scientific method, which is control group.
Okay, well, I'm challenging.
yeah.
I'm challenging that. If I mean, unless you don't want it to be challenged.
That's just textbook. Theory is literally.
No, that's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking you to define it, because textbook, and the way you're saying it, no, a supposition is what is in a hypothesis. If you were to use the word theory, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're talking about presuppositional hypotheses, which aren't hypotheses at all.
Yeah, no, that's what a theory is. It's supposition, but it's
No.
pre-hypothesis.
I'm
That's what
saying
theory
that's
is.
not. I'm saying that's not what it is, and you're
No,
saying
theory
yeah.
is pre-hypothesis because you have a
That's not what it
theory,
is.
and then you have a hypothesis on how to make theory work.
No, that's not what it is.
But
if you don't want me to challenge,
no. I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, you don't have.
I'm saying that's how it was used in my field.
Don't appeal to what you feel that I'm feeling. I don't care about.
No, I don't. That's why we're doing this right now, because I'm not appealing to what you're feeling. I'm telling you, a theory is a supposition.
But you keep cutting me off. Do you realize that?
No, continue. I'm sorry. Continue. You're right. My bad.
Okay, I'm telling you you're wrong. So, if you want to challenge your understanding, we can just go with other citations and how it's been defined by other people at university over the course of 100 years. We could do that if you're willing to have it challenged, because I'm telling you that you're wrong. You're telling me that what you think it is textbook. That is not textbook. Now,
well, I
if
will
you
say
don't
that
want to
theory and
challenge,
hypothesis are generally the same thing.
if you don't want to challenge it, you can't keep saying it like I'm going to accept it. So I'm just going to take at this point it to mean that you don't want it challenged.
No. It's not that. They can be. I'll say okay. I can definitely say that.
If you repeat yourself, I'm going to say
I'm not going to
that-
repeat myself. I'm going to say.
But you're basically saying hypothesis and theory.
Definition, a theory and a hypothesis are both suppositions. But when you lay them in line,
Nope. So either you take up the challenge or just say, you know what, I'm not willing to take up the challenge.
This is no, but
because I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do.
Here, hold on. A little bit. I'm gonna tap out of Discord. I gotta let my dog. Here.
All right.
Right. So again, like if
It's
you just
very
type
important.
in the meaning,
I'm sorry.
it is very important. Well, I
No,
took him through this
honestly,
earlier. Actually, it's just
here.
it's a little inebriated.
If I were to Google, sorry, I'm back. If I were to Google right now, I'm literally going through my uni notes. If I were to Google,
no Google, no.
Okay.
Go to your uni. Go to your uni, not
uni notes.
Google.
No. My notes for uni say that theory is a supposition or
It's
system
not
of
a
ideas.
supposition. It's not a supposition.
So then listen. No. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying the definition for theory is a supposition or a system of ideas, which I can say when I was in uni, I definitely Googled this. Right?
That's not a supposition. No.
And a hypothesis.
No.
A hypothesis is also a supposition.
Not textbook. No, a hypothesis is a supposition. How you're attempting to use it is a presupposition. Those are two different things. Presupposition and hypothesis is just begging the question fallacy. I'm trying to point out a difference. You're telling me no.
So when you take my
it's the
field,
same thing.
and the first word is theoretical.
Yeah.
What's the definition of theoretical?
That's why I asked you to define it, because the way you're using it sounds like.
But they are supposition. But then But then there are theorems which are generally ways of knowledge. Fuck, I don't know if I'm actually. Oh,
Should I back off track? I don't know.
I would a second, because listen, 1 second. So a theory, right? Obviously, if everyone else, right? Obviously, me and you, Elijah. I'm not talking for the rest of the room. I know the way we see this. So, and I know that we see it in a correct sense, because obviously what he's saying is basically it is kind of the base layer meaning that they'll give you for theory, right? A supposition or a system of ideas is what Google will tell you, intended to explain something, right? Especially one based on general principles independent of the thing to be explained, right?
The Newcomb theorem.
Right. So, but the issue is that obviously you're seeing hypothesis again, which would be like a set of principles on which the practice of an activity is based. Let's say so. Yeah. So what I guess what Eli's trying to say to you is that, in a sense, the way that you're using the word theory is that's a presupposition. So first it's hard to explain it to you because obviously you've got a certain vernacular.
Yeah, in the field that I work in, everything is. I mean, when you take baseline textbook, the description presupposition.
Yeah, okay. Listen, Elijah,
is a presupposition in my field.
A second, Elijah, they can't test hypotheses through experimentation in the field of theoretical space physics, right? So there's an issue. So the term theory almost has to be like it's interchangeable, right? Because it's like they don't test hypotheses. So the presupposition is always what it is. It's always a presupposition. So otherwise they wouldn't even, it's almost like you would have to state like, you're not a theoretical, the field would have to be deleted in order for him to say, no, I don't work on, theory as a basis of a supposition of a system of ideas intended, right? So it's like he can't sort of say that. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like that's why he's
you're right. The way he is. You're right. Yeah, I get it. I'll back
but
off.
Also, Eli, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Well, all I did was because I didn't want to. I mean,
it confused me because I thought we were talking about my specific field.
Or challenge him.
No,
that's what
okay.
I was trying to do.
Okay for you to challenge me. Perfectly okay.
I was asking for permission, So
it's perfectly okay. I just took it. I don't want to say incorrectly, but in the sense of my field.
Well,
right?
Can I read you a quote?
Go ahead.
Well, that's actually not from university. I don't even know who this dude is, but
go ahead.
His example of what a begging the question fallacy is spot on. This is gonna be heavy, so I don't know if you want to do this. It's gonna be heavy.
No, I'm down. Go ahead.
Okay. So begging the question, it's gonna use the example of the Michelson-Morley non-experiment because it's not an experiment. They use the term experiment loosely too, and it's like and they okay.
It's for it's for if I have an assumption of the conclusion.
Yeah. So
I think I've heard this. They said I was gonna hear this. And I have heard it.
So how to commit the fallacy of begging the question when a conclusion to be demonstrated is assumed into a premise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So number one, and there are 8 lines and then there's a conclusion. So give me some room, all right?
Okay.
So number one, an experiment is set up to demonstrate the motion of the Earth through space. Number two, a positive result is expected from theory. It says theory, but I would stress that they meant hypothesis. And I would stress that there's a difference. But okay, moving on. Number 3, the experiment produces a null result. Number 4, the null result has a cause. Number 5, the cause of the null result is not a stationary Earth because the Earth is moving. Number 6, the cause of the null result is a moving Earth. Number 7, therefore, an experiment on the moving Earth has demonstrated that C is constant in any inertial reference frame. Number 8, therefore, C is constant in all reference frames. So line 8 implies that a moving Earth is part of the conclusion, yet 5 merely asserts that the Earth is moving. To conclude to line 8. Therefore, the constancy of C is invalid according to the fallacy of begging the question.
Yeah, that's what.
And can I just add to what Elijah just said?
This is rough because it's almost.
Can I just add to what Elijah said?
In and of itself, I'm sorry. It ends up as a fallacy, but continue. Sorry.
1 second. So when we're saying about, right, so like you're saying about, again, the theory versus, so theory being presupposition versus supposition, right, is that under the origin of like the etymological origins of this word, so let's say Greek, right, hupo, under, thesis, placing, and then this is two origins of Greek placing those two words together, right? So we have end up in the Greek with the hypothesis, right, which would be the foundation, right? So foundation meaning just a supposition, right? Because it's something that's, again, right. So foundation, okay, it's not it's the foundation level, it's a hypothesis, right? So again, so then the late Latin, it turns into hypothesis, right, from the Greek, which the Greek meaning hypothesis meaning foundation. So hypo, under, thesis, placing, then to hypothesis, then to hypothesis, right? So again, it's sort of like these things are used interchangeably in the field, and I think that's part of the confusion in essence. And if you think about, like, so what Elijah's just outlined is that if we switch one for the other, right, as in we use them as interchangeable terms, hypothesis and theory, what we end up with is that effectively that definition that he just read out, right, it becomes easy to sort of just say, well, okay, it isn't a fallacy. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, not that it isn't, it would still be a fallacy if you look at it in the correct optics, right? But again, from the position of the way that they assert things in one format or another and the interchangeability between them, it's very easy for someone to not realize that you when they're looking at data or information, because of the interchangeability of those words, it's very easy to not see the fallacy inside of it. That's why it's very important to know one from the other, and really what we're sort of saying in terms of what a presupposition is versus a supposition, what the foundation is versus the cornerstone, right? So that's sort of the point of it. It's like the foundation is the built, right? The cornerstone being the start, right? Hypothesis being the foundation in the Greek. So it's sort of like even the etymology of the word backs up what Eli's saying effectively, is what I'm trying to get across. I believe I may have. Did I cut out or?
No, you didn't. I did ask for permission. I didn't want to do it.
I did ask permission. I didn't want to.
But obviously, you know, we're a serious bunch here.
I'm gonna move him to VC check-in 1 and move him back down, just in case his stuff cut out and he didn't realize it, if that makes sense. Because I do that to you occasionally. I've done it to you before and you've not noticed. Yeah, Justin, are you back?
No, he chatted. He said that wife just woke up and yelled at me for being up at 8 a.m.
Oh yeah. No, that's my girlfriend all day long. No, I get it.
Yeah, like, Well, on that note, yeah. So you know what we was watching yesterday, Eli? It was really interesting. So like, obviously, I won't go into any of the details on what we were watching, but it was really interesting. Like, I didn't get to say it fully. I know I danced on the idea of what we was talking about, but we literally word for word had a debate with somebody right before you came in. That was like, it was almost as if we had just listened to that video out of mine and Iggs's mouth, right? Like out of mine and Igor's mouth. It's like we had literally detailed the knowledge that was contained in that video to do with propaganda and everything that was revolving around it. It was really cool, bro.
Bro,
It was like
that CIA document,
confirmation,
bro. That CIA document is so powerful. Like every time they ask, there's no way that the Earth could be flat because it's just so great a lie that it couldn't be contained. Like that is literally CIA propaganda straight from the document. Back like, how are you gonna defeat that argument? Like, how are you gonna defeat it? You can't. But I'm sorry. Go on with what you were trying to say.
No, I was just simply stating that it's like one of those confirmational things, right? Like, you know, me and you have got a certain belief, right? Which is that, you know, Yahweh Sabaoth is, you know, the ABBA of this universe, and da 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 da. It's just one of those
Yeah, yeah.
confirmational things, Eli, right? You know, you have a conversation with somebody that effectively outlines point for point in chronological order everything that someone later comes in and then presents in a video and then in documentation. Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, and someone was trying to argue against the points that we were making and trying to say they were fallacious, and then basically like two things that aren't even connected. So like even going with like the thing with like terrorism and even, you know, with the Holocaust, for instance, yeah, like even those portions of that video as well, right?
Yeah.
Like it was in chronological order, bro. Like the argument that we had just had, like, you know, I've got a good memory, so like it was chronologically ordered to the way that we had the argument in a sort of, like I said, like a progressive sort of line that was. And you can ask Iggs, he'll tell you the exact same thing, and everyone else in the room that was there was like, we had this debate with this ecological mystic guy, and then boom, 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 boom. It was chronological, bro. And then you play this video, and it's like chronologically the argument we had, and every point the guy hit on was exactly proving everything that we were saying as we went along. And it was like a confirmational thing, bro. It was like, yes, man.
I'm so happy that I had came in there with the video then, because I've showed it to. I've tried to show it to everybody. Like I've played it maybe about 5 times now, 6 times now. You know, and I always wait for people.
Elijah, can you post it in a live stream for me? Maybe I missed
sure.
it. Okay.
Maybe chuck it.
It's only 30 minutes long. So if you've heard me talking about the professor Mark Crispin Miller, he works right here where I live, and then he works at New York University. So he's not like some Trump supporter in his mom's basement. You know, actually, I don't know that. He could be a Trump supporter in his mom's basement, but at the very least, he's very educated.
He's not. He's not. He really isn't. I know this guy. He really isn't. He's got his own house. He's got an apartment as well.
So, you know, he brings up really valid points. He brings up, you know, documentation and then certain things to validate it. And, you know,
Trump supports him, dude. It's more the other way around. Trump supports Miller, man. That's the way it goes. Because Miller is actually foundational, believe it or not, Elijah, in the terms of like when we're studying propaganda, when it plugs into, let's say, proxy warfare, for instance, right? Insignia versus, you know, nation state versus actor that is blackened out, right? Well, you know, just the definition of terrorism alone is something that's being switched around and changed. As going back from 2008, there was a massive change. In 2000, there was another massive change in order that we could denote, let's say, he's been all over it, dude. Like he's someone that is foundational in the field of weaponology as well, because people effectively don't want the Overton window in the political spectrum, right? We don't want the Overton window to be changed in terms of when we relate back to the GFE of what a paramilitary is. But when it comes to understanding that, you have to take these interchangeable terms, right? For things like terrorist or insurgent terrorist force, for instance, Al Qaeda, how can it be an insurgent homegrown terrorist force? That makes no sense whatsoever. They have an insignia. Paramilitary groups have an insignia. Terrorists don't have an insignia, right? Again, to terrorize comes from the word tyranny as well, etymologically speaking, right? To terrorize suggests that you can't just attack, right? It suggests a higher power than attack, because to terrorize or to be tyrannical over someone means they have a form of no defense. This is what the Second Amendment's about, right? So when you have that, again, what is a terrorist? Well, a terrorist is almost always a state actor or a group that was founded from a state actor as a proxy warfare artist to act out their political means and agenda for them, right? That would be the propaganda informing the group to be the terrorist organization, right? So there's a massive difference, and the point is that the difference in terms of when we start to talk about an insurgent terrorist force is that we're able to sort of lie to the individuals that would be fighting against the so-called terrorist force, and to get away from the idea that they might be a paramilitary force, because if you have paramilitary forces, you have different axioms in terms of in connection to the Geneva Convention of what you're allowed to do, right? So these things are really important, like, and it's been propagandized, you know, like these words like domestic terrorist, for instance, even that changes the Overton window or the optics, should I say, on these words. And like Miller has been on top of that for years, making sure that the correct definitions of this stuff is asserted when it's needed, and categorization of the different groups as it goes forth in relation to the way the propaganda affects the optics. He's been brilliant at doing that.
Yeah, and I can't, like, you know, the fact that people, I'm you know what, I'm done. I don't question it anymore. Like I'm so me and meme. I'll say I align with him in
I align with
a
him a lot.
lot of ways, and I don't from a biblical standpoint or a scriptural standpoint, I no longer wonder why. Like, oh my God, why isn't he getting it? Oh, first of all, if you think about the grand delusion, that's going to be cast on someone who doesn't accept truth, then you're already at the grand delusion, meaning I could not have done anything somewhere along your life. You have rejected truth, and you are now at this point. There's nothing to ask. There's nothing to wonder. At that point, it's like, oh, I know exactly why you're acting the way you are, and only he can be your salvation, aka only following the light and accepting the truth can you be vindicated. That's it. You can wander as far into the darkness as you like. The moment you decide, you know what, truth is more important to me, everything changes. And I'm not about to sit here and argue with people. Like, for instance, I'm gonna show you. I can't stand this dude in my inbox.
Wait,
and I finally told him off proper.
I finally told him off proper. That was so English of you, Elijah. I'm very proud of you as an American. That was very proper of you.
So the guy messages me, as he does periodically. Oh, this is the same guy I've been telling you about for like a year. It's the same. By the way, so he sends me these pictures of where the mountain peaks are lit,
right,
before the bottom, and I'm like, I'm not about to seriously explain, like, not in any serious way, because it's like I don't have
You're
time
annoyed
for
at the
that.
energy you've put in and how much you've actually taught him and how he's still not grasping, right? Like,
yeah, like you just taken some meme and was like, look at that. Like, why haven't you thought about? Like, I don't have time to, and then he's not going to get it anyway. So he says, I like to challenge you. How can this happen on a flat Earth? The spotlight sun should most definitely light the bottom of the mountain first. Why?
Why? What about the path of light? What about the so a spotlight shined upon the precipice or the peak of a mountain, for instance, right? Again, much like if
theoretically speaking,
theoretically,
and I definitely mean hypothetically speaking, if light did have a one-way speed, wouldn't it fucking hit the highest, the elevation it's closest to?
Of course, especially if the light is parallel, right?
I mean, and
If it was parallel,
that's not even the issue here. But just like from their own belief state, like I just man, fuck him, Like, I don't have time for this. So
right?
I
So
told
like,
him.
yeah,
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say very quickly, I wanted to apologize for like not supporting you in that post, right? But like for me, it's the same thing, bro. Like I've done all of that with like the typing and everything like this, right? It's like my back's broken as well, and you know this, right? Like sitting on my little phone right at the minute, just like trying to type out on there, and then like you've got your Facebook and you're pretty anonymous on there, right? And like I'm not so anonymous, bro. Yeah, and I'm just like, yeah, this is like, it sometimes becomes like, yeah, I just wanted you to not make sure you didn't take offense to the fact that I wasn't like in there, like in the thing.
I
It's
know
just
you have your reasons.
Yeah, dude.
I just wanted like, I wanted to like crush them real, because they just in their numbers, they hide themselves in the numbers to remain ignorant, and then they project, and the Bible speaks about this too, like just them just sapping your energy, like it's not a good look, I'm not here to waste. I'm any time, you know.
Well,
And
and
if
that's
I
why I
am
think
wasting time, it's from my own sin that I have to be repentant for. So
Well,
screw
I
you.
think that's sometimes where like your aggression, in terms of in these like conversations, comes from, and it gets like I never get offended by you when you go no 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 no. Like other people I've noticed they get very offended by this. Like again, I don't know why, right? So like you know, people often feel the need to sort of
Yeah, let
explain
me just
around the
wait
challenge.
every 5 minutes to. Let me just wait 5 minutes every time you say something
Yeah.
erroneous, and then I don't have time for
Yeah.
that. Look, no, don't just no. I
Again, let's
can't.
get to the
I'm sorry.
truth, right? Let's get to the truth. No, exactly. You're right, bro. It's like, let's get to the truth. Let's cut the mustard, right? Like, why are we going to start talking around and dancing around points that could just be dealt with like directly there and then, right? Like, it becomes like, again, it becomes erroneous and it becomes challenging in terms of on the energy level, right? It's like first law of thermodynamics, right? Energy can only be transferred, and it's like the energy you put in. If it's just being like guided away every single time by their hands, the hands
Exactly.
of dismissal, it's like,
That's a good way of having me think about it. Like I'm literally thinking of my energy just like being like, you know, and there's like some wizard on the other side just with his fingers just sucking in my energy. It's like it's
yeah, it's
so
like
what
you
he
know,
said,
energy
so I
is like a
said to
currency
him,
now. You
so I
know,
said,
go ahead.
I says, I don't answer erroneous questions. I'm not about to spend 2 hours telling you this. I've moved on with Jerry. It's over. LOL, bit of a joke, but serious about the former. And then he says, what do you mean, Jerry? And then I said, just accept the first part of my statement and correct or move on.
Yeah, don't worry about Jerry, bro.
Look what he says. He says, are you saying you're not a flat earther anymore? And I said, yo, that's the type of shit like that's a major energy dump right there. That's an energy dump. That's an energy well right there, just waiting for me
Waiting
to
for
just
you to
pour
suck
it
it
in.
dry. No, I am still a flat earther. Like, you know, well, why aren't you standing up for the truth? Like, you're not debating anymore, right? Like, you're not debating me. And it's like, no, again, this is an energy well, right? You know, to just step into that and to just be like, right, I'm going to give away all of this in order so that you can, again, not understand what I'm saying, right? Like, and like he said, just in his, listen, just in what he was saying, right? Like, oh, you know, I like to challenge you. So is this
Yeah.
based upon what you're presenting to me just to challenge me? Like, I feel like that's probably where your brain was like, wait a minute, you like to challenge me. Does that even mean that you believe in the information you're presenting, or is this just a form of challenge? Do you understand the base there, or are you just asking for an explanation from me? Like, or is it just to challenge me? When people are just seeking just to challenge, not for a sort of, like I said, to establish a form of truth, to understand or come to an understanding between the two people, when it's just a challenge, like there's sort of a hint of an idea that it is, can I take some energy from you? Right? Like,
You can challenge me, but don't do it erroneously. Like, what the
exactly.
fuck?
Wow.
So yeah, like, where did I give off any impression that I was no longer like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not even, you know, no. Go talk to.
No.
So I labeled him an anti-flat earther, and I said, you can continue to believe what you want. You can even believe what you want about me. At the end of the day, you'll never think critically, and you'll always be an anti-flat earther, and that's all right. Just leave me out of it.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Hey, Gopa, thank you. Oh, I'm about to head to Nathan's. You feel like
I'll
it?
pop over. I'll come as well.
I'll join you in the. Well, I hate the the Discord over there. I usually pop into the G plus, but I'll go into the room just because you're gonna be in the.
Yeah, you going over to Nathan's, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. All right, I'm gonna go now. Just you know, just so I make sure I get in. I don't want to have to get dragged up or anything. Wait, you're a mod though, right? I don't know.
It's 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm a mod.
All right, I'll see you over there anyway, right, dude?
All
right, so.
I see a bunch of heroes in that YouTube chat. Why don't you come and discuss it instead of spouting all that nonsense I'm looking at? And I'm not going to be responding to anything you type there. If you want to discuss it, here we are. Come talk.
Mic check. Anybody on here?
What happens if you get a leak on that? It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. Then you have a leak.
That's pretty funny. Oh shit, there's no Groovy Bot. Oh, rest in peace, Groovy Bot. Tests.
Did you get a new mic, India? You sounding crispy.
I've had this mic. I just haven't used it.
Yeah, good.
It's a Blue Yeti.
Nice.
Been not even dormant. A lot of times I'm on my phone, like I'm not carrying a Blue Yeti around the city of Boston. It would make a great object for self-defense because this thing is heavy as fuck. This thing is like, you want to kill someone with a blunt object, this is one to do it with.
I got the blue snowball. Do some minimal damage. Not the Yeti damage, but
Well, you get a slingshot. Shoot. How's it going, man? How's life and things and all that happy horse shit?
Man, I just got back. I took a long hiatus from the server, but I spent a month in San Diego at the beach, and it's been great, man. First time at the Pacific Ocean, and that stuff is flat still. So that was awesome.
I haven't made it to the Pacific yet. I gotta get out there one of these days. San Diego's nice though. Everyone says that place is bomb.
Holy smokes. Yeah.
Is it expensive there?
Yeah, man. Everything's just like unnecessarily an extra dollar or two. You want a protein bar? A couple extra dollars.
Yeah,
But-
Boston is mad expensive to live in. It's probably more expensive than San Diego, I wouldn't doubt. I think an average one-bedroom apartment here is about probably like $1,600 a month to $1,800. Probably more in the $1,800 range now because of COVID.
Why does everyone want to be in Boston?
Colleges. Lots of colleges. Plus a lot of tech shit. In the surrounding area, it's called the 128 Belt. So there's I-95. It's like it's one highway, but it's just like two. State Highway 128 and it's Interstate 95. Like they're the same road, but for some reason. But inside this belt are crazy tech companies. Like, the company that makes those robots? They make the freaking dog and, all those crazy robots that are always on YouTube and TV. Yeah, so that company's there. Like Microsoft, Amazon, they all got all these biotech companies, Biogen, Amgen. Like, just they come here. Well, the big corporations come here to basically poach MIT and Harvard and all those universities.
Nice.
But I'd say there's like 20 colleges within, I'd say, 10 square miles of where I live, 10-mile radius of where I live.
Damn.
Yeah.
Super wealthy friend that I went to school with ended up going to school in Boston, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, it's super expensive here. It's ridiculous. It's crazy, man. I can go to one grocery store and like you get like, sliced American cheese. One grocery store it'll be like $2.50, $3. You go to another one, it's $8.
Jeez.
$8 for sliced cheese, bro. Man, I saw that, man. It was like sticker shock, big time.
What does the gas cost out there?
I don't even know because I don't drive. It's probably around $3.
Yeah, that's what it is here. I'm in Ohio. It's $3, like $2.99. Out in California, it's like $5 for sure.
Yeah, California, they got that extra tax because they're trying to save the environment from global warming.
Right.
You hear the stream last night? That Code Miko lady?
Yeah.
That was a train wreck.
Yeah, man. That was pretty interesting.
It was hard not to go off, man, just because she was talking shit in her chat. while she was in here trying to act nice.
Mm-hmm. Right, acting.
Saying things like, I'm losing brain cells and silly stuff like that.
Well, I guess you got to play dumb to the audience, right? I mean, that's her whole audience is like, if I pretend to be a fool, it'll attract the masses type of thing, you know?
Yeah.
That was her whole act. Like, I'm stupid, I'm dumb, you know? I don't know. That's what I heard from her.
I don't think it's an act.
Oh. You know, it could be one of those things where it's like, it was started off as an act. That's just her character now.
Yeah.
She kept saying she was confused, and I believe
her.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not like, I mean, most people haven't investigated a topic past, you know, they just haven't. They just there's a ball. And that's how far they've investigated. So the devil's in the details. I mean, I deal with. I'm also like on Twitter, and I fight with trolls on there and YouTube. But even like the people that are so-called smart, educated, whatever, their knowledge of the globe stopped developing at 9th grade. They still say, you know, silly things. Well, I mean, silly. I mean, it's just because there's the globe story, which is like the 9th grade story, right? Earth's a ball, you know, yada, yada, yada. Everything is just perfectly laid out and it just all works. But when you actually start looking at the details, which, you know, hardly anybody ever does, it just starts falling apart, as we all know, right? It's like a sweater. You pull one thread and eventually you just have a pile of yarn and there's no sweater left.
Right.
Hello, guys.
Hello, how's it going?
All right, thanks. I just thought I'd say hello.
How's things?
Yeah, they're all right. Yeah, can't complain. I only just woke up. I'm on your time now.
Boy.
I think it's about, I don't even know what time it is.
Time to buy a watch.
Yeah, it's 20 to 4, so yeah.
she'd be like a big up there.
All right, kudos.
Y'all are 7 hours, I think, behind us, or 19 and a half ahead, however you want to look at it.
I'm
Something
7
like that.
hours behind Central America, I think. Like, you know, the central time.
So it's probably like 1:41. See, don't you love having people in other countries telling you what time it is where you're at?
That's good, but it's 3:41 now.
I figured it was an hour or so.
UK is -5 for me.
Yeah. That means you're on the east coast, does it? East side.
That's right. I'm on the East Coast. Just a short swim away from you.
What you been talking about then, guys?
The place was empty till I jumped in here. We were just talking about nothing.
It was like that yesterday for a while.
It was packed up last night. I don't know how many people are in the chat. Probably had to be approached 50 or 60. So anyone following this sextant argument thing? I haven't been really following it, but I need someone to give me the Cliff Notes version of, you know, I watched Mitchell from Australia's video and I've listened to Nathan talk about it a little bit, but.
Well, why don't you give us a quick breakdown, Indio, what your current understanding is of the sextant argument, or how it works?
I know how a sextant works, but I don't understand like why they think that somehow it'll only work on a flat Earth. I mean, I watched a bunch of videos last night. I think I kind of understand what they're saying. That the angle, because the angle of the horizon, the horizon angle keeps changing as you move around, so it can't possibly work on a globe because there's not one horizon. So that's why they're doing this celestial horizon. I think. I don't know. I'm not really sure. That's why I need someone to kind of like break it down for me. I mean, I'm just missing something.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Indo. Just have to turn it down a bit. So they're saying that the sextant won't work on a globe.
That's what they're saying, that it can only work on a flat surface. I understand the argument where they're saying yes, you can only triangulate because triangles have straight lines, not curves. So you can't take an elevation angle off a curved surface. So they have to assume the surface is flat, and then. But their argument is something like, if you do more locations, right? What do they call it? The angle of equal distance, angle of equal something or other. So if I sight a star, right? Say I sight a star. Say I sight Polaris, right? And the elevation angle tells me it's 200 miles away. So there's a bunch of points, obviously like a circle around that. That's a radius, which is everything is 200 miles away. And they're saying something like that can't work on a globe. It can only work on a flat Earth. Like I said, I don't get it completely.
I've never used a sextant, so I can't really say anything. I did look about a while ago. I'm having a quick look again now. Principles of sextants.
I just like a sextant and an astrolabe and a boat, so I can go have some fun.
It still blows me away that freaking Neil Armstrong said they used the sextant to navigate in space.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's craziness.
I think you see a picture of him using one at one point as well.
There's supposed to be some sextant that went through the hull of the craft and pointed outside, and that's how they knew where they are. But the very first measurement you take with a sextant is find the horizon. So where's the horizon when you're halfway between the moon and the Earth?
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
You know what I find confusing as well is the fact that the solar system, even in their model, is flat. All of the planets orbit the sun on a flat plane. They don't orbit the sun in 360 degrees. They're all on a flat plane. That's why we have the ecliptic. I think that's strange as well. I've always thought that's weird.
Yeah, the orbital plane. Sometimes I troll Globers. I say, well, if all the galaxies are flat and the universe is flat, why is the Earth a ball?
Yeah, right. Because it would be spreading out from a central point in 360 degrees of space, wouldn't it? For it to actually, come about on a flat plane, there's got to be. Well, I just don't believe it. It should be 360 degrees. Like we imagine a model of an atom with the electrons going around.
Yeah.
It should be like that. Surely.
Of course. The definition for a parent is something that appears to be there but isn't physically there. Is that accurate?
The definition of a what?
Parent. Like
parent?
That is a parent. For observation. Like the apparent. Something that you see where you're at. There in the UK, and something I see here, but we don't see it in the same location. It's in two different locations, and if we move up in elevation, it moves.
Yeah.
So what I was saying last night over in Showtext, because we had a great conversation going. I'm thinking that the sun and the moon are actually apparent. They appear to be where we see them at, but like a hot spot or a cold spot being created through, say, a dome from a light that's outside.
Yeah.
It would cause the same effects that we see, and then say like the new moon when it completely disappears. That would make sense why nobody's ever seen.
Do you know what, Cuddles? I've just understood something there from what you've said that I've never thought of about the new moon. Because they say it disappears for three days, don't they? Recycle.
Right, and I
Well,
always catch the new
does that,
moon.
does that mean it's not visible anywhere on the plane?
But that was the conversation last night. Is that it
Yeah, right. I've
disappears
never thought of that.
completely.
So it shouldn't disappear completely because there's always got to be a spot where it's reflecting sunlight.
Exactly.
Well, even if it's plasma,
I've never thought
even
of
if
it
it's
in that way.
plasma, it would still give it some type of physical, like physical something. But like seeing stars through it disappearing slowly at the course of the month.
I have to try to photograph the new moon when it's not there, and it's not easy.
But see, you can do a hotspot like through layers of bowls with the sunlight and magnifying glass. You can create a hotspot within, I guess, a contained space, perhaps. But this is hanging in the air. It changes elevation during the month. It changes where it's at. It changes how it appears. Changes size.
And colour.
Right. It sounds a lot like something that isn't physically there, but it's being broadcast from another location.
See, my problem with that, and it's always my problem, right, on any level that you look at it, just talk about the moon, because the moon's easier, you can see it with your eyes easier. It should change shape in the sky as it moves, but it doesn't. It's always circular. You know, if you think about it, well, the best way I can describe it is with those 3D art pictures that I showed you, Cuddles. You can only view them from one point, like the perspective point of where it was drawn from. Anywhere else, you can't. It doesn't look the same shape physically, and it's the same as that, except reversed. You're not moving. The moon is, and for example, when it's really low down, it shouldn't look circular. It should look kind of. You're looking at it from the edge, so it should be elongated, for want of a better word, an elliptoid. But it doesn't. It always looks like a circle wherever it is.
All right. Well, one night, me and some acquaintances did this. I'm in Texas. One of my buddies is in California, and my other friend is over in New South Wales, in Australia. So we all went out at the same time, took pictures of the moon. From my perspective, the moon was hanging over California, going that direction. To my buddy, it was, almost completely overhead. To my friend over in Australia, she had to look, what is that, west for her? Or east? We all see the exact same thing, and all of our pictures look exactly the same.
Me and G did that the other night with pictures, and it's true. That's what you see.
Right, but something that's physical I can't take the same picture from 50 different angles and have the exact same picture.
Well, this is what I've been saying all along, Cuddles. It's like that leads towards the fact it's projected, because I photographed the moon and I've never seen any evidence of it changing shape. It always looks the same wherever you are, except it will look like in the southern so-called hemisphere, it will look upside down. But that's, you don't see any more or less of it. You're just looking at it from a different direction, aren't you?
So looking for a new moon, a picture of a new moon. Probably never going to find it.
I haven't found one, but I've tried to photograph it because I was saying to someone about this, and they said, well, you should be able to photograph it if you can pinpoint it in the sky using a tracking app, which I've got. You should be able just to photograph the dark portion of the sky. You can't see it. If you've got the right camera settings, you should be able to see it, because I've taken photos of half of the dark moon and even more than that. So if you can do that, surely you can photograph it when you can't see it with the eyes, but the camera will pick it up.
But then it
Yeah.
would have to be physical, even if it is just made up of photons, not having any weight to it per se. It would still have to be physical for it to. I mean, so the fact that it disappears completely, there's no way to track it, there's no way to see it or find it or anything.
Well, the 2 times I've looked for it, right, to try and photograph it, it's been really, really close to the sun according to the app. Twice it's occurred, and twice, the sun's been out. So I'll put it down to that, something to do with that.
Right. Well, I mean, I get the whole tracking app and presupposing where it's supposed to be, but if it's like the sun and the moon are 2 different laser pointers shining through a dome, causing a hot spot and a cold spot that under the similar-ish conditions look like black dots.
What look like black dots?
Well, like the sun, when you put on the right filters and focus, it looks like a little black dot. And the moon,
yeah, that's something else I've never managed to photograph either. But
with the camera that I have, when I look at it, the moon is always too bright, so it always ends up transforming. Maybe it's because I'm so close. I don't know.
this is that picture I was on about, Cuddles. I think I showed it. This is like some street art this guy does. They're pretty good. But that picture that put there, 1 moment, sorry. You can only see that picture from that one point where it's been drawn from. That's the perspective point where that camera is. Because if you look at it from any other angle, it looks like this. I'll show you. It actually looks like this in reality. Right? That's what I'm getting at about the fact that if you look at that from anywhere else other than that perspective point where the first photo is taken, it looks like the one underneath. Right? So if you think about that in reverse, you're static, but the moon's moving. It should change from a circular shape to a different shape if it's, you see what I'm getting at? It's the only way I can explain it. It should physically change shape. Even if it's a projection, it has to physically change shape. But I can only imagine it in my mind working if it was a projection, not if it's anything solid.
Well, I mean, come on. The horizon is optical. Why not everything else? To some degree. Or at least the more important things.
I have got a slightly better picture I can show you actually. Oh yeah, this one. This is actual. Where is it?
I mean, it's interesting to just look at it and take. I'm taking everything and I'm mashing it together after I boiled it down. The moon disappears throughout the month, and then it appears huge at the beginning of the month. Well, a physical thing can't just do that unless, like, say, I'm putting on clothes or taking off clothes. You can't see my belly. You can kind of see my belly.
See, I've never seen it physically change size either. If I have, I've missed it.
Well, that's what I'm kind of going towards there too. Like the old follow the bouncing ball thing. Some days the sun, the moon is freaking huge, but I'm right here in Texas, closer to the equator than some of the other people, like Great Britain, Montana, South Dakota. I'm closer to the equator.
Oh yeah, a lot closer.
So the moon, when it's so-called low in the sky, it's freaking huge. But it doesn't look like it's, more than 50 or so miles most of the rest of the time.
Yeah. You have to excuse this picture. It is a globe, but it demonstrates what I'm getting at.
Okay.
That's what it looks like there from the perspective point. And this is what it looks like from everywhere else. Oh, I'll have to wait a second because the slow motion. There you go.
Right. Optical illusion.
This is it, isn't it? How can you be certain that's not what you're seeing? Or that is what you're seeing? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, sun gives off warm light. The moon gives off cold light.
Yeah.
You can make a sunspot hang in the air if you have the right gradient. You can create a sunspot within that gradient with enough, I guess, magnification of the source.
But that doesn't work with moonlight.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, though. I think the sun and the moon are both just magnifications of their actual sources through an object.
You can't magnify moonlight, though. This is the thing.
Right. I get that. But, all right, the moon is there. Now, we're going from where it is to where the hell it's coming from. Not stuff that I can do with it down here.
I mean, if you think about it, a projection. Oh, no, actually, forget that. I'm talking rubbish.
That's what I'm saying. A cold spot. It's freaking crazy to try and think of like how a cold spot would actually be made, but we actually are looking at one every freaking night.
Yeah, I'll tell you something else about the moonlight that I realised the other day as well. If you grow plants indoors, right, artificially, it's well known by anyone who does it that they need complete darkness during the darkness cycle, right? Right down to, they've done experiments and little LEDs you've got on blocks of electrical terminals and things, even the smallest, faintest LED light can interrupt plant's flowering cycle, right? Now, this doesn't occur outdoors at night with moonlight because, well, it just doesn't, as far as I can tell from what I've read, meaning that the plant doesn't react to moonlight. You can use a green light with plants in the darkness and it doesn't affect them. Which would imply as well that it's green light coming from the moon if it's not affecting the plants outdoors. Or it could be that plants have just adapted to the moonlight. You don't know.
Trust me, I would love to try and see if I could magnify and condense moonlight through a magnifying glass.
Why do you think I'm saying it like this? I watched a video about it yesterday, Cuddles. This guy like trying exactly that with a massive Fresnel lens, and he not only he had a thermal camera and thermometer. It doesn't even moonlight doesn't even though if you point a thermal imager at the moon, you can read the temperature and everything off it. Because breaking down the walls, I think, said something to me about that. But yeah, you can actually get a reading off it. But when you shine it through a magnifying glass on the floor, the thermal imager doesn't even pick up at any temperature change, doesn't show anything.
Maybe it's a different type of energy, and that would be interesting. But see, this is all going off. The moon is a cold spot. Just like a hot spot generated for something that is heat, it's generated from something that is inherently cold that gives off light.
Yeah, I reckon if you can photograph it when it's a new moon, it will look like this, but just without the bit of the moon. You can see the difference between the black bit of the moon and the black sky.
Well, the best thing I can think of.
This is why I'm thinking you can photograph it, when it's a new moon.
Well, this is what I'm saying. If it appears in a position, but that's not where the light that creates that position is coming from, then you're going to have to find the position above the clouds.
How does that explain you can see the black portion, though? Are they projecting a black portion?
You know, like with the sun, the black dot that everyone sees, that's the focal point.
You see, I've taken a lot of pictures of the sun, and I've never seen this black dot.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. Not me. Yeah, I've never been able to photograph that black dot. I've tried and tried with different cameras as well. And not once have I recorded it. So I don't know what that's all about either.
That's creation.
Sorry. Okay, well, what should I use instead of the black portion? The unlit portion.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Magnifying something through a lens, narrowing the band, making it like a laser pinpoint dot. When all that focuses at the focal point, there's your black dot.
I've never managed to photograph it though. Just saying.
Right.
I'm not saying it's not there. Don't get me wrong. But I'm just saying I've never managed to. I've always put it down to a camera artifact, to be honest. The fact that the sensor's getting overloaded. But I've tried 4 different cameras to do it, and not one of them had that
Right,
effect.
but you have to have the filter, right? Or the lens.
I've seen it done without filters, but I have tried it. I have tried it with a filter as well, but I didn't have a proper. What are they called? There's certain filters you use, and I haven't got one. But I used a piece of welding glass from some welding from a welding helmet. And while we're on that subject, I've never photographed sunspots either. You know, and I've seen many people show sunspots that they photographed, and I've never managed to get them.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's quite odd. I want to say most of the things that people are getting that would back up NASA is generally like grease or something on your lens.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I've seen some pretty good sunspot photography. You can actually see them moving over a period of time as well.
Right, but it's optical illusion as far as I can tell.
Well, it could be, yeah. We haven't got a clue, have we, really?
Well, that's the thing.
Too many people claiming that. You know, you can watch these videos of astronomy and stuff, and these people talk like they know. We know everything about it, and there's no mystery there at all. And, you know, we figured that out really years ago. That's the impression they give you, don't they? Deliberately.
Right, but then you...
Go on, carry on.
Then you say, let's all have flying cars and flying planes and jetpacks and shit, so we can fly around and go land on the moon. Well, we can't have that, because we can't have you trying to do something that you physically cannot do.
That's it. That's why they have that attitude as well, because if they said it was one of life's great unsolved mysteries, you'd have people aspiring to solve it.
Bro, that's why we were already supposed to have flying cars. There's like 3 factories full of them.
I know, but there's one reason why we haven't got flying cars, and that's because fuckers can't drive in 2D space, let alone 3D space. Can you imagine it? It'd be a nightmare.
Bro, I can already imagine Tiffany wrecking her car into some mansion because he was on a date with somebody that wasn't her. Trust me. Tell the truth? How dare I tell the truth? That's weird. I've always thought shit like that's weird. When people like, how dare you? Do what? Say that. What, you mean the facts of reality? Yeah. Huh?
I'll tell you something else as well about the sky. Yeah, that picture I put up there, under different camera settings, and I don't know what they are, to be honest. I can't tell you. I'm not a photographer. The sky is really black. These were taken really close together, these two photos, but this is what it looked like in the other one. If you zoom in on the video setting on, well, any camera I've had anyway, when the sky's blue, not in the middle of the day, but towards the end of the day, if you zoom in, it goes black. It goes from that blue colour in that picture above to this black colour. But you can still see the outline of the dark portion of the moon. And this is supposed to be Earth shine, they call it. That's why that dark portion's illuminated slightly. So technically, when there's no sunlight reflecting on it to cause that crescent, you should still be able to see it if you point your camera in the right place in the sky. If you know where it is. This is my argument. This is what I've been trying to do, but it's not as easy as just that. That is nigh on impossible.
Well, right, because you have to find the spot in the dome. Like, you're going to have to use a weather balloon and a couple of cameras looking around, like 360 view, to see where it's coming through the dome at to make what it is. Because, I mean, we'd say, oh, clouds would make that impossible, and this would make that impossible, and all this bullshit would make that impossible. However, what is impossible for man is possible for God. So that whole incredulity thing, like, it goes out the window.
Yeah.
Just because you can't figure out how to do it doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means we don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I'll tell you what as well, Cuddles. Since I've been photographing the moon, right, I thought it would solve a few of my questions that I have about it. And not only has it made it worse because I've got more questions, it's actually getting to a point where I kind of can go with what we've been talking about here easily. But when I look at it, it looks solid to me. It doesn't look like a projection, if I'm being honest. It looks like rock. Right. I know that's not a popular opinion, but that's what my brain tells me. Now, I don't know if it's because my brain's constantly been told that since I was younger, or if it's as simple as the fact it is solid.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm really leaning towards the not solid.
Because the horizon, the horizon looks solid until you jump 20 feet in the air, and then it moves.
Yeah, I suppose that's the point.
What appears to be solid doesn't necessarily have to be solid, because the physics behind what makes it appear solid is just not known yet. I mean, the farthest we've gotten was optical, and that's perfect spot for me to jump in and double dutch. Because then if it is optical, then it has a source point. And that's why I think it's been difficult to catch a picture of the so-called new moon, because you have to have a weather balloon to catch it, because you have to look for the source point through the dome.
Yeah.
So see, that's another thing. You have to be high enough up to get out of the range where you wouldn't be able to see anything. So there's another question. Once you get a weather balloon up during the new moon cycle, and you've got it going around, you have to get out of the range that it's blocked from. So you got to get high enough up so that you can see around whatever's blocking it.
Yeah, but is something blocking it?
That's the theory.
Well, what you mean, the globe theory?
No, mine.
All right, got you.
I make my own damn theories.
Well, yeah, me too. I saw another video yesterday of a guy. Starts off, he's got a ball on a piece of string, right, and he's shining a light onto a wall, and he's casting the shadow off this ball, and it casts a star-shaped shadow, right. And immediately I was thinking, what's this? You know, it had my attention straight away, and yeah, and he shows how it's done. It's basically the reverse effect of a camera obscura. I mean, it's really believable. And for some reason, while I was watching it, I couldn't stop thinking about the moon phases for some reason. And I'm convinced that it might have something to do with this. It's the actual source of the light projecting the dark bit, if you know what I mean. Because to get a star-shaped shadow from a ball, you have to basically project a star-shaped light form, right? And it hits the ball, behaves like a reverse pinhole camera, and then shines the star onto the wall as a shadow, right? So it comes from the light source. So if they change that physically in shape, it would change the shape of whatever the shadow was, if giving you the impression that there's something in the way. Well, there is the ball, but the ball itself doesn't change. The light source does.
Right. Well, the sun and the moon being apparent, you get what that implication means, though. Like, it is further proof for a creator. It's exciting. People are like, oh, there's no proof. Okay, well, here's another one. You got shit floating around the sky that ain't really there.
That's not proof of a creator, though, is it? Let's face it.
Shit.
You know.
Randomness. I'd like for anyone to actually articulate how randomness makes anything fucking happen without sounding like they belong in a padded cell.
Well, given enough randomness could make things happen, yeah. But not in the scale you're talking about, though. Because, well, just wouldn't. Coincidence is something that shouldn't be ignored, though, because it doesn't exist. Talk about randomness. If something's coincidental, you need to take another look at it. Like the fact that the sun and the moon appear the same size in the sky, but they're supposed to be massively different sizes. These are things that can make you think that it's almost by design.
Testing.
Yeah.
That was so weird, dude. I was sitting here talking, and you couldn't hear me at all.
No.
That is so weird.
My Discord just glitched out hard, so maybe.
Yeah.
Discord had a hiccup or something.
He was coming in crystal clear there for a minute, though, Jason.
Well, it's not clear now.
And well, it's not that it's not clear. It's just like when the speaker line glitches and like the clarity changes, where like where the treble just goes all the way up to 1,000, and the bass goes down.
Yeah. What's that? Shit said changing lens. Yeah, that's a good point as well. Just gonna go grab
I mean,
a beer.
the people, the Flat Earth School groups that I were in before I got here, they were going over things out of Enoch. They were making guesstimation models out of what's in the text. And I mean, if it's in the text, at least you have one witness, which is better than zero. But then you have to go and look at it and be your own witness. So then you'd have two witnesses there.
Yeah. Yeah, breaking that picture you put up with the how light would reflect off the moon if the moon was a sphere, yeah? I saw something ages ago and I can't find it online again now, and it was nothing to do with flat Earth. It was some artist talking about how shadows reflect off other objects, and it was basically saying, well, actually, it was kind of flat Earth because she was talking about what had been said about the moon shadow, and she said that if you ask any classically trained artist, they'll tell you the same answer if they're properly classically trained, and that's that spheres don't cast spheroid shadows. And on the moon, if you look, it's actually a kind of sine wave, the shadow is, but it's really stretched out. But it's actually like an S shape slightly, and that is what the shadow shape is if you get a shadow off a sphere onto another sphere.
Right, but how do you project a shadow onto something that's not physical?
You do it from the light source, like I said. So it looks, well, it is a shadow, but the shadow's been projected along with the thing. It's the only way it can be, I think. Unless you've got a different idea, because I'm
thinking
still having
there's
trouble.
more to it, because saying that we can cast a shadow onto the moon, even though it's translucent and transparent,
Well, we
kind of odd.
What do you mean by we?
Well, colloquial, whatever.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, even if it is a shadow, like the Terminator line is too distinct as well. You know, to cast a line like that, you'd have to be relatively close to it.
Right. But this all comes down to they're not physical.
Yeah, I think you're right.
The sun gives off physical heat, but that emanates from a fixed point in the dead center of that area that hotspot's taken up. And the moon puts off light. But again, that's from the dead center of the cold spot of that light. But seeing cold light is freaking awesome. That should blow everything out of the water.
Yeah, but cold light as well is, I didn't find this out till the other day, but I've always said that the moon is glow in the dark, right? People laugh at it, but I do mean that. It's what's it? I can't remember the word now.
But see, this is the thing, though.
It's basically it's charged up by light and then gives off light in the dark. And
Yeah, but that's like bioluminescence.
Yeah, not to be confused with the other one, which is one glows in the dark and one glows under UV light. Yeah, I'm talking about the one that glows in the dark. When I looked that up the other day, cold light, that is known as cold light, the light that gets given off during that reaction there. And I never knew that. And it's actually something to do with chemical energy, and it's called cold light.
Yeah, now we're getting into John Carpenter's books and little things that were hidden in plain sight.
You want to talk to G about cold light? That's his thing at the minute.
Oh, was it John Carter?
Who's that?
The movie or the book. He goes to Mars. And on Mars, they're using moonlight to create advanced technology, advanced weapons.
Right, I don't know it.
The movie's called John Carter, I think.
I'll have a quick look.
You know the story. I know you know the story.
Oh, I might do.
It's probably not one of your favorites.
Have a look.
Ohim Octay. Where's my pop culture nerds at?
Oh, my eyesight's bad today. No, I've never heard of that, you know. It's a Disney
Hold on.
film, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm posting the movie.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Bro, watch it.
When did that come out?
2012.
Right. I might have to watch that later.
Octay Weiss Barsum. You are from Jasum, John Carter. You
wonder how
are
that
on
passed me by, that
Jasum.
film.
Right, but in all these fantasies, I mean, we had this conversation last week. In all these fantasy books, fantasy movies, there's little things. I like to run through information and glean what I can use and then move on. I mean, sure, going to a whole nother so-called planet, it's bullshit. However, using moonlight to do things, there's different effects that people are getting from different things that are being built, depending on what it is you're building. Even with plant life, there's plants that thrive under the moonlight, really sleep during the day.
Well, from what I can gather, all plants are mainly active during the sunlight period.
Most of them, yes.
They do sleep, though, for want of a better word. At night, they go into, the chemical reactions in the plant change. It does other things during the night.
Yeah, stasis.
No, some of them are actually, they do things during the night. Whatever's going on there with plants, they can measure it differently. Because I read a marijuana botany book and it was saying about that. It didn't say anything about plants that grow at night, though, to be honest. That's quite interesting.
Well, I mean, you've got shrooms, mushrooms.
Yeah, but plants, they're not plants, though. They breathe carbon dioxide. They breathe oxygen for a start. They don't photosynthesize.
Right, but I'm not putting everything that grows on this planet into one box. As in, like, it has to grow this way in order to be a plant. Like, if it's fucking growing, it's a plant. Because moss grows off the side of a tree, but we don't call that not a plant.
Yeah, moss is a plant, though. Because it's green, for a start, isn't it?
Right. See? Box. Green. If it's not green, it's not a plant. Tell that to Wandering Jew.
What's that?
Damn purple.
Yeah, but purple plants still photosynthesize. They only look purple to us, to the eyes. You can tell that by if you take a leaf off a plant that's not green and dry it. Most times it will go back to green when it's dry. Some do stay at different colour, but not very many.
Right, but we're told that the color comes from the chlorophyll and
No, the colour. I don't know where the actual colour comes from, but it's green because it's the only light that the plant doesn't use. That's why it's reflected back. That's why you see it as green. That's why you can use green lights indoors at night with plants without disturbing them. Apparently.
Uh-huh. That's what I'm getting at.
But I did look up this guy who claimed to have grown plants indoors with every form of light he'd been able to get his hands on, right? Like from incandescent to high pressure sodium bulbs, right? And he also claims that he's grown like plants indoors with green light. I mean, they're not super healthy, but they do grow. He was making a point more about the green light thing, not about the darkness. But plants won't grow in total darkness, though. That is a fact.
Right. Well, that green light bulb's also giving off a spectrum of other light colors, so...
It's going to have to be. You'd have to have a specially tailored one, I think, to completely be invisible to the plants at night.
But I mean, the whole thing is designed to work on a hot spot and a cold spot. Apparent things that appear to be there to everybody, but are they physical? No one can confirm because we're not allowed to fly around. Otherwise, I'd be up there trying. Hell yeah, when the moon's low in the sky and it's freaking, looks like it's 1 billion miles wide. Hell yeah, I'm gonna go try and land on it. Absolutely. Or fly through it, whatever.
Oh, what's this that Breaking's put up? So look at this.
But see, that's the thing. Like, that's the only test that I have is to, like, get up there in a damn helicopter and fly to its apparent location. It always seems that the things that I want to make tests out of are things that they're just not going to allow.
Yeah, they're always running out of fun.
There's no evidence that I can get hurt flying too close to the moon. However, flying too close to the sun, they say Icarus got his ass whooped. So.
That is crazy, that bit of video breaking where you can see the cells.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff, mate. I'm just following your conversation, that's all.
I wonder how much they're magnified by, what magnification that is to see that. Because I bought a digital microscope, so, but I doubt whether it's going to be able to see those.
Yeah, it's amazing when you look under the microscope, same with insects' wings and stuff, I mean, all this stuff is, like, incredible.
As above, so below, isn't it?
I mean, I have crazier questions that all go along with this. Because in Enoch, it talks about the 7 firmaments. So then it starts compounding questions. Like, if our sun and moon is apparent, it's a hot spot and a cold spot from light coming through the dome from another location. The next question is those things apparent or are they physical? Because if those things are apparent too, this compounds everything. You have something physical in one layer, and it's shining through another, making something apparent. That apparent thing is shining through another layer, making something else apparent, shining through another layer, making... Like, what? But only a creator could do something like that. It can't just be some chemical chance. Chemical chance.
These are still moot points, though, Cuddles, really, because even if when you do know that it was created, you're still eventually going to get to the question of who created that.
Right, but that's an answer I already have for myself.
Why doesn't that surprise me, Cuddles? Come on, then, lay it on me.
Well, I mean, dude, all the necessary antecedents. You have creation. I could make a table and chairs. Hell, I could build houses. I could do all kinds of stuff. I would be the creator in that scenario. But then look at the plant life. Look at all these things that we
could you
have.
breathe life into things? This is the point.
Right. Well, there's a limit to my power then. Just because I'm limited doesn't mean anything that would have created me could be. I mean, that's a bit of a stretch to say that, oh, but you can't do this because I said so, even though you created me. That's a bit dumb.
Well, yeah, but we just won't ever know, will we? It's like, here's one for you. How about this? Everything we perceive in our so-called 3D world, right, is nothing more than a byproduct of a process going on that we can't actually see.
Well, not like we are, but then that means we would have to change.
For example, we don't really know what electricity is properly.
Right.
But we can tap into it and use it. Maybe electricity is a byproduct of something else going on that we're just not aware of at all.
Well, that's what Tesla and all of those other people were getting at with the Aether. But then they changed that over to bendy space-time bullshit, and all of our research on photons and the Aether disappeared.
Well, yeah. That's why they invented special relativity, isn't it?
So the closer you get to it, the more they want to hide shit. That's the thing. So if you knew for a fact that there was a creator and there was a predetermined set of things that you would need, just simple explanations on, that would prove to you that there's a creator, well, let's hide all this shit so they think that there is no God, there is no devil, and everything is okay, and kidnapping and shit is cool. Sounds like a criminal enterprise to me.
Well, it is, isn't it?
I mean, fraud's crime. Lying to people. I mean, the question really is on an individual basis, though, about, say, finding out that there's a creator or not, is how much evidence are you going to need to change your mind?
Well, all I needed was the realization that evolution and Big Bang was a crock, you know, because you're not really left with much alternative, are you? Other than it was made deliberately.
Well, heck, even what I read out of the Quran talks about having a personal relationship with the Creator, even though I don't see very many people teaching that.
Yeah, I talk about it two different. The Creator and God are two different things for me, though.
I keep using the word God because that's what most other people understand, and I'm talking to a broad audience. I hate using colloquial terms, but I can't always help it because it's not about me or what I like. It's about other people being able to comprehend what I'm saying. So yeah, I interchange God Creator all the time. I don't see a difference other than God originally was a descriptor word of a being that most people couldn't comprehend.
Subwitsit, how are you doing?
Hello.
What up, bro? Bad service.
Yeah, Discord is a bit laggy today. I don't know.
Oh, I'm driving through like a national park area, so I have pretty bad service.
But see, that gives me a place to start, though, when I go looking for this new moon, and not to be looking in the same place as everybody else, because they'll say to look here, to look here, to look here, but okay, but where the hell is it coming from? And that's what I'm wondering. I think everybody is looking in the wrong spot. All these professionals, all these trackers, all this stuff, they're all looking in the wrong spot because they think it's a physical thing.
It's to do with the sun, I think.
Right, I thought that too, but now I'm changing my mind over the last week with conversation. I mean, because it's not physical, then that means that everything about what I'm trying to track changes. How I track it, where its location is, how it's being manufactured in the Atmos that I'm in. I mean, it quite literally changes everything. I'm saying, what if everybody can't see the new moon because the new moon is a spot, a cold spot made through the shining of cold light from a source through the firmament into our Atmos. So then you'd have to find the point at which it comes through. Now we'd have to change lenses to try and figure out how we could even see that magnification line to the cold spot. And that's if they're just not, projections from the hand of God himself.
I think it is the projection that changes, though.
Right.
And I am with you. The more I look at it, the more I think that it can't be physically real, the moon.
Right, but it'd be like the same with like movie theater. You got a guy behind a glass wall projecting a movie through the window onto the screen, and if anything gets in between that camera and the window up in the projector booth, it's going to change what you see out here.
Yeah. Which gets me back to what I was saying about that thing with the shadow of the ball being a star on that thing yesterday. Anyway, I'm going to get off, guys. Just thought I'd come and say hello quickly.
Yeah, take care, Jason. Nice talking to you, bro.
Yeah, man, I'll be in chill. Cuddles playing Fortnite.
I'll be around in a minute. I gotta go shopping.
Catch you later.
See you, Jason.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll speak to you later.
Yeah, take care, man.
I mean, I've got two good theories for the sun and the moon. However, one requires light coming in through the dome. Some type of light somehow coming through and making these spots. It's either that or they're just made. but the thing itself is just like a photon. I mean, I get it's irritating with a lot of people that want specifics, that having to presuppose something would suck, but for me, it's better answering a lot of my questions. Because now I have two choices. Either it's light coming through the outside of the dome from another location and creating these spots, or these spots are just created by the hand of God. The end. Either way, the source would still be created from the hand of God. But how that source is materialized, that is the question.
There's a video that has light shining through like a glass snow globe, and it kind of gives the same round feature of light that the flat Earth concept gives, how it's kind of like an oval. Have you seen that video?
I think so.
That'd be a projection from the outside into the center of the snow globe, and it makes like an oval light cast. Then they spin that little glass snow globe around, and it kind of gives that effect of the flat Earth concept. But I haven't seen that video in a while.
Right, and see, that's what I'm thinking that we're dealing with. We have Atmos. We have a gradient full of gases. So light being shined through a glass dome or glass-like dome, being concentrated because of the curvature, the convexity, whatever, of the lens itself, it would create that hot spot or that cold spot, which is what I am now calling the sun and the moon. It's the same thing, because once you have that amount of that much gradient, that much different gases actually being layered up, you can actually manufacture something using light from an outside source. So maybe
Are we confirmed that the moon is a cold light? Is that confirmed?
As far as I know, it is, but I'll have to do my own test.
You know what I thought? You know how you, on the playground when you're a kid, you like get the magnifying glass and like you fry ants and you melt crayons with the magnifying glass in the sun at noon.
Right.
Wonder if you can do that with like a pure moonlight. If you can get like a pure, clear night.
See, that's what I was just talking about. I brought up John Carter. The way she manipulated moonlight through those different lenses to create the technology.
Good morning, everybody.
Good howdy.
Morning, Enoch. Good morning, Enoch.
I don't know if morning is good. Generally being said sucks.
Good morning, Godric. Yeah, well, it depends. It's your perspective, right? It's the way you look at it.
I look at it normally, etymologically. Wonderful rising to you, good sir.
Right.
Try and have a bad day. Somebody running around the house saying that to everyone.
Yeah, Godric, they were going over the difference between sunlight and moonlight this whole time. As I was listening, that's what I was hearing. The difference between both lights, and like sunlight rays, like it's interesting, right? Like what you were talking about, like bringing it up. Like if you take a magnifying glass and then you use the sunlight, it burns something. But when you use moonlight rays, right, with the magnifying glass, why doesn't it doesn't do anything?
But have we tried it? I know it's not hot. I was trying to figure out
No,
if it's cold.
I have literally tried to use moonlight with a magnifying glass before.
Can you capture the light and show it
Nope.
on the other side of the lens?
Nope.
Okay, so you know how there's bright moon nights and then like non-bright moonlights, and you know how you can go to camp and see all the stars and have like no smog and get like a more of a, you can like read a book under the moonlight. What if you tried it like in that atmosphere? Would it get a cast of light?
You're talking. Wait, what?
In the city, it's kind of pointless because you don't have that clear atmosphere without smog. You don't have that clear night where you can see all the stars. But like if you go camp, I said camp. If you go camping, like in the woods or whatever, you don't have that smog. You have that bright. If it's a full moon, you have that bright moonlight.
Well, when
But
you're
you can catch
the
it then.
difference in atmosphere when you're talking about city lights with against moonlight, like when you're in camping, right? You don't have city lights around you to block you from seeing what's out there, because the
You
city
don't
lights
have
is what's blinding your sight, your eyesight to see past what was going on, because what ends up happening, like your eyes, when light hits it creates a blur. It's like this invisible blur, like it'll like, because I've been in the city long enough, bro, like to notice, like when I look up into the sky, I cannot see the stars whatsoever. The only stars that I can see are the brightest ones. You know what I mean? The ones that shine the brightest.
That's right.
But when I go camping, though, bro, I can see every single star. I can see this. I can see the shooting stars. I can see the stars passing by. And I'm like, wow, it looks amazing, dude. The colors of the sky at night are so beautiful. The city people are missing out. Like, you have to go away from the city just to see the lights at night, and it's beautiful. The
You
stars in
need
the
to go.
sky is beautiful, bro.
Have
You
you
need to
tried
go on
catching the moonlight in that atmosphere with the magnifying glass?
Nope. I mean, I haven't tried that, but
Enoch,
like,
did you ever
yeah,
see the like a snow, like a if very snowing a lot and then moonlight? You have a like a during the night it look like a clear day.
right? No, I haven't. My grandmother lives in Minnesota. That was the only time that I would have been able to see snow, because when I was a kid, that was the
I'll
only
be
time
back
I got to
later.
see in the snow. All right, got Rick.
Yeah, man, you must see that. That's beautiful.
I believe it. I believe that it must have been beautiful, man. Like, I haven't
What beautiful.
To have snow and full moon.
Who?
like
Oh,
seeing
snow and
the lights at night without city lights with the snow. That
yeah,
what he was talking about.
yeah. I wish I could see that.
Me too. Trust me, I
That's
seen it when I went camping. Like, from my bro, it's amazingly beautiful, bro.
Oh, my son goes to Vermont for camp. Yeah.
With the moonlight, though, the question then becomes what type of lens or what's the thickness? Does the thickness change because of the intensity of the light is changing? Because with the sun, you can use just a regular old magnifying glass you buy at the dollar store. Shit, you go burn ants. But with the
Right.
moonlight, you need a thicker lens to focus that tighter.
Like the folk to grab that moonlight. Is that what you mean? Like a stronger lens?
A bigger lens, thicker lens, stronger lens, more convex, more concave, more whatever.
You have any extra mask?
I mean, yeah, like, cause when you take a lens, when you buy a regular magnifying glass, right? for that. It can use the sun, but what if they make a magnifying glass that's actually created to use moonlight rays instead of sunlight rays? It absorbs the moonlight instead. Because we already know that sun rays, sunlight, and moonlight are both different. So
Right, and that's why I brought up the movie John Carter, because of the machine she used in the movie to create that technology, the lenses that she was using to focus and then refocus the moonlight.
right,
So you're either going to need layers of lenses or you're going to need thicker, bigger lenses because it's a less powerful light. Plus, it's also cold. I mean, or at least not hot, which is also very interesting.
Right. So you would need a lens that would attract the moonlight, that could grab the moonlight.
Basically, you'd need something that'd be able to grab more of it.
Right. Well, only specifically moonlight though, because like
Yeah, if you did it for sunlight, you'd end up freaking melting a hole through the ground or something for like, you know, 20
right.
feet.
Because moonlight ray is like a cooler light than sunlight rays. As sunlight rays, like it burns and destroys, and like moonlight rays, it actually, I feel does another effect. It's like cooling, cooling and healing.
Right. Well, I mean, just knowing that both of those lights in the sky are apparent and not physical things, that changes the whole game. But then you have two physical lights, Genesis 1, that have different frequency, different everything. Now we're trying to better understand what they are and say if they do come through the dome as a hot spot and a cold spot. That would be freaking awesome. Either way, I am excited.
Yeah. No, I my bad. I was listening to you, but Orange just came in here. How you doing, Orange? Yo, Orange, you there? He probably. Elijah, is he? He can't. Can he use his mic or nah?
Let me check. Let me try to mute and unmute him. You said Orange?
Yeah, the one with the goldfish, Finding Nemo goldfish, Finding Nemo fish, the clownfish.
You should have control over your mic, Orange. He just unmuted.
Hello? How's it going?
Nice. Hey, good morning. Good morning, brother.
Good morning.
Morning. How's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. I'm sorry. What's wrong, bro? How you say you're suppressed?
No, I meant like I was muted. You know, when you were trying to get my attention, I couldn't respond.
I was like, is someone holding you down where you're at? Like,
no, I'm good.
So what brings you?
So what do you think about the Earth, bro?
Well, first and foremost, welcome to the server. We're glad to have you. We're here because we enjoy talking about truth, and sometimes people come along, you know, wondering what's going on and why we're here saying the things we're saying. And we love to talk about it. So if you have any questions, that's great. Seems like some of us might have some questions for you. If at any point you feel like you can't cope with what's being asked, just say so, and I will come into White Knight. Oh, thank you. Go ahead. What's it? What's up, brother?
What up, bro? I would say, what do you think about the Earth, bro?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Huh? What do I think it's probably round. That's what I think.
Word. You agree round doesn't necessarily mean a sphere, right?
I think it's a sphere.
I gotcha. Why do you think that?
So, I mean, obviously, like everybody's taught that it's spherical and all that shit, but I think the nail in the coffin was observing other planets and other objects and how they spin. How you can see that they're round, or at least you can observe that. It would have to be a crazy illusion for them not to be round, right? It just kind of makes sense that the Earth would be round.
Gotcha. Well, for one, again, round isn't spherical. Yeah, we see round lights in the sky. We definitely, in no way, see spheres. I document them all the time. They're just pulsating lights, and they're typically round. Yeah, but so if I walked into a room and I pointed at the light bulb and I was like, "Check that, bro! There's a light bulb." That must mean that the floor is a light bulb. That wouldn't really make sense, would it?
I mean, if I see an object in the sky that is rotating and I can identify markers on it that keep showing up because it's rotating, right, and it's round, it's spherical, then it wouldn't be a huge leap to say, oh, I might be on a round, giant, spherical thing, right? Just like everything else out in the universe.
Right. So are there any other potential explanations of us seeing a change in the sky, in the lights in the sky?
I mean,
other than it being a sphere that rotates?
I'm sure there could be decent explanations. Do you have any?
Yeah. What if it's just a light that goes through a certain cycle?
It just goes through like the exact same cycle every time.
Yeah, it's just a light with a certain cycle.
I mean, that would have to be a very particular cycle, right? It's not like it's just like glowing blue and then purple. It's showing like distinct markers.
Yeah, well, when you actually document it yourself with like a P900 or a P1000 or a telescope without a computer algorithm, you actually really don't make out very distinct points anyway. But it doesn't really matter. So they're just lights in the sky. They pulsate. They're not static. Right? So there's no actual evidence that they're solid terra firma. In fact, all the evidence shows that they're not. They're not static, meaning still, right? They don't sit still. They're pulsating.
Planets pulsate?
Yeah, like a pulsating light, like a pulse, like going in and out, expanding and contracting.
I guess I haven't seen that. Oh, that's interesting.
Have you looked through a telescope before?
Yeah, I've looked through a telescope before.
Well, the lights that you call planets, they. Right.
What was the question?
So you haven't seen a pulse like you didn't see a pulsating light when you were looking at the planets?
I didn't notice planets pulsating. You know, they definitely have light coming off them, but I did not notice them pulsating.
You're saying planet, but you don't really know what you're looking at.
Sure, let's just call it some sphere, some light in the sky.
Sure.
Let me throw you a bone. Let me throw you a bone. I'm not sure that I visualize, like when I hear the word pulsating, like a heartbeat, or like, you know, something that's like a pulse. Like that's what I envision. I don't think I see that. But you do see I don't even know what I would call it, but I wouldn't call it like, you know, pulsating.
Well, it goes in and out, which is the definition of pulsating. So
hey,
it goes in and out.
My man knows more than me. I don't know.
The light goes in and out. Yeah, they go in and out. But anyway, in the situation that these were solid for that, they're not in any way solid. But say they were, that doesn't actually change what the Earth is.
Well, it would make sense that we can like infer that if we're surrounded by giant spherical objects far off, right, that the Earth may be spherical too, right?
No.
If you have to infer, doesn't that mean you don't have direct evidence? Or maybe you're waiting. Right. Maybe you're waiting to give us the direct
No, I don't
or at least
have
a
any
reference,
direct evidence.
or at least a reference to where direct evidence has been given. Unless you're going to say that it's always been implied and never been direct.
It's never been direct. I didn't come here to even debate. I just joined. Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, right? But I'm not making any. I don't think that I could prove to you guys that the Earth is round. I just think it's reasonable to say that it is round.
Not round.
Do you think anyone could? We're not trying to put you up against the fence.
Well, it's fine. It's fine.
No, I'm fine answering questions.
If it's
again.
possible,
Totally fine.
is it possible to prove the globe orange?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably.
Well, that's what we're trying to get. That's the nitty gritty we're trying to get down to.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to try and do that?
Yeah, why don't you guys like this is a pretty big community. Why don't you just fucking float one of those balloons with a camera on it?
We've done it already.
We've done
it. What happened?
Asking you, what do you think that would prove, Orange? If that were to be done, what does that prove?
Fuck, I guess nothing to you guys, huh? It would just
No,
be
I'm trying to just get you to think about.
Well, time out.
In your mind, what does this?
Time out. I'm only saying time out because I think this deserves a different tack. So instead of asking him questions, just make a bunch of positive, definitive statements instead, that he could either say, I don't know if that's true, I don't believe that to be true, which would then force our hand to show him, hey, look, it's true.
Yeah, we sent balloons up, the horizon was flat.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I also want him to think a little bit as well, right? Just you have to think a little bit before you speak. You say, well, you should throw a balloon up in the sky. Well, no problem. We can do that, Orange. But the question is, what do you think that proves?
I think you would see a curved horizon, right?
Okay, so at what height, at what altitude are we going to start seeing the curvature?
Oh, I have no idea. At a certain horizon.
So then why are you saying that you would see curvature?
I mean, like, do you want me to just Google it really quick and find you the direct number?
No, we know, we understand the argument. Do you understand your own argument? Like, do you understand what you're trying to put across? You're saying, if we go up in the sky, we'll see curvature. Okay.
Yeah.
So at what altitude? You're making.
I don't know. I'm just saying at a
Fair
certain
correction. We should have him look it up anyway, so he knows. That's the whole point, so that he can learn. He doesn't know, and therefore he doesn't know the radius of the curvature of the Earth. So, he should look it up first before we go any further.
35,000.
Yeah, like we don't need to just try to leave victorious. Let's just help the guy out, man. We sent balloons up 128,000 feet or so, about as high as you can, and the horizon's flat there. So do you agree the best way to prove if the Earth? Yeah, really, dude. So if we're gonna prove that the Earth's a ball, don't you agree the best way is to physically measure it and measure the curve?
A bit hard. It's a pretty big ball.
If it
doesn't matter, it has a rate of curvature.
The
size is irrelevant.
Are you gonna? I guess just with like a laser. Yeah, you do that. Yeah. Sure.
Okay, right. So if it's a certain, so you know that based on the size of a sphere, it curves at a certain rate, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the radius is supposedly just under 4,000 miles, 3,959. So it has to curve at a rate based on that, right?
Okay. What's the end point here?
It doesn't do that, my man. So you would see the curvature of the Earth at 1.225 times the square.
Is it?
Sorry, Witsit, you're cutting in and out like a robot, bro.
Oh shit. I actually do have a question.
Do you get why he brought up what he was just talking about, Orange?
The radius. No, I don't.
Well, because you said if it's a really big ball, and he's trying to get you to understand that any ball of any size is going to have a specific curvature rate. So they're telling you what size it is. So you can go out and check. You can go, compare. It's not just, oh, well, it's so big. They're telling you exactly how big it's supposed to be. So,
all right. I think.
I have a question for you, though. You said you looked up the altitude you should be able to start seeing curvature. You said 35,000 feet. So have you flown in an airplane before?
Yeah.
So did you see the curvature?
I did not know.
And what height do you think? Do you know what height the plane?
I don't know. Pretty high.
Honestly, you look that up.
I can't look that up.
You can't look up what altitude commercial flights fly.
I mean, I guess I can. But don't they fly at different heights? Like, don't they?
Why don't you just look it up like you looked up the curvature?
Creation Bear. You're causing we are causing more friction. You know damn well, as good as I do, that Google is only going to confirm his bias, in which we're going to have to tell him, well, Google's wrong. Why would we do that? He's already frustrated. I can hear it.
Yeah, but he's just at the point where I'm getting the sense that he's not really thinking. It's like, well, Witsit just told him all the stuff that we needed to tell him. And he's like, well, what's the point, or why are you telling me this? It's like, okay, Orange, you need to think a little bit. You're saying, well, you should send a balloon up. Okay. Why? Well, you'll see curvature. Okay, at what height? Well, 35,000 feet. Okay, well, at 35,000 feet, you've been in an airplane before at that height, and you didn't see it. So what are you talking about, Orange? You need to think before you speak.
No.
We also have to put in consideration.
Okay, but look at this. Okay, so fine. Let me go on the offense then. If you guys aren't willing. So okay, first of all, when you look up what altitude you can begin to see curvature, number one, they're not talking about left to right curvature on the x-axis, right? They're talking about the horizon and how it's not eye level. So they're talking about that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the y-axis. So that I'm sure that's not what you expected when you said, well, we should be able to see the curvature, because you're thinking of the horizon line bending, or at some point in which you can begin to see that it looks like a ball. This doesn't help. And I can tell you that Paul Larson from the biggest planetarium, at least here in America, he'll state that mathematically, with your field of view, at the height of the ISS, you cannot see left to right curvature. And he also finds it appalling that they would have to use fisheye lenses to basically lie to the public. This is basically what he said. I can share with you the video. Also, you would have to do the maths on your own. So there's a couple of steps that you would have to do to come to the conclusion that we've come to already. But you will not be seeing curvature from left to right. No. Now, arguing whether there's measurable dip in the horizon, well, that's another conversation that we also have answers for. But again, if you're not really open, I'm not saying you're not, because maybe you are. But if you're not open to critically thinking about the stuff like Creation Bear is saying, then it's kind of pointless. And I don't want to have a conversation where, we're bumping heads for no reason when we could be having an enjoyable time.
I'm not doing homework. I'll be honest, dude. Like, I don't really care whether or not the Earth is flat. This is
that's
not
fine.
Yeah. So, like, whenever you guys were talking about that, it's like
it's actually not fine.
Do that.
It's actually not fine that you don't care. But if you don't care, then I don't even want to ask why you're here.
How about this?
Let me tell you what's wrong. Let me tell you what's wrong with not caring. Okay, because imagine that the Earth is flat. Imagine that you have kids, and then you send them to a school that tells them it's not. That's kind of a problem for you to be sending them to a school where they're lying. You may as well be sending them to a cult. Well, I mean, since you don't already think that it's a cult. Because what does it matter? You don't care. I
And
don't think that's true.
So
Elijah, when he said that he did that when I said it didn't matter, what I was actually referring to when I said it didn't matter was the fact that you came in here seeking for some reason because you see that it's 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and you know that when you came into this lobby.
I've come here in the past. I come into like a decent number of Flat Earth Discords. I like to just hover. I like to listen to people talk. I think it's super interesting. I think it's fun.
Right. So Orange, I understand, and well, I have questions for you that I know is gonna be this because this is what I know Elijah was trying to get to this point. Was that because we know that you don't have any interest? Well, you said it from the beginning when you first entered in here. Okay, I was listening to you. Now we have questions in here when everybody comes in here. We have certain questions. We ask them certain questions to further our conversation. Because like Elijah said, he doesn't want to just have people come in here and just waste our time. Because, time is of the essence. Every second, every minute, every hour passes by. This is knowledge that we're spreading to everyone. Okay? So my questions for you that I have, okay, is when you measure a surface in any direction and there is no curve, what do you call it?
Probably be flat.
Right. So my second question to you, you kind of answered it, but if the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
Sure, I guess.
Awesome. So my third question to you, if you have any proof of when, where, or who measured the Earth's curve, could you provide any evidence of that?
I got nothing. I do have a question.
Nope.
Look,
what's your question?
I feel like this Discord, if we're going on the thought process that the Earth is flat, right? We're talking about we must live under like a tyrannical one world government.
Quick correction: it's not really a thought process. Just so
okay.
What we know.
Measurable reality.
Like being that person with the glasses in the back that's just always correcting people. Like what? Why? I don't know. Anyway,
I told you.
It seems like if I were going to try and convince somebody of something, I would start small rather than trying to get them to take the ultimate black pill of the Earth.
Okay, Orange. I see where you're coming from. Okay? But this is why I'm asking you these questions. Right? I'm not trying to have you swallow one big black pill. I'm not trying to have you take poison, okay? I'm trying to ask you these questions so we know where your mind is at, on where you're thinking, so that we can help you understand what we're doing here. Okay?
And just real quick, too, like when I realized as a young child that Santa Claus wasn't real, I was a little bummed, but I'm happy with the knowledge now. I didn't feel like I needed to go around and force other people to accept what I had now learned. Okay, it's the same thing here. Be happy, understanding the world you live in. You don't have to go around and try and convince or change anyone else's mind. You just need to realize that Santa's not real and be content with that.
Yeah, and we're not trying to persuade you or change your mind or anything like that. What we're trying to do is give you facts. Literally just facts, bro. The truth.
Why wouldn't you try and convince people?
So, what?
Why wouldn't you try and convince people?
To convince people, we need to educate people because here's the thing. It's like if a skyscraper is built on a faulty foundation, that thing's going to tumble down. Okay, and that's what it is with the heliocentric model. Is it's built on a faulty foundation that will collapse. That has collapsed. It's the 3 points. There is no measurement of curvature. Never been done. There is no measurement of axial rotation. Never been done. They can't do it. And there is no demonstration of gas pressure without a container, which would verify that the Earth's gas pressure can coexist next to the vacuum of space. Now, we don't need to convince you of anything. We don't have to convince you of anything. We're just trying to educate you about these things that the globe model doesn't have, because you probably didn't know that. Because when you're flying in a plane, you're not thinking, well, what's the rate of curvature? When you're in if you see a helicopter, you're not thinking, well, is the Earth spinning underneath the helicopter? You're not thinking about these things like in your day-to-day life. So
right. So these were I was gonna ask him. I'm sorry, Mrs. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was actually gonna get to the point on asking him the 3 major questions that we do go over. So that's why I wanted to ask him was, what was the radius of the Earth's curve? We have gone this with you before, but I'm going over it with you myself. That
I have no
what
idea.
is the radius? Huh?
I have no idea.
Okay, that's fine. But do you mind what? Because I can tell you. Okay, I can tell you and give you that answer, but you don't have to take my word for it. You can look it up yourself. But the radius of the curvature of the Earth is 3,958.8 miles. Okay. Now, my second question to you is: could you provide a citation of gas pressure without a container?
You know I can't.
I know.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
this is really easy.
It seems like I shouldn't be able to. Yeah.
So my third question is: could you provide proof that the Earth is spinning?
That the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, could you provide that proof? Could you?
No.
So when you go outside, what are you observing?
Well, I mean, so we're talking about the stars and all that shit.
No. I'm just saying, when you step outside, right? Do you observe the Earth spinning, or do you observe?
I mean, if the Earth is spinning very slowly, then yeah, I would be observing that, right?
But they don't claim that the Earth is spinning very slowly. They're claiming that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour.
Relative to its size, it would be very slowly.
But you just admitted you don't know of any measurements. How did they determine what size it is?
I came into this conversation saying I can't prove this to you, right?
He did.
Right.
He did. The first thing he said was, there is no direct evidence. That's the first thing he said.
Yeah.
I do want to say this, though. So you said the speed is based on the size?
It's relative to the size, right? It would be a lot slower.
I don't know. I think a mile, 1,000 miles per hour.
But if an RC car goes 50, this trailer tractor truck and this trailer tractor truck going 50 miles an hour, they're both going the same rate of speed. And if I were to put my foot somehow on an RC car or stand on the top of an 18-wheeler truck, the speed would definitely be the same if they're both going 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, sure.
Just saying. Just saying.
So the speed would be the same. Yeah, that's fine.
Isn't it a little problematic, though, that in 2021, where they're now supposedly about to open up space travel to the public through Virgin Galactic, that we still can't get these fundamental 3 proofs? There's no excuse. There's no excuse. It should be so easy for them to do.
For the average person, I'm sure the answer would just be, we have the proofs, they're just not up to your quota, right? Or whatever.
Then just present them, right? You
Exactly. Yes.
Worry about if other people accept 2 + 2 = 4. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
They'll have a direct measurement of axial rotation. They don't have that. And we don't observe that. If there's a helicopter and it's on a patch of grass and you spray paint an X on that patch of grass and the helicopter hovers in the air, it will just hover over that X. There will be no deviation. Even if you got the world's biggest helicopter that can hold the most fuel or whatever, that thing could hover multiple hours in the air and there will be no deviation between the X and the helicopter. And there should be if the Earth is spinning.
So brings him right back to that same question. When you go outside of your house, right? What are you observing when you go outside your house?
Observing the outdoors, my friend, the great outdoors.
Right. Welcome to the flat Earth, bro.
Thank you.
Are you nervous?
I'm just trying to get him to
Nervous
say
the
it.
Earth is
I
flat?
observe the Earth flat and stationary. That's all I was trying to get him to say. But he's being really hard to bring it out of him, but it's okay, man.
He's nervous.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, welcome to flat Earth, bro.
Bro, I've been here before, man.
No, I know, but I mean, everything just led up back to this point again. Is what I'm saying, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
And once you have the foundation that there are the three main proofs that would solidify the globe model, once you know that foundation is completely destroyed, then you can get to the fun stuff where you can watch like the videos in the ISS where they're clearly on wires, or they're supposedly in 0G, and then they fall. Like they literally try to do a somersault in the air and they fall. Or you see the green screen in the background, or you hear them admit on camera that they eat their own poop. Like they just like say now, like once you get past the like fundamental scientific part, then you can get into the fun part where you really see that they are liars, like through and through.
Probably the fun part is where he gets to see the beautiful women observe the Earth as flat and stationary.
Yeah. Where you can go back and watch the astronaut testimonies where they completely contradict each other, whether you can see stars in space.
Spray paint their hair.
They literally put hairspray in their hair. Like you can obviously tell, like that's a perm. It's not like hair in 0G. Like
I couldn't believe that woman put hair. Or I don't know why she would have thought that her hairspraying her hair up was gonna. Oh yeah, this is zero gravity.
Yeah, I know.
Well, it works on all the normies, NPCs.
Because you're not paying attention. See, that's the thing. No one's like really critically like looking at this like, is this fake? They're just told it's real, so they just accept that it's real. But once you like put the magnifying glass to it, you're like, holy crap, this doesn't make sense. Why are they like spraying water everywhere in the ISS when they will say that there's like delicate electronics everywhere, and then they'll do like an experiment the next episode where there's just water bubbles like everywhere through the cabin.
What about
they were floating?
Jose's
Why wasn't her
argument?
hair
Did anyone
floating?
hear it?
Yeah, let's go.
Talking about from last night, Elijah?
Yeah.
It was the
Well, I asked him. Are you there?
Wait, what's up?
Okay, so why do stars twinkle?
They don't.
Really?
bruh.
They I don't see them fucking twinkle. No.
Twinkle, twinkle,
Really?
little
I've never
star.
seen a star twinkle, my dude.
Damn.
They shine.
Wow.
I've seen them shine. I've never seen them twinkle.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. You guys don't even evaluate whether or not you should be speaking to someone. You can waste your time all you want. I'm now tapping out. I don't know.
Orange.
I'm gonna watch a video.
Just you remember that song, right? I mean, it sounds a little bit fundamental.
If you
but
want
you
to
remember
see,
that song.
if you want to see Twinkle Star, wait the evening.
go outside and look.
This Orange, where do you think that song came from? Or they were just making that up, or?
Yeah, probably. They're probably just adding flavor. It sounds good.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So I just want to address something you brought up earlier. Then you brought up the question, like, why don't you try and convince others? So if 2 + 2 is 4 and you know that, and someone comes along and says it's 5, aren't they just a moron? Like, what's the point of convincing them?
So I mean, like, if it were as simple as that, then yeah, it wouldn't matter. But if we're talking about like a tyrannical government that's teaching everybody that the Earth is flat, it would be pretty fucking horrible not to tell like people that the Earth is.
Hey, aren't they gonna do the
flat.
whole Santa Claus thing again this year? I mean, doesn't everyone know that Santa's not real? Why is a quote unquote government and all these corporations and whatnot? Why
Do you
are they?
really think this is a good comparison? Do you really think that?
Well, you're the one bringing up this. It's coming from the top. Why are they continuing on this lie? Well, that's a lie too, isn't it? And everyone goes along with it. So it's kind of.
I mean, it'd be like a lot more benign and less harmful, right?
It's coming from both sides, you know. It's coming from two sides.
I don't know. I think the Earth being flat would be a little bit more important. Than,
It is. I think it is important. I think over the past years, as long as I've been looking into, you know, this quote unquote conspiracy theories, the amount of people that look into this stuff has grown exponentially.
Are you saying it's okay to lie about stuff if it's benign?
Yeah,
More
definitely.
important, you have to. Okay, well, that's stupid. I mean, shouldn't you just tell the truth all the time?
No, you shouldn't.
Okay, well,
like I don't know if I don't want to get into an argument about morality, but like making the assumption that your idea of morality is always correct is kind of weird, man. Right?
well, you're the reason I bring this up is because you're the one saying, well, how come the big government lies? You know, why would they do that? That's what you're saying. I didn't bring up anything to do with morality.
I don't think
I'm telling you,
ever
it's
said
simple.
that.
It is as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. You know, we went through the 3 questions. 1, where's the curvature? 2, where's the spinning? And 3, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Those are simple things. So if anyone comes along and says, oh, no, you can't have gas pressure without a container, that's saying 2 + 2 = 5. Okay, that person is just a moron, and you can dismiss them. You don't need to convince that person of anything.
So, don't you think that it kind of matters for everybody if like everybody, or if the vast majority of people buy into like a tyrannical government's lie? It would be
No, and this is why I brought up
Time out. You said you didn't care.
Yeah, I don't care because I think the Earth is round.
Wait, but 2 seconds ago you just said it would be important if the Earth were flat. You said it would be important to know that. So
it would be important
to
tell people and that sort of thing.
We're here telling you.
Huh?
You're telling us it's not important.
Okay, yeah, but that came up because y'all said you're not trying to convince anybody, right? I was confused. I said like why, and then that we had to elaborate on that, and it brought us down this whole dialogue tree.
So why are you here?
Dude, I like listening to you guys, okay? I didn't think when I joined that it would be like a, oh, let's grill orangey thing, or like a, I didn't think I'd be...
Oh, you're good, man. He's just asking you a question, bro. That's all.
Yeah, no,
You're good.
look, I'm fine with it.
What if, at the end of the day, if he feels grilled, that's what he feels like. I know you're not about to tell him how he feels. I tried to tell you guys it didn't sound like he was up for the conversation. There might have been 1 or 2 people that passed by here who maybe did want to have the conversation. We can't keep on wasting time trying to force people who don't want to talk to us to talk to us.
Yes, you're right. He said that he don't care. That means he don't need to speak anymore. We will not ask him anything, and that's all right.
Yeah, we gone over the 3 points with him.
No, you don't
Just
need to
curious.
do that. He's not interesting. Goodbye, bye bye. Let's find another person who is interesting in this issue. He said that he don't care.
Yeah, I guess last chance to Orange. Curious, what have you learned that you didn't previously know about Flat Earth since you've been here?
I don't think anything, to be honest. I think I've heard all
All
of
right,
this.
kick him out.
Why?
You've learned nothing, okay?
Dude, I've spent like a
I'm not
lot
gonna
of
kick
time.
him, but just don't
Same.
ask him questions. Be be more aware of your importance here. And I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about us, right? Just be aware of your time because we don't have an infinite amount of it in these bodies.
I agree with you, Elijah.
Yeah, go to a
Why am
beach,
I
man.
saying this? Why am I saying this? Because I allow people energy, right? They say it can't be destroyed, only converted, right? Well, so
Transferred
when I'm
or
giving my energy to someone like this, where is it going? I can't get it back. It's not destroyed, but now I'm harboring. I don't feel happy, right? I feel frustrated on a good. What is today? Don't even know. Tuesday afternoon. Yesterday, this girl came in. She sounded like more of a troll than this guy, right? But she asked questions that made it a listenable conversation for everyone else. Anyone who had never heard of the conversation, or if they had and they've only heard the strawman arguments, it was a good reason for these questions to be asked and for her to actually engage in the points that were given to her. This guy hasn't engaged in a single point, and he already lied, saying that he didn't say
Elijah,
something that he did say, which was, I didn't say that the one world government, blah, blah, blah. When Creation Bear brought it up, when that's in fact what he did say. I can't say it verbatim now, but what he said he didn't say, he did say.
Wait, what did I
Don't
say?
deal with people like that. I don't care. Don't worry about it. Go on mute.
Oh my god.
Just be quiet and listen.
Okay,
So,
great.
you know,
Elijah, how finished yesterday
yeah,
with that? I was listening like for 1 hour and then I needed to go. It was all right with that girl?
it was excellent. It was very
Oh,
good.
great. Because I think she was. I think that she had the like a channel open that people were sending the messages on the comments or something like that.
are you
Questions.
talking about that little girl that was in here yesterday?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I
that
Well,
thought
she
that.
said something. That, no,
not
no.
little, but definitely over 13. But let's just
Yeah,
Yeah,
you,
TOS.
man.
I remember she asked so many questions. Yeah, I remember her well. But in the first place, I thought maybe it will be trolling, but it's great. Yeah. Because she was so exciting asking the question.
Mic check.
Yep.
Okie dokie. You know, I only heard the last few minutes, so with all due respect, but I don't understand people that come in here and say they're not interested. I mean, I think that is just dishonest right there. How many of you go to something you're not interested in and sit there?
Every Sunday, Sonny,
Unless
going
you're
to watch.
married.
I hate tennis and football, but every Sunday I'm going to watch tennis and football.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not.
Only when you're married.
Well, yeah, that's a horse of a different color.
And he's married to the flat earth. That's so sad.
What? I mean, like, it's one thing if you're honest and you just say, I don't really have anything to say. I don't have any proof of the globe, but I just want to listen to you. That's one thing. But to not engage at all, not to ask any questions, not to address, like, I don't know if this guy addressed anything, but not address what's been presented at all and just go on to another question, another rabbit hole. It's odd. Especially if you're not interested in it.
Especially if you're here for 1 month.
Yeah, I've been here a lot longer than that. Maybe if I were more honest, I probably would have said, I probably should have said something like, none of you guys are going to be able to change my mind, or something like that, right? Or
no. Your mistake is thinking that someone like me believes anything that is coming out of your mouth right now.
Sure, right, and vice versa, right? That'd be
Right. So go back on mute so that we can either not talk or talk amongst ourselves.
If a guy's gonna talk about me, I can't like try and explain or like say anything. The guy
No.
saying like, I wonder why.
You're lucky that you're not banned out of here. So take your server mute and chill out.
It doesn't make sense.
When you say it doesn't matter, when you lie, and when you tell us you've been in here listening, this isn't your first time and you've learned nothing, you don't have any privilege. Not from me. Maybe someone else will give it to you. Not from me. I don't speak to disrespectful people. And yes, I will talk about you while you're muted.
Quite possibly a last chance, but do you guys wonder, he said he's learned nothing about the flat earth since he's been here, but I wonder if he's learned anything about the heliocentric model.
Let's ask him. Have you learned anything new about the heliocentric model?
And what, in this conversation?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Okay. Goodbye.
How about the whole time you've been here?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, give us something. An example of what you learned.
Weird shit like the tunneling effect on cameras. Or is it the barreling effect? I guess it's not even about the model.
What is it? Yeah, it has nothing to do with the heliocentric model.
Yeah. Altitude, shit like that. Something, I'm sure.
Jesus Christ. So nothing.
Nothing about the heliocentric model. So you just lied again.
If somebody joins the Discord and you start grilling them for answers, and then you get angry about the answers you get.
Well, it's
man. You said
you're right. I muted him. Don't worry about it.
It's a flat Earth server. It's a flat Earth server, bro.
Let's speak about him now.
Yeah, I don't need an answer from him. I don't need any more answers now from him. That's it.
You learned that thing. What?
It's too bad because people like you are losing an opportunity, not for us. We don't care to convince anyone of anything. It's not our job, number one. And number two, It's impossible to change somebody else's mind about anything. Period. End of story. You might think you have. They made up their own mind. You didn't make it for them. Right? We're not trying to change anybody's mind. But if you can't take information...
Can I try? What I learned about heliocentric model.
Yeah.
I
The
learned
list
that
goes on, right? The
I
list is
learned the
endless.
heliocentric. Yeah, coach. I learned that heliocentric model has no curvature in the nature. I learned in heliocentric model nothing is rotating. Earth is not rotating, or it should to rotate. And I learned in heliocentric model that Earth is not open system, that it's closed system.
Okay, so everybody should take their turn and say what they've learned about the heliocentric model. We could just do a round, if that's okay. If
I'll
you don't
go
want to
next.
participate. Okay.
Yo, I mean, because I'm sure as most people are like me in the fact that we used to be, big into space and all that stuff. So yeah, I thought we lived on a globe, but never once did I realize that the gas pressure here needed to be, you know, contained, or it would be susceptible to the second law. So once I learned that, I mean, immediate light switch. I don't think anyone's being honest if they come here and say they didn't learn anything about the either model. I mean, there is no flat Earth model, but you understand what I mean. So, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
If anybody's being honest, if they come
Go
here,
ahead,
what
Doc.
did you say?
So you're
ahead, Doc.
lying if you come to this debate, this server, and say, I've learned nothing about the heliocentric model or about flat Earth. Because that's a long list. I'm sure, like I said, most people probably were big into space like I was. So when you come across this debate, you learn about all types of stuff. The fact that curvature's never been measured, the Earth isn't spinning, and that's never been detected, gas pressure, all this stuff. You're a dishonest liar, Orange. Just saying.
Okay, I got you. Usually you learn something, especially if you're a normie.
It's impossible not to. You have to.
So,
right?
so Godric, spout out a few things that you've learned about the heliocentric model.
Well, radius is 3959 miles at approximately 4,000, which means the Earth is supposedly the globe 8,000 miles thick. And on a radius 3959, from going from point A to point B, you would witness curvature. 1 mile's 8 inches, 2 miles 72 inches. I'm sorry, 2 miles 36 inches, and then 72. And 72 inches is like measurable, definitely, at 3 miles.
That's 6 feet. Yep.
Let me get my numbers to make sure I said it right.
Yep. You're right. 5 miles is 16 feet. These are good things on the chart.
Yeah.
Here's one thing I realized talking to Globers is when they pull out this refraction, all you got to do is pull out one of their Earth curve charts. There's no refraction. What's up with that?
Sunny,
So wait a minute. I wanted to make a point. Hold on. I wanted to make a point, and then I'll back out. So about the Earth curve chart. So that means somebody must have verified these numbers, or else they wouldn't have them on a chart, right?
Exactly.
Why would they have something? Why would they have something on a chart that they hadn't actually measured? So that's one thing I learned. A small tidbit. Lots of other things, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, lots of things. We learned that we don't have experiments for a lot of things, that we have pseudoscience for a lot of things, that we don't account on Coriolis. I learned 30 years after that I didn't account on Coriolis. 30 years after I learned that I should how to say, to account on Coriolis 30 years ago, but I didn't.
So we have someone new here that probably doesn't know very much at all about the globe model. Let's ask him. Witsit gets it.
And I just learned that 3 miles is 6 feet. You know, I thought it was 72 inches, thinking that, not relating that into feet until today. So thank you for teaching me that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I just happen to know because my altitude is 72 inches. My altitude from sea level when I'm standing fully erect.
So at 3 miles, if you put a camera on the ground, you shouldn't be able to see you at all.
Yeah, just put a person at the shoreline with their feet right at the water. If you can see them, it's over.
I learned that flat earthers are not science deniers, then opposite.
Yeah. So another thing I learned, which you may relate to, is that I didn't know as much as I thought I did about science. Now, I knew there was an experiment. I knew there were hypotheses. I didn't understand the cause and effect relationship exactly, though. You know, because like I wasn't taught these things in first grade. We should have been taught. Yeah, gases have no inherent shape. This is first grade level. Like it would have been a lot different, you know, if we had been first graders that learned that from the very start. But there were things that. So I think most importantly is this idea of philosophy mixed in with empiricism. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to blend those two things. So what I realized pretty early on, especially after finding the server, is that those need to be separated. There are things that are undefinable, unprovable, unfalsifiable. You can't see them. You can't touch them. You can't measure them. Those things are not science. You can manipulate something you can't see or perceive.
Got to keep them separated. You got to keep them separated.
Yeah, no, that'd be a good song. We should do a parody on that.
Something I recently learned about the heliocentric model is that as the Earth turns on its own axis and then turns around the sun, day and night should switch, going from winter to summer.
I learned something from my wife, influenced by QE. She told me something about carbon dating. No, she explained me all carbon dating, and she told me that it's bullshit.
Carbon dating.
Yeah, she said that it's bullshit and that it's only guessing numbers and nobody can prove anything with that.
Yeah, they had to make it up to fit. They made a lot of the stuff up to fit their timeline, just like gravity. They had to put
Sunny,
some other.
In one moment, I could not understand her because she started to speak like a scientist, you know, isotopes, blah blah blah. But the global thing, what I understood, she said to me, that's it's guessing. That's not like scientific.
That's pretty cool. You're married to a scientist.
Yeah, but she's not doing that job now. But okay.
Now I tell people I'm a scientist. If they freaking come on here and they say, any of you scientists? Yes, I am.
But at least you're observational scientist.
Any questions?
Go outside, watch something, and you will become observational scientist.
Yeah, look, you can do science washing your freaking dishes. Let's say you have a bowl and you have some olive oil in the bottom of the bowl. You want to wash it out. Well, I could try water. Water is a good solvent. Yeah, water it kind of takes some of it off.
Listen,
maybe I could manipulate something. I'm going to manipulate the water. I'll put some dish soap in it. Now all the oil comes completely out. Done.
First and important thing what she said to me, observation is not a science and cannot be a science. That's it. And I didn't speak anything about scientific method and anything. She told me you cannot have that. She told me also that people that in the past they how to say they used wrongly the word science, because you cannot use that word for everything. Because science is a method. That's the problem.
Yeah, if
Science
you
is
have
not
no
good.
way of
Okay.
gaining, if you have no way of gaining knowledge in the process, then it's not science. You can't science something that it's impossible to know about.
Today it's enough to say news and then you finish with scientists with that, and you don't explain which kind of scientists, what they was there, blah, blah, experiments, blah blah blah. No, you scientist. That's it.
It was funny. It was funny yesterday. The guy kept using astrology.
Yeah, yeah, and
He
he
kept using
corrected
that word.
himself. He said, no, no,
I'm
no,
like,
it's
what?
astronomy.
He meant something. Yeah, he meant astronomy.
But it's this, yeah, but astrophysics. What is different? What is different, Sunny, between one horizon and two horizons?
What's the difference between one horizon and two horizon?
Yeah.
Well, if I look to the east, there's a horizon over there. And if I look to the west, there's a horizon over there. Is that what you mean?
You're near. The answer is we have only one horizon.
Yeah, there's only one horizon. Yeah. Uh,
That's the difference between one and two horizons.
yeah, there's just one.
Yeah.
Like if we are viewing the horizon, where if we turn around in a circle 360 degrees, or if we spin, right? It's only one horizon.
It would be idiotic to have two.
Big problem for the globe, though, that it's not a geometric one.
But in all books, it is. In all graphics, in all explanation. Only nature we have problem.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
The
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut
Shut up. Don't
is
say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got Wow. You're a moron. Don't
The hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
is
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you. If you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up. Any evidence?
No, I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair debate.
I was asking you a question. You don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space-time. What a complete moron.
Hilarious.
We still doing things we've learned about the heliocentric model.
Yep. Sure.
I was there when that Brenda said. I was listening that live. That was hilarious.
Go ahead.
And then was and Shu also.
My mic working.
Yeah.
Dave, tell us what you learned.
I
What you
learned
learn?
about 4 or 5 years ago that I'd spent 52 years on this plane of existence without properly investigating the natural behavior of the substance we know as water. And it will not conform convexly around a sphere suspended in space, zipping around through a galaxy. So that's what I've learned. Thank you. That's just one of the many, probably thousands of things I've learned. That one comes to the top of my
And
head.
how do you know water doesn't adhere to a spinning sphere?
I haven't seen any example of that in reality, Godric. Have you? You seen convex water anywhere? Besides on surface tension on the head of a penny, don't you dare say that.
And you think that all this government, all these books, education, all around the world, people would lie, and why would they lie for that?
That's the thing, Sasha. They wouldn't lie. There's no answer to that question, so they must not have lied. So why are we even here?
Why would they lie?
Okay, so we measured the water and it's not curving. It's not. There's no measurable curvature that we can detect. 5 miles, 10 miles. Agreed.
I learned when you cannot prove the curvature that you need to say refraction. And even if if horizon somehow extending, you can. I learned that doesn't matter if you don't find that phenomena. You can use word refraction. I learned
that Eratosthenes and Al Bruni are full of shit. You cannot duplicate that experiment and get any kind of satisfactory results.
Quote unquote experiment.
That's not an experiment. That was my best QA.
I learned that when Aristophanes, the people speaking about that experiment, but that was like 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago.
That's not an experiment.
No, I was always wondering how Aristophanes put one stick in point A and go 500 miles and put another stick in straight line 2,000 years ago. That time interesting more than all experiments.
He had a friend with him, and he had a camel, and a messenger boy went back and forth on a camel. So that's simple. Next question.
Dave, let's try today. Go to Africa somewhere. Take your iPhone, the best GPS, and go to straight line, 500 miles.
There's great comedy in that Aristophanes story. Think about that.
Of course, with camels, not with the car.
On a serious note, how did he measure all the elevation changes from throughout the whole 500-mile journey? And I want to see the odometer, please. Can I see that technology? They should still have it since we got modern day Globers using a 2,200-year-old Stone Age tech. They should have all the information available, right?
That's simple,
they
son.
went
You just count the camel steps. It would be easy. Come on, man.
right.
I learned that Earth is not only rotating, it's also going around the sun with the speed of 66,000 miles per hour. But that is not Earth is going. That means it's going together with this whole atmosphere. It's going that kind of. That means that this atmosphere is going that speed through vacuum of the space. This gas is going 66,000 miles per hour.
Yep, I want to see the NASA astronauts putting sticks in the ground and using the shadows to go to space. Yeah, I want to see that.
I learned that ISS is going 17,000 miles per hour and then Earth is going 66 miles per hour. But somehow ISS is always there.
Not only that, Sasha, if you think about it, the upper part of the atmosphere is actually going faster to keep up with it. So it's probably doing like 70,000 miles an hour or whatever, you know what I mean? It's got further to travel.
That's burning my brain when I think about that, really, honestly. I cannot think like that. That's it. I don't know. Imagine 66 miles per hour this atmosphere is going now in this moment. Not only air, because we are going around, we have that orbital. Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Through the vacuum. I can maybe imagine that I cannot imagine. Even without vacuum, I cannot imagine that.
So think about this. 60 miles an hour is a mile a minute. That's only 60.
Yeah, but think about that Earth is going 3 times faster, or almost 4 times faster than ISS.
10,000 times.
In
times
1 hour.
10,000. Mm-hmm.
What will happen in 24 hours? Bye-bye, Earth. For every hour, 3 times distance more. We can do it a math and see where will be ISS after 24 hours and where will be Earth doing orbital speed. And how that works.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last thing you said, please, about the ISS?
ISS is going. They are saying that ISS has a speed of 17,000 miles per hour, but Earth has the orbital speed about 66,000 miles per hour around the sun. If Earth is going 3 times faster than ISS, how the ISS catching the Earth? In 1 hour, it's 3 times faster.
Yeah, I want to hear what they say about that, because it's supposed to be not in Earth's atmosphere. So they can't make up some rubbish.
That's one of my favorite Glober responses. Their answer is the attached atmosphere and gravity knows what it's doing. So quit asking questions, you dumb flat earther.
Yeah, but look at this. If you are there flying in atmosphere 70,000 miles per hour, they will be 1 hour. They will almost circumnavigate the Earth. How to say? If you have 24/7 ISS live, you will see like a 20 times they will go around the Earth.
And I learned that the ISS footage is probably a green screen, but regardless whether it's a green screen or whether it's some kind of stripped data sewn together, they never cross the South Pole ever. So you can see the South Pole and the ice shelf below. Haven't seen that in 40 years.
Okay, I will tell you now because I know from my personal experience. I learned watching the 6 hours of live stream. I assessed that you cannot see the land. One day I didn't see the land for 6 hours. I assessed live shooting. It was only ocean. How is that possible?
Maybe they ran out of gas.
And if somebody want to mention, I even didn't make that math that we cannot see that angle of if ISS is on that distance, we cannot see that much of the Earth. Somebody was debating also that.
I've also found an inconsistency. I'm looking at these dog cams going up 120,000 feet, and they'll take a picture of the atmosphere. They're above like a thick layer of clouds. I've never seen a dog cam 120,000 feet where there wasn't thick clouds. So my feeling is that above the Earth there is this thick layer of atmosphere clouds, and I believe that's true. In amateur footage, I trust amateur footage that there's a thick layer of clouds over everything. However, when you go to ISS footage, no thick layer of clouds. You don't see lights from Earth. Like I don't know, porch lights, street lights. I don't know what lights they light up. And then from NASA pics, at the distance, you won't see clouds. You'll see beautiful oceans and colorful continents, nice greens and blues. Very little clouds. It makes me think that it's completely fabricated by artists. And speaking of artists, I found out that NASA hires artists to draw space. Admittedly, they have artists to do animation like Robert Simmons, doing cloud stamps and colors of the globe. Admittedly, and pass that off as a real footage, a real picture of Earth. They don't tell you it's an artist drawing when they put it in the school book or on TV, but in fact it is.
You know, it's amazing to me. Did they actually honestly think that no one would ever figure this out? That's what I don't. Or did they know that we would at some point and then have a plan B?
That's a good question.
Look at the present.
I learned school education is corrupt. Probably 10% of science is corrupt, and 90% is probably true. Gravity, Earth's curvature, dip angles from Alberoni, spinning balls in vacuums, and Big Bangs and evolution.
Yeah, so
Non-provable.
I don't know why the Globers aren't going to their experts. We have Andrew Thomas Young, they should be reading over his information, and then they should be out in the world, on Earth, testing what their experts have told them. Why don't we have people coming here telling us that they did that? That's what I'm looking for. Okay, let's see what you have observed. Let's see a measurement that you made, because a measurement's not that hard. If you have a known distance and you're only looking for elevation change, that's a measurement. So why don't they go out and make their own measurements? All they got to do is use their experts' information. Don't listen to us flat earthers. Go to your own experts. Go out and test what they've told you.
You ask too many silly questions, you pesky flat earthers, Sonny.
I know.
Just believe, man. Just watch the TV and believe. It's easy. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once your eyes are open, you can't close them back again.
We've got a
I've learned
globe
that the
earther sitting in here. You think he's going to globe proceeds? Lino Tomo, what say you?
say Tomo.
Lino Tomo is a globe earther tag. He's sitting here. Maybe he's got something to
You
say.
should be taking notes. Suddenly, no. When I talk, you're welcome to talk. I learned what I learned that ancient cosmology all knew the Earth was flat with some kind of dome structure, firmament overhead. At least they believed it. Norse, Greek, Sumerian, Hebrew, Native American, Indian. And then I think this was an insertion about the ancient Greeks figuring out the Earth was a sphere. I don't believe that. There's no proof. And we don't have a globe until 1492. So we have a globe at 1492. How can you claim that ancient Greeks knew the Earth was a sphere at 300 BC? That means it took them 1,700 years to build a globe that they already believed they would have done. There are globes, ancient globes, like in Renaissance period. There's pictures and there's globe statues, but these globes aren't globes; they're snow globes. If you look in the pictures, I can show you a Renaissance art picture. It's a sphere globe, and they put the Catholic cross over the top. But inside is the scenery of a flat plain with like castles and valleys, as if it's a snow globe. So yes, there was an idea of a globe, but it's the same snow globe that had in ancient cosmology. That's all it was. There's an ancient statue of a globe. I think it's like a Greek statue of a guy holding the globe. But if you look at it, they show like it's not a globe you live on the outside. It's a globe people living on the inside. If you look at the art and the scenery on the globe, it's not an Earth. It's living inside of the globe. So that, to me, that debunks any belief that there was a globe in the past before, let's say, 1500, 1400. So these ancient Greeks and their Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni, those are all in question. All very super sus.
Now, when the cops come to pick up one person, they come with like 3 or 4 cop cars. There's like 6 cops, like 6 firemen, a whole fucking fire truck, and a paramedic truck for one person.
Maybe that one person was like the Incredible Hulk or something. You don't know, right?
Well, I watched them walking out with him. It didn't seem like he was no Incredible Hulk to me. That guy used to live right down the dock from me, Lou Ferrigno. That's funny.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey, P-Mac, how you doing, man?
Oh, good, bro. I missed that. What was the name of that last guy you said?
What last guy?
Sorry, some guy lived on the block.
Oh, I'm looking out my window watching the police come and get somebody. I don't know why, but
He was talking about Lou Ferrigno, who played the character the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. Lou Ferrigno, yeah.
You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
I used to live in my dad's boat in a big marina in Los Angeles. So, like, freaking Lamborghinis and Panteras and freaking all these cars all around, all these rich people. But there were actors like John Wayne's boat was right across the way.
Bruce Willis?
Until he passed. There was probably a bunch of people that I had no idea, like, who they were around. I didn't know who those people were. We just, like, would go out to the islands and have these big parties on our boats. Like, 6 or 8 boats would go out there, you know? And, so us as kids, like, these adults had all the booze you could possibly drink. Like... It's funny.
You had a boatload?
Those were the old days. Yeah, the good old days.
I remember the good old days. That was like fucking 2 years ago.
Oh, the good old days when everybody could breathe oxygen and not worry about the government telling.
Yeah, on
Those
their
were the
own.
days. Yeah.
And have somebody telling you to not breathe as much.
People nowadays, I feel like they don't have a conscience of their own, bro. They can't make up their own mind. They have to, you show them where to go, you point to it, and they just go. That's it. No questions, no nothing. Oh, why are you pointing to? Are you telling me to go over there? Okay, I'll just go because you said so. I mean, I expect that from a child, but I expect the child to be like, okay, daddy, what, why? You know what I mean? Kids ask why questions, and they're like a sponge. Nowadays, how people are teaching their kids is sad.
They just hand them a tablet. Or
a tablet or a pill. And say, swallow this because I said so.
Yeah, we don't want you expressing your natural personality traits. We're going to have to cut back on those, so take this.
Right, you're not supposed to have feelings. You're supposed to just do shit without us telling you and just fucking do, like, don't express your feelings to us.
Yeah.
Conformity. If you're too happy, you get a pill. If you're too sad, you get a pill. If you're anxious, you get a pill. You get 2 pills.
Right? We got a pill for that. You can't sleep, we have a pill for that. You can't eat, we have a pill for that.
You want to talk to yourself, you get a different pill for that.
Yeah, don't worry about any testing before you take it, during or after. Yeah, we don't need to test.
Oh, we have the DSM. It's a proven fact.
Yeah, we give it to
understand all psychology.
Depends on what the
We give it
flavor,
to everyone that has Tourette syndrome. Sorry.
whatever the flavor of the month is. That's the one we'll use at this point.
Right.
I just thought about something. In a psych ward, they give all the patients medication. Why do they do that in a psych ward?
To make it, why did they have that whole entire industry? You gotta look, if people look up the history of that, they're gonna be shocked.
They give
Shocked.
medication to make them docile, to
And I
control
said
them.
shocked. No pun was intended, but shocked. Yeah, exactly. Shocking history of psychiatric care.
What are you saying, Godric?
I was talking about the psych ward where they give everybody medication to make them docile and easily controlled. But the medication doesn't actually cure you in any way. It may address some symptoms, but because they give you the medication, you become addicted to it. So you need something for the rest of your life.
Right. Your body relies on what they're giving you.
How would they know what symptoms they're addressing if they haven't tested for any of it?
No, we just want to experiment. We want to experiment just to see if it works.
Most medications are downers. You know, they don't give you cocaine. They give you, stuff that's going to knock you out.
Yep. No, they give you heroin to fucking put you to sleep, make you feel numb.
Downers, right?
The United States and New Zealand are the only two countries where it's legal to advertise direct-to-consumer pharmaceuticals.
Really?
Yes. And what are 75% of the ads you see on television? Pharmaceuticals.
A little disclaimer where they talk real fast ends with and may cause death usually. Side effects include blah 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 blah. Might kill you.
It's always like
I like that.
anal
Side
anal
effects.
leakage and death. Every one may cause anal leakage and death.
Stroke, heart fibrillation, death.
And on most of the antidepressants, one of the side effects is suicidal thoughts. So you're giving people that are already depressed medication that increases suicidal tendencies. What the heck?
Correct. I was just gonna say. I was gonna add on to what you were saying that they give you more depression pills to make you even more depressed. Oh, just take it, and it's gonna make you feel a lot more better when you continuously take it, and it's not gonna make you feel depressed.
It's a
Dude, do you
never-ending
know how many
cycle.
times? Yeah, sorry, Seti. I was going off, man.
Everybody I know that's gone on antidepressants has at least 3 other medications to counter side effects from the antidepressants. So it's like at least a 4 to 5 to 6 pill regimen when you get on antidepressants.
Oh, for sure. And then not only that, you gain weight.
Well, it could go either way with that, but the only thing they do is they just keep increasing it. That's all they ever do. I mean, rarely, only if you asked, probably.
I said gain weight because I got.
But on their
fat.
own, if somebody doesn't ask them questions, but anyway, it's kind of a moot point because I've already looked up the constituents and they're all poisons, not meant for human consumption, until they put them together in a little package. Then they approve it. Now it's okay. Poisons.
I'm
If the
taking
Fear
5
and Death
every day.
Administration approves it, it's okay for you. So the FDA, the Fear and Death Administration. Got that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just look on your toothpaste tube. Don't swallow. Harmful is swallowed. And it's your toothpaste.
Yeah, they put all these warnings on the medication and stuff like toothpaste, so when there's a problem, they absolve themselves from responsibility. They say, well, we told you it could have killed you. We told you it causes suicidal thoughts or ulcers or stroke, so we're not responsible for what happened to you.
Pharmakia.
Yep. More magic.
We got a new person in here, can't fool me, no roll. So, you know.
Welcome, Ken Fulmer. You're welcome to speak and ask questions to
Yeah, I
the
just
Flat Earth
unmuted
server.
you. I just unmuted you. Can you say hi? Can't fool me.
His
Okay.
icon says Sonic.
So I didn't hear anything. Maybe you're away from the mic. I don't know, but just for safety of the server, I'll server mute you. If you want to come back in and go to VC check in, we'll have a moderator go up there and check you in. There we are. I could check every now and then on them. It was really busy in here last night. We had a full panel again. It was a good conversation from what I remember until I faded out.
Yeah, that online streamer came in, and pretty sure that was just a big troll.
Pretty much, I mean, I was looking at her Twitch account, and it says like Flat Earth, not. I mean, right in the title, so.
Yeah, I listened to some of it. It was definitely a voice changer, some kind of character she was doing or something.
Well,
Yeah, I
did you
listened to her.
Do you see her image? She's actually a freaking, it's a cartoon character.
She's 100% CGI.
Yeah, 100%.
It's probably a guy, though.
No, because she did a face reveal before, so she has one video where she's off to one side in real life, and then the cartoon is on the other side, making the same move. Yeah. Like, you could tell it's a cartoon creator.
So you're telling me they have the technology to fake things like that? That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody get a name?
Yeah, Code Miko, Miko.
That's okay. It's not my
on Twitch.
It's not my daughter then. She just became affiliated on Twitch.
I mean, they got girls in there doing like Rubik's cubes with thousands of followers.
I think Bambi does Twitch streams, or she used to. I remember her saying that, didn't she? Don't she? I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think I might start an account. Somebody said just play music or do requests or have live streams. And I could just play music for people just like I do on here. I could just do it for several hours,
That's not a bad idea, Sonny.
Yeah, so Mimas gave me that idea, so I think I'm probably
You
going
can
to
play. You can play some. You have skills, man.
Shit.
just play for
Yeah, there's loads of people doing that kind of stuff.
sound effects, the whole thing. Just sit there and do tricks on the guitar. People will watch that. It's interesting to listen to.
We're only a few steps away from Ready Player One, where everybody just lives in a virtual world, never leaves their house, never goes outside.
Not for me.
Wait, that's already happened. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's happening now. It truly is. The beginning stages of it.
Get off the internet. Go and smell the roses.
I was gonna say, man, we are living in that. We are living in that world right now.
Mm-hmm.
I said we're
put,
close.
I just put in the live stream a link about fake. The moon rock turned out to be fake.
Oh yeah.
And somebody, can someone look at that and tell me, make sure it's legit, because I want to use this in my Flat Earth debate. You know how they have
Oh yeah, that was from last night. That was when. That's what we were talking about yesterday.
I had another video that I saw on the same topic. I'll see if
I've heard this story, but I'm not sure if this is the right link.
I'm gonna read this one right now.
If somebody can just read it for me and tell me if that
I
sounds
looked at
like
it. I
it's
think
legit.
that is the right link. I'm pretty sure because I looked at it yesterday.
You know how to have a fake.
This shit was not valid, bro.
You know how to have a fake flat Earth proof, and then we get caught with our pants down. I don't want that to happen to me. Moon rock turned out to be fake. Physics.org.
Yeah, this is
Physics.org.
Fizz. This is Fizz.org. So that's a fairly reputable site, I think. I mean, I don't know what if they might have some pseudoscience on there somewhere, but I'm sure they do. But
They tell a story
that's
about
not-
a prime
that's not
minister
good.
getting a moon rock from NASA.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to
And,
correct myself. It wasn't QE that said it was XO, but I don't want to, quote. I don't want to put words in his mouth and say that he said it. But when we were talking and having this discussion yesterday, I did hear someone, it sounded like it was XO's voice, but he was laughing and he said, "This is you guys crack me up," because when this was posted, I think he was telling us like that's invalid. What they're proposing was invalid information.
So is this link legit or is it invalid? It says the moon rock turned out to be petrified wood when they.
The link is valid, but the information is.
Yeah, but what
like-
part of it? So are you saying that it wasn't actually proven to be a petrified wood? Like, which way are you going? I kind of got lost.
I'm saying it's a fake rock. I'm saying it's a fake rock.
It's a fake rock. Yeah, it's a fake rock.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify because let's see. NASA.
Because some of this
sorry,
stuff, I think they shadow ban it or they make it hard to find. Because they don't want it to get out too much, but this is one of the ones that I think got out.
I love all these memes. I hate thinking. Me too. Let's both be NASA believers. Yeah. And here's the choice we have.
I
today.
can't fool me. Welcome to the welcome to 24/7 Flatter Discord. You got a moderator? Check him in.
Let's check. They didn't open their mic before, so let's check on them again. I'll unmute them. You're unmuted. Can't fool me. Are you there? Hello. Anybody at home at the Can't Fool Me residence? No, they just dipped. Okay, bye-bye.
Guys, what planet was it that has the diamonds? Was it Uranus? Uranus has the diamonds.
Now he's back.
He's still there.
I want to get it right. Was it Uranus that had the diamonds, raining diamonds?
No, it was a different one. Yeah.
No, Uranus smells like farts.
Farts. That's the one that smells like farts. Yeah.
I think Jupiter
Which
was
planet
raining
had-
diamonds.
Get your
Jupiter
pseudoscience down.
is raining diamonds in the gas planet.
Jupiter.
Jupiter is raining diamonds. Okay, great.
Now, wouldn't that make the price of diamonds go down? Technically.
Well, they can't get there yet. I guess. Well,
Elon Musk can get there and get all the diamonds.
they never
bring it
got
back
to
there.
the light. They never reached the light in the sky yet.
Elon Musk can send some rovers over there, some shuttles and some Jupiter rovers.
They could get a helicopter to fly down through the diamond rain, the raining diamonds. They could have it wouldn't need to worry about getting hit by any of them.
Look, you just launch a Tesla to Jupiter, right? And then as it's coming by the atmosphere, it scoops all the diamonds, comes right back. Diamonds get paid.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
You guys just wait.
Someone's
Y'all
talking
just
about
wait.
Here's the other article. Hold on, let me see. Hey, how's it going?
Let me put
Who was
some
that?
shit out.
Hey, Frodass.
You guys like the flat Earth?
Yeah, we like
the what?
We like the flat Earth.
I like it.
We must secure the existence of our people and the future for white children. Hail victory.
Frodass.
What do you guys think about Elon Musk?
Hang on, Frodass. Are there diamonds coming down from Jupiter?
The biggest technocrat on Earth. Sure, man.
We were not speaking. I'm sorry, man.
You spoke. You said Elon Musk. Is that Tesla still flying out there somewhere? Or did it land yet?
No, I think it crash landed into the moon.
So you guys are new here. How did you find the server? Fraudas?
So Tesla, the Tesla hit the moon. Is that the story?
Yeah. That's what Jeff Bezos told me.
I think we should probably have the technology to zoom in on the moon to see like all the stuff we left there, like the flag and what else is there? We leave the rovers there.
Yeah, the dune buggies that cost like $3 zillion. Just a stripped down Jeep.
Yeah, it's too bad they didn't have any space in the lunar lander to put the rover.
Not by most people's calculations.
Should be able to find the skeleton of the cameraman that filmed them when they were taking off, right?
I've seen the diagrams. There's no room for the rover. Unless they folded it up to about the size of a suitcase, briefcase.
Yeah, it's all pile of shite.
Oh.
Do you hear the latest one? There's an asteroid now that they're talking about going to that would make everybody on Earth a billionaire. It's that resource rich. It's just in the news last week or something.
Yeah, I believe Antarctica is got like billions of tons, probably, of all kinds of resources. And water is one of them. So why aren't they out there getting water for everybody? Surely they have the technology to do that on Earth if they're going to... I'll tone down my language. Freaking Mars? Why can't they get water or scoop it up for the people that are in droughts? They have no water.
That was a better catch than me, Sonny.
No. So no comment. Nothing's happening with like getting resources from Earth here that could help human beings.
I don't think they have that.
Wait a minute. That's right. Oh, I'm thinking that they're helping human beings. That's my problem. What if they're not helping us? What then? They could be doing all kinds of devious shit behind the curtain. Right?
Nah, man. NASA gave us Tang, okay?
Just believe them, yeah. Because of Tang and Velcro. And wait a minute. I think there's three different of that foam mattress. That foam mattress.
The space blanket, bro. You're forgetting the space
foam.
Yeah, you're gonna get shut down real quick. You're lucky I'm not mad. I would have fucking shut you down real quick.
But that's all you had? Like, wow, they did.
Yeah.
Well, you're still muted, so there's that.
Yeah, you don't want me mod, bro. I'll be muting left and right.
I didn't hear any globe proof coming in from those guys.
Nope.
They gotta play either rap or rock and roll, and they don't.
He was playing Nintendo music.
I know, right? I'll get back at those flat earthers. I'll play some Nintendo music.
I recognize that sound from anywhere.
It's like I can't understand that kind of mentality. What kind of thinking is going on with that? Talk about a psyche, Val.
It's a very different world today than it was. Did anybody remember no internet before the internet?
Yeah,
do.
I barely
Yeah.
remember what did we do then?
Go
We went
outside and
outside.
fucking play. Sorry.
Oh,
My language.
Climb trees,
outside.
make go
I
karts,
know,
keep
right?
fishing.
Outside. What's that? No. Yeah, I go outside all the time.
They're gonna get to a point where they've never seen a tree before. Oh my goodness, that's a tree!
What is that?
I never seen one before. Oh my god.
I haven't seen a tree for 10 years.
It's what helps us breathe, but we've never seen it.
They're making them illegal now to have a tree.
Depends on the type
Can
of
you
tree.
imagine they're making us trees illegal. They are though. Cannabis. Oh, so
Yeah, the chemical process that the creator put here, you're not allowed to use any of that. No.
right? Something that's actually naturally given to you for natural healing.
Exactly.
How long
No
have
one
they
believes
had
in
to
natural
study-
healing.
How long have they had to study cannabis for its medicinal uses, but the FDA can't approve any of that?
Ridiculous. It was used for hundreds of years. Well,
For real,
thousands of
right?
years, actually. Yeah.
Fucking ridiculous.
The snake oil salesmen, the Rockefellers were selling it on a little street caravan freaking van thing, right? And the outskirts of town with the snake oil. Hey, we got some whiskey with a rattlesnake head in it. We also got this great cannabis product. That's what they do. So like, they had to stop. I don't know. It's so weird that the snake oil salesmen got into education and medicine and the so-called pseudosciences, all the freaking universities, all the heads of medical associations. Think about that. A cabal. Supposedly philanthropic organizations that are just front organizations, so they can avoid paying taxes. And they can buy off all the politicians to make so-called pseudo-laws, quasi-laws, to violate your human rights, to take away all your freedoms.
You can make the people to believe this thing. And everything's gonna be okay.
Yeah, most charitable foundations are just a way to avoid taxation on launder wealth.
Then they can literally tell you when it's time for you to retire, well, you're only going to get this much. We're taking half, or we're taking a third. So that money you thought you were earning, that was yours, that you put into your working life, that's not yours anymore.
Yeah, and when you go to collect Social Security, they tax you on the Social Security as if it's income as well.
No, well, no, not exactly. No, they don't tax it. No.
That's funny. Yeah, you don't get. Yeah.
That if they tax it, they're not taxing mine. Right? They just take half of it.
Me neither.
Now the IRS is coming to take their portion too. Fine. So they want to fucking starve me out? Okay, fine. Fine. Go ahead and try it.
The earth provides for you. The creator made it that way.
It totally does. Like, I'm not even worried about it. I'm not even worried about it.
Is that you crushing marijuana?
No, bro, I'm actually getting.
If you think about it.
Bro, so I'm dry and I'm trying to take the all the way at the very bottom, all the THC, the powder and shit, like
chemicals.
And I'm about to place it to my bowl so I can just. I know this is like
Just
Keep
This is
it
my last
scientific.
bowl.
Keep it scientific. I'm sorry.
My last bowl of this month, and I have to wait till next month till I can get paid to buy me some more medicine, bro. This is not good. I
You
hate the
don't find.
struggle. The struggle is real, man.
Yeah, I get it.
Have to start hustling, man. Hustling.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to sell my coffee, bro. But like, hey, buy my coffee, guys. Click my name. My link is in my bio.
Is it organic?
Yeah, it's organic. Yes, it
Put the
is.
link. Put the link in Livestream, please.
Oh, for sure. Here you guys go. It's coffee. It's organic coffee. I'm vegan, so this is all plant-based. Yeah, I'm not trying to give you guys something that's not good for your health. I pay attention to a lot to my health. So, if you are pregnant, this is something that you might not want to take until after your pregnancy. But this coffee actually helps release dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins naturally. That means these chemicals that I'm claiming, that these are chemicals that are naturally in your body. So what it does is that it releases it enhances and it makes it so that you're happy, you're feeling good, and your day goes well. And then not only that, after you drink this coffee, I'm positive, like, you do not feel shitty. Every time I go and drink regular coffee out there, bro, you know how many times I feel like shit and I want to go to sleep? Like, this coffee actually helps me. And I'm sure it'll help others. Vegan in his life. Now, I'm not gonna tell you that, I just came to the conclusion of being a vegan. That's how that, like, I've been, I went through processes just like everybody else. They have been through a process. Me, I was gonna go pro. I was a boxer. And I was a coach since 2013. I was teaching boxing. And I was into my nutrition. I was into my health, and my eating habits then was a paleo diet. I had a paleo diet, so I didn't really I didn't reject eating meat, but I eventually am going to stop eating meat in general. I mean, I know there are proteins and nutrition in meat that you need, but there's other factors on getting that without having to take an animal's life. Now, I'm not going to sit here and preach to you about animal life, plant life, and human life, but I think life period is valued. Which coffee is that? It's a healthy coffee. I don't know. Like, it's just coffee, bro. It's coffee.
I mean, is it from Africa? Is it from Colombia? Is it from America?
Oh, no. This is actually like that information. Hold on. I got my book here. Product info. Here we go. Yo.
Yeah, I can finally re-up now. Yay.
No, if you want to look it up for yourself, it's actually in there yourself. You can look it up for yourself. If you just click in the link is going to give you all that information that you're asking me. You know what I mean? Like, I know that you can just, a lot of us like to get the information handed to us, but there's some of us that actually, okay, I'm going to go and see this out for myself. So if you actually just click in my link, go and look at it for yourself. The information's in there and you can see it for yourself.
Wait, you're gonna put it in live stream?
I did. You didn't see it? My bad.
No, I don't see it. Where?
There you go. Girl, hold up. Let me tag you in it too. Y'all. There you go, bro. Tasty like chicken.
I got the link. I'll check it out on my computer later.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Godric.
You have a lot of other stuff on there, or just coffee?
I have coffee, tea, lemonade, and hot cocoa. I know there's also skin products on there. I don't really I didn't venture out into that much. I just ventured into drinking my coffee because I suffer with a lot of I suffer with bipolar depression, and I have ADHD as
Nah,
well.
nah, you don't.
Uh,
They told me all that shit too, man. No, you don't. You don't have any of that. Don't believe them, man. Yeah, you may have idiosyncrasies like we all do. I do too. I used to have very serious ones, and when I got away from that narrative, I got better.
What he's telling you is when they give you a diagnosis and you believe it, your mind will react to that, and it will conform to the diagnosis. So now
I
they
understand
make you
what you're
a
saying.
patient for life because you're going to be that because the doctor said so. But the doctor didn't
No.
tell you it's how to be cured. He didn't tell you that part.
That's not it. What it is that I went to the hospital because I wanted to kill myself. Now I've been having these thoughts of wanting to kill myself because of where I'm at and where I stay and the people that I'm around. I every day when I wake up in my room, I always see myself stabbing myself in the stomach, conducting senpaku ceremony. Now this is a ceremony that's
Okay, I
conducted
think
so
we
that
should maybe. I know this is very personal. I think maybe a little too personal. It's very graphic and it can trigger people. It
No,
triggers
I
me actually.
Serious.
So I
no,
prefer if we didn't talk about that. You know, like we can go if you need to talk about it. I'm willing to go talk in a private room with you, but I don't think it's for the live stream.
I understand, Sonny, but see that like when you were saying like they told you that that's what you have, that's what I'm trying to tell you. No, I told them this is what's happening. This is what I see when I wake up,
I get it.
and like this is what I suffer from.
Hang on,
You know,
hang on. So listen, is your mind playing tricks on you?
is my mind playing tricks on me?
Sometimes my mind plays tricks on
Like
me.
as far as me knowing that my family wants me gone, me knowing that my family wants me dead, that's not something that I feel is something that
No.
I feel.
No, that's not what I mean.
That's something I know.
That's not what I mean. I don't mean that. I mean, you said you wake up and see yourself in violent situations. What you said.
I saw myself in that situation because that was a situation that actually passed. I was tackled down by cops to stop me from doing it. So now it's just a memory in my mind when I wake up in the morning when I see myself in my bedroom. Does that make sense?
It's a
Yes,
memory.
it plays back every single time when I wake up in my room.
I prefer the Happy Master Chief. Can we get the Whistling Master Chief back?
So it's like a memory that's kind of like bothering you or like haunting you in the past, but you experience it in the future. Is that right?
With all due respect, I agree with Sonny. This is not a topic for the live stream.
All right,
It's
let's
my
move on.
opinion.
Sorry. Let's move on.
No worries. I was just waiting.
So there's some contention to whether we knew that the Earth was a globe or not, because even in the 19th century, there were flat earthers that were teaching the flat Earth. When we look back, we can't confirm the Greeks. We can't confirm Pythagoras or Eratosthenes or Alberuni, except for stories. We cannot verify what they've done or demonstrate it.
It could easily all be a lie. Like history isn't exactly as everybody.
Jaron Campanella had a video before he was taken down from YouTube about Eratosthenes was a fictional character introduced in 1954. And they look back, and he wasn't in any physical books until 1954. But he was inserted in Wiki and Google. And
There's books and newspaper articles in the 1800s where people were not. I don't want to use the word violently, but vehemently opposed to this whole heliocentric idea. I mean, and that's documented history. Well-respected people, scientists, teachers, people.
Yeah, so when the Globers say we knew the Earth was a sphere for 2,000 years, that's bullshit. They don't know that. They're saying
that. The world just seems to be made up, and it's just making shit up as it goes along, and it's just getting more and more ridiculous day by day. There's that guy on YouTube. Remember, I can't remember his name now. His intro song was "This world is not what you think it is." Yeah? Well, that's true.
That's John Thorpe, hey Mac. He's still on Odyssey and stuff, but he don't put as much stuff lately.
Oh, yeah, he was brilliant. I enjoyed it.
This world is not what you think it is. Bow, bow, bow.
We got the bow bow, everything. So he moved out of the YouTube platform there.
GPS
I know he's got an
operating.
Odyssey channel, but I don't know about anything else. I've seen him on Odyssey.
Yeah, there's Odyssey and BitChute, and what's the one that Jaron's on now? I mean, I couldn't be arsed, bro. I mean, maybe I should, but Free Voice, IO Free Voice is so all these little streaming YouTube things coming up that come on, man. Just come here and talk to people. Okay. Yeah, John Thor. You have a memory like an elephant, Dave.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to rebel against this groovy bot not being here. I'm just going to start playing music anyway. Screw it. They're not going to stop me. Let's see. How's my coffee doing?
You said Mimas suggested you should maybe try the Twitch. Maybe you should. I don't know. Give it a go. You never know.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm preparing myself. I just take things really slow. Like I'm getting my computer all ready. I reloaded the entire operating system. I'm trying to clean up everything. I'm trying to clean up all my files, organize stuff. It's daunting. You know, especially like if you're like me, like I do things a lot like on the fly. So I'll grab images and I'll put them in places and music and like multiple different projects. Like, man.
Yeah, because you have the whole presentation thing too. If you're going to stream live to any streaming service, you'd like a nice little backup thingy and little buttons you can push to change thingies and.
Yeah, D, I'm considering it because Mimas said to do it. It's actually, yeah, I'm a little procrastinating because like I still have a fear, and I'll be honest about it, I still have a fear of people seeing me. I don't know what that's about because I can get on stage like with my guitar. I don't care. Like, yeah. I feel like it's like a shield. But
Bro,
I will
I
get
know
over that.
exactly what you mean by that because,
I'll
like,
get
when I
over it.
feel like I'm doing a certain thing on stage, I feel like I'm shielded. Like, I like to perform, so I like to be like a front man.
Yeah.